Read by Jason Keller and Jamie Barbakoff.
Prologue. Tell me you won't miss this. Bella and Logan stood side by side at the edge of the waterfall, the sun glistening off the endless cascades of water, the pool beneath them inky blue in the early evening light. I won't miss it, Bella replied. Logan rolled his eyes. He knew her well enough to know when she was lying. Yes, you will. She took a step closer to the edge, thought back to the first time she'd stood there, toes curled over the rock, Logan beckoning from the crystal-clear pool below. It had taken all her courage to dive, the sound of the waterfall rushing in her ears, but it had felt as close to flying as she ever could have imagined before she'd plunged into the icy mountain water. When she came up laughing, Logan's eyes glinted like he'd shown her treasure. Okay, I admit, I'll miss it. She watched his mouth tilt up in victory before adding, not as much as you're going to miss me, though. I'm not going to miss you. He made a face like the idea was ridiculous, his dark brows drawn together in a frown. Yes, you are. She laughed and went to bash him on the chest for trying to deny it. But on reflex he caught her hand with his. Too much time spent sparring with his brothers. The touch was so unexpected that it seemed to catch them both off guard. She looked up and saw Logan's laughing blue gaze become suddenly serious. Felt her heart tighten in her chest as something passed between them that had always been otherwise ignored, contained, unspoken. She watched his throat as he swallowed, as his hand held hers a fraction too long, and a look came over his face that she'd never seen before. Don't do it, Bella, a voice said in her head. You're going. You're out of here. Look away. So, she forced herself to look away, anywhere, and her eye caught on the signet ring glinting in the sunlight on his finger. What is that? She asked, incredulous. Logan winced and immediately dropped her hand. The moment thankfully diverted. Back to friends. Her thrumming heart the only giveaway the look had ever happened. My dad gave it to me, he said, slipping the ring off and passing it to her. It's been in the family for years, handed down from father to eldest son for generations. You know, here the ranch is yours now, or will be. But you don't want it, do you? She frowned, studying the insignia of the Silver Sky Ranch engraved on the surface before passing it back. Yes. He put the ring back on and looked at it. No. He paused. I don't know. He tipped his head up toward trees above them. She knew his expression so well, the sharpness of his jaw, the depth of his sigh. The waterfall roared behind them. The sun, flickering through the pine trees, danced on their skin. She could say, it's not too late to come to New York with me. But she knew that he never would. The wind rustled the trees above them, scattering pine needles. One must have landed in her hair because he reached forward and untangled it gently, chucking it absently to the ground as he kept his eyes on hers. I will really miss you. When he said it, she felt the aching pull to do what she would never do and reach up and trace the side of his face with her hand. And maybe he would wrap his arms around her, and she could stay there forever. But she could never stay, just as much as he could never leave. Their paths led in different directions. Fearing he might step closer, that his hand might reach over to touch her, and then she'd never leave, with all her willpower, she backed away. One step, then two. Then when she knew her feet were close enough to the edge, she turned and she dived, flying down into the deep, dark pool of the waterfall, slicing through the glassy surface, the shock of the cold leaving her breathless. When she came up for air, she looked to see Logan standing at the lip of the rock, watching. The sun behind him so she couldn't see the expression on his face. Her heart thumping with a mixture of relief and something dangerously close to regret.
Chapter 1. Logan reclined back in his chair and checked his watch. The interviewer could sense he was losing him. Last question. He glanced down at his notes and back up with a mischievous glint in his eye. Carter Media is one of the major independent contenders in the global music industry. There are always rumors of offers on the table. What are the chances of you selling up? Logan raised a brow at the stupidity of the question. 0. Haha, seriously, you're one of 6 siblings. You've been incredibly successful, first in the boy band Silver Sky, now as the head of Carter Media. Do you ever think about slowing down, starting your own family? For the listeners, Logan has just shaken his head. I'm pretty happy as I am, thanks. Logan remained impassive while internally rolling his eyes. So, life's good? He angled his head, wry smile on his lips. Life's great. The interviewer knew that was the best he was going to get. Good to hear it, he said. Any final words of advice for fellow entrepreneurs? Logan didn't need to think about it. Work harder and smarter than everyone else. Before he could add any more final words of wisdom, there was a quick rap on the door, and Marianne, Logan's PA, said, Sorry to interrupt, Logan. It's urgent? Logan frowned. Sensing something was seriously amiss from the look on Marianne's face, the interviewer gathered up his papers and said, Thanks for talking to me, Logan. They had a quick, distracted handshake. Always a pleasure. Marianne stood restlessly in the doorway, ushering him out. When the door closed and she started walking toward him, Logan said, What's going on? It's your brother, she said. Which one? Logan asked, immediately alert. What had happened now? What disaster needed clearing up? It's Jack, Logan. He was in an accident. Car crash. He's dead. Jack, Logan. He's dead. Jack, Logan. He kept replaying it as he sat on the plane to Autumn Falls. The way Marianne's lip had pulled in a subtle gesture of sympathy, the buzzing silence in his head. It was hard to comprehend that he was flying home for his brother's funeral. It still felt so unreal. He glanced back to the newspaper in his hand, the aircraft bouncing through turbulence, his heart tightening at the sight of Jack's face lighting up the front cover, the infamous dimple in his cheek, the lazily laughing eyes. Everyone knew if you wanted a good time, you went to Jack. Logan steeled himself to turn the page to where the pictures continued. The most recent showed Jack on the red carpet at an awards ceremony taken just weeks ago. He was the big Hollywood star now, or had been. Logan had to squeeze his eyes shut for a moment at the idea that he'd never see Jack again. It was like every few minutes his brain still had to catch up with the reality. He felt the sudden claustrophobic tightness of the plane, the lack of escape, the sound of his heart in his ears. But he pushed it down, unscrewed the cap of his water, and took a cooling sip. On the opposite page were photos of Logan and his brothers. All of them young, on stage in Silver Sky, Jack with his arm punching the air, grinning wide. Images that Logan had barely glanced at in years. Toothy, youthful faces full of hope and promise and excitement. Guitars around their necks, sweat on their brows, eyes shining bright. It was like looking at wax figures, paused in time, wondering who they could have been had they taken a different path. Of course, the article had matched the pictures of them as boys with who they were now. There was Noah getting into his SUV in Autumn Falls, looking furious at the camera intrusion. Brody at the airport, hand raised in open greeting. relaxed and confident when it came to the press. Logan's jaw clenched to see shots of his baby sister, Willow, coming out of the Cornelia Street Ballet Studios, head cocked defensively. He imagined her confronting the faceless lens with a, "Really? You think this is helping? My brother's just died." There were no recent pictures of Ethan, of course. It seemed even the press couldn't find him. Just an old shot of him out on maneuvers in desert camo gear, looking blank-eyed and ruthless. And then there was Logan himself, striding stony-faced past reporters outside his New York office. Memories of having the camera shoved in his face had made him surge with an anger he was surprised to discover he could barely suppress, transporting him instantly back to his time in the band and the suffocating relentlessness of the paparazzi, camped outside every hotel they stayed at, confining them to their rooms, the grasping hands snatching at their clothes, running after them in the street, nails scratching their skin, the tapped phones, the undercover journalists masquerading as room service waiters, the honey trap kiss and tell stories, the lies conjured up by their manager on slow news days, stories that sowed the first seeds of mistrust between them and had his mom crying on the phone and his dad retreating further into resentment. Then at the bottom of the page was the photo Logan had been avoiding. There was Bella, outside the front door of her apartment, cap pulled low, face hidden. The lights of the hounding camera flashes reflected in her sunglasses. He'd be lying if the photos of her didn't make him uneasy. She looked terrified. She may not be his favorite person in the world, but seeing her there in black and white, he felt some, perhaps misplaced, duty to protect her through this mess. At the same time, he remembered Jack sobbing on the phone, "She's left me, Logan, she's gone," and reminded himself that Bella was more than capable of looking after herself. Chapter 2. Logan pushed the newspaper away and stared out the window as the pilot announced 10 minutes to landing. It was going to be tough, seeing his family, seeing his mother especially, so upset. He didn't know if Bella was coming to the funeral. She hadn't returned Marianne's messages. He still hadn't been able to track down Ethan. He could feel his control on things slipping. Just being back in Autumn Falls was going to be uncomfortable enough. It was a welcome surprise when he landed, therefore, to see not the Mercedes he'd ordered waiting, but his brother Brody, arms crossed, red Wayfarer sunglasses on, leaning against his little silver Aston Martin. "What are you doing here?" Logan asked with a bemused smile as Brody stepped forward and clapped him into a hug. It never mattered with Brody whether you'd seen him yesterday or 2 years ago. He was exactly the same. "Because I thought you might want to see a friendly face," Brody replied, and Logan found himself momentarily choked. Never had he been more relieved to see a friendly face. Especially Brody's, who was born smiling, his mouth always turned up at the corners, his eyes crinkling like he was forever waiting for the joke. He was just one of those people that made you feel better just being with him. "Thanks," Logan managed, and Brody tightened the hug. "It'll be okay." Logan stepped back. He nodded. "I know." He glanced away for a second to tamp down the feelings, took in the surroundings. The pine-covered hills behind the concrete runways, the scrubby grass around them, the familiar green-roofed terminal buildings. He felt momentarily like an animal sensing a trap. Brody narrowed his eyes as he assessed Logan and said, "You look—" He searched for the politest word. "I don't need to hear it." Logan went around to sling his bag in the trunk. He felt completely out of place in his shirt and suit pants, fresh from the office, especially compared to Brody, who was forever coolly casual, like life was one long vacation. "I was gonna say you look stressed." Brody smirked, yanking open the car door. "Yeah, well, You try organizing this circus." Logan got his sunglasses out of his top pocket, slipped them on. Even they felt plain and businesslike compared to Brody's bright red ones. Brody blew out a breath, as if to say, "No thank you." "Dad's already threatened a couple of reporters with his shotgun," he said over the top of the car. "He hasn't," Logan groaned, tipping his head up to the sky as he opened the passenger door and folded himself into the tiny sports car. "Oh, he has," Brody nodded, starting the engine. "Just like old times." Closing his eyes for a second, Logan shook his head. "This is actually a nightmare." Brody threw back a half smile. "People Jack knew have been arriving all day. The press are having a field day. Just to warn you, they're everywhere." Logan thought of Bella again. "Ready?" Brody asked. Logan nodded. "You know me. I'm always ready." Brody laughed. They drove onto the main airport road, past camped-out photographers. Cameras flashed. Names called. Logan's body went rigid. His heart pounded. He thought he was done with all this. It was only when they hit the highway that he could relax. Or as much as he could relax with Brody driving, at one point having to steady himself with a hand on the dash, earning him a white-toothed grin from his younger brother. The concrete airport scenery gave way to the wide-open country, the waft of pine through the window, the sun hitting the acres of pasture, the mountains majestic in the distance, the Redemption River winding casually alongside. Logan stared out at the long, straight road ahead. There was no bumper-to-bumper traffic, no horns, no shouts or bustling sidewalks, just space and sky. And in his head, he started counting the days till he could get back to New York. He undid his cuffs and rolled his sleeves up past his elbow, raked a hand through his hair. Beside him, Brody hummed along to the radio, nodding his head, tapping the beat on the steering wheel. He was like their mom, always singing. The reminder of her led Logan to ask, "How's Mom?" Brody glanced over. "Devastated, putting on a brave face." Logan's chest tightened at the idea. "And Dad?" "Who knows?" Brody took his hands off the wheel to shrug. Logan gestured for him to put them back. Then thought about his dad, wondered what he was feeling. Emmett Carter was not one to show emotion. "How are you?" Brody asked. The emphasis on him, Logan read to mean because he was closest to Jack. The eldest two brothers, they were, as their mom always said, thick as thieves. "I'm okay," he said, because he'd never say anything different. "I think it'll make more sense when this is over, when the public side of things has died down." Brody nodded, but didn't look convinced. Logan stared blankly back out at the view, at the lush grass and the wildflowers tipping into the kaleidoscope of summer. He thought how the person he would most likely message about how surreal it all felt was Jack. Just a couple of quick, snatched messages that would be enough to make him smirk and then get on with his day. All the shorthand and inside jokes that came from knowing someone a lifetime, gone in an instant. "Did you talk to Jack much recently?" he asked. "No, not for a while. I should have done, but..." Brody glanced across guiltily. "There just wasn't time." "I know." Logan sighed. "Sounds stupid now, doesn't it? Not enough time?" Brody shrugged sadly. "Everyone's busy." "Yeah." The road stretched out endlessly ahead of them. Busy was a terrible excuse. Since he'd learned about Jack's death, he'd been regretting all those missed opportunities to see each other. Neither of them had made it back for Christmas. Logan because of work, Jack because he was filming somewhere abroad. He thought how often they canceled their plans last minute because something more urgent came up. And because Jack posted constantly on Instagram, Logan felt like he knew what he was doing, most of the time anyway, and there was always a running thread of casual messages between them. Why hadn't they tried harder? Why hadn't he insisted they meet? The photo of Bella in the newspaper flashed into his mind. He immediately closed his eyes to get rid of it. When he opened them again, the horizon miraged, and he saw up ahead the first sign for autumn falls. Brody glanced his way, said wryly, "Home, sweet home."
Chapter 3. Bella stood in the hallway of the little cabin on the starlight apple orchard that had been her family home since she was 16. Her mum, her stepdad, and her friend Claudette hovered around her. It was the morning of Jack Carter's funeral.
"You don't have to go, you know,"
said her stepdad, John Luke, who was as dressed up as he could manage in navy pants and a black sweater. "I do," Bella replied, steadfast. She felt stiff and uncomfortable in the kind of sharply tailored clothes that she used to wear when she'd worked at Vogue, but she'd bought the outfit because it felt like armor, and she needed that kind of protection today. She nodded toward the closed curtains of the front window that hid the waiting paparazzi. "They'll be worse if I don't." She'd already had to deal with them waiting outside her apartment in New York. Being jostled and pushed, she tried her best to brace for each knock as she walked out of her front door. Then at the airport, blinding camera flashes, endless goading comments to get her riled up, hands banging on the car roof. Claudette went to peek out at the waiting photographers. "I could see you're ill." Bella gave her a look that might possibly make things worse, and Claudette winced in agreement. Her mum leaned over and enveloped her in a hug that smelled comfortingly of almond moisturizer and soap. Bella would have stayed there all day, but she made herself pull away. "It'll be okay. I think it might even help to go." No one looked convinced. But then John Luke said matter-of-factly, "Right then. As we planned, your mom and I will drive out from the garage. You and Claudette go out the back and leaving Claudette's car through the delivery gates. We'll send you a text when we're ready." Claudette nodded. "Got it." Bella hated that her family all had to be involved in dodging the press intrusion, but was eternally grateful all the same. She slipped on her sunglasses and walked with Claudette through the house. Her heart pounded with every step she took, her eyes barely registering the beautiful rows of blossom-laden trees, her palms sweating as she got in the car, and Claudette drove them out the back gates, where, of course, more press were waiting, not fooled for a minute by the decoy of her parents leaving out the front and pushing their cameras against the car window, shutters firing 1,000,000 frames per second. Bella covered her face with her hands until they were clear. While she hated it, she could deal with the press intrusion again for this short time. During her short marriage to the infamous Jack Carter, she dealt with it daily, and since the divorce had been forced to get used to being vilified and blamed for ending the nation's fairy tale romance. It was seeing the Carter family again that put her most on edge, made her have to deep breathe, suddenly queasy. It had been so long since she'd seen them. What would they think about her? How would they act when they saw her? The road leading to the churchyard was packed with reporters, security guards keeping them all in check. Bella kept her eyes fixed ahead as they drove past, didn't want to look at the cameras, focused instead on the line of limos inside the gates and a veritable soup of celebrities making their way up to the church. Then, once they were safely through the gates themselves and parked, she had to steel herself for a moment before opening the door. Her body was working against her, fighting to stay in the car. Sweat bristled on her skin. Her fingers shook. Claudette looked a little worried when she said, "Are you going to get out of the car?" Bella nodded. "Of course. Sorry." She forced herself to open the door. It would be okay. The barrage of photographers audibly increased the moment she appeared on the path up to the red brick church with its white tower. Her mum and John Luke tried their best to shield her. Bella kept her head down, sunglasses fixed in place. She certainly wasn't going to give the cameras her eyes. She tried for cool, calm strides, but her heart raced and her legs started to shake, making her realise she wasn't used to walking in high heels any longer. The noise of the cameras was overwhelming, rapid firing like gunshots. She didn't look up until she'd reached the church. And there they were. The Carters. She had been dreading this moment. So much slander and speculation had been written about her over the years. Everyone had an opinion about her and Jack's marriage. But the overriding public opinion was always that it was her fault. She ruined it. Then she went after the money. The papers, she had come to understand, could write what they liked. A good story was always preferable to the truth. There were only a few people's opinions she really cared about, and most of them were standing in front of her now. Jack's parents, Martha and Emmett Carter, and beside them, Noah, Brody, and Willow. She could barely look at them. When Emmett saw her, he immediately looked away, and Bella felt the disapproval curl inside her. She didn't know whether to carry on, to say hello to Martha, or whether to do so would be seen as an intrusion. She wanted to shrink back, but felt John Luke put his hand gently on her arm, and it gave her the courage to take the step forward. At the same time, Martha did the same, stepping to greet her with a polite, upward tilt of her mouth. Not quite a smile, but not a frown. A detached acknowledgement that allowed Bella to say, "I'm so sorry," and for Martha to nod and say, "Thank you," before turning away. Noah came forward then, gentle eyes lit with good nature, and said, "Good to see you, Bella." "You too, Noah." He was so comfortingly familiar that she wanted to clutch him to her like an old, dear friend. It was only Brody who hugged her, as handsome as ever and smelling of expensive cologne. But his movements felt as similarly detached as Martha's had, the only difference being that his actions and expressions denoted years of media training. Poor Willow, ashen-faced and clearly devastated, just shook her head, unable to say anything, before she crumpled against Noah. Bella stepped back, feeling suddenly like a fraud, like she shouldn't have come, because when she thought about Jack's death, she just felt blank. The church door opened. "Okay, we can..." Logan. Dark hair, sharp blue eyes, broad, solid shoulders. He struck an immediate, formidable presence in his tailored black suit and crisp white shirt. It was the moment she'd feared the most. Her pulse pounded in her ears. She tried to keep her chin high. There was a pause as he saw her, a fleeting glance of surprise, replaced quickly with what she could only describe as disgust. But he covered it like a professional. One blink, and any trace of feeling was gone. He gave her the briefest of nods, then turned to his family. "We can go in." It was the first time she'd wanted to cry. Chapter 4. The funeral service went on around Bella, like she was underwater, there but not there. It was a sea of unfamiliar faces, people she'd never met before in her life, and half of them Jack probably hadn't met either. If they'd really known him, they would never have come, she thought bleakly. A couple of well-known actors spoke, entertained with tales of Jack's antics on film sets. Willow read a poem, her voice quietly composed until suddenly it wasn't, and the words cracked as she spoke them. It was awful. Her heartbreaking sorrow, laid out bare in front of them all. Brody jumped up to stand next to her in support, holding her to him while she finished the reading. Logan was the last to speak. He stood at the lectern, back straight, jaw sharp. No need for the cue cards he'd started out with.
Jack Carter wasn't just my brother. He was my best friend.
His words were eloquent, his expression calm and professional, but she was surprised to still be able to sense the struggle in his eyes. Knew that he would see it as a crippling failure, Jack dying on his watch. His words, however, were too much for Bella. The immortalizing of a great man who she knew wasn't great at all. So she tried to close her ears, change her focus onto something else. And her gaze rested on the siblings in the front row. The backs of their heads only vaguely changed since she'd known them. Noah's hair was longer, but Brody's was still the messy blonde mop it had always been, if more artfully dishevelled now, and Willow's remained a wild tangle of curls. She thought about the first time she saw them in New York, after they'd won the talent show and got the record deal. It still all seemed like a surreal dream. Felt like only the day before that Logan had called her to say,
"Ethan sent off an audition tape. We only did it to try and give Mom something to smile about while she was in the hospital. We didn't for a second think we'd get an audition. And then, well..."
He'd laughed, bewildered.
"It's kind of gone insane."
Overnight stars. The brothers had been whisked away on press junkets and tie-in tours. It was months before they could find a window to see Bella, and by that time she'd started doing work experience at Vogue, as well as studying fashion. She'd sauntered into the record company thinking she was it in the pencil skirt and sky-high stilettos she'd borrowed from the Vogue fashion cupboard, and been ushered up to the fourth-floor recording studio after saying demurely, "Logan Carter's expecting me." As soon as the elevator doors opened, and she saw Logan strolling down the hallway toward her, faded jeans and white t-shirt, a crooked grin on his lips, all pretense of maturity was gone, and she was tottering to meet him, shaking her fists with excitement, unable to wipe the smile of disbelief from her face at how plush and expensive it all was.
"This is so incredible!"
Logan, equally bemused and amazed by it all, was about to hug her, then paused, and taking in her outfit, said,
"You look too fancy to hug."
She waved it away.
"Don't be silly."
Then taking in his newly cut, styled hair, said,
"You look too famous to hug."
But it wasn't just the looks. It was the confidence that radiated from him. She felt suddenly like he was a famous person and she was just another of his adoring fans. He laughed the comment away, and wrapping his arm around her waist, almost lifted her off the ground. When she smelled the washing powder his mum used, her apprehension vanished as he went from famous stranger to exactly the same Logan.
"The others are all in there,"
he said, pointing to a studio full of equipment. The next half an hour went by in a blur, all the brothers bantering and as boisterous as puppies. At one point, almost bowled over by an exuberant Ethan wanting to show her something, Bella felt Logan's steadying hand on the base of her spine. It was always there, the memory of that protective touch, flittering, comfortingly, reassuringly over her skin. It was Jack who dragged Ethan away in a brotherly stronghold.
"Get over here, we've got work to do."
Laughing as he wrestled him down onto the stool in front of the keyboard, he then looked up at Logan and said in a faux official voice,
"Time is money, dude,"
as if it was a phrase that they'd been told 1,000,000 times by a manager. Logan turned to Bella and said,
"Yeah, we'd better get back to work, sorry."
"Well, that's fine," she said, hiding her sudden disappointment. Realizing then how much she had missed them, Logan especially, friendly faces in a city of anonymous ones, I've got to get back too. But then Logan walked her back to the elevator, and when he hugged her, tighter and more genuine, she couldn't help herself from admitting, "I've really missed you all." And he had said against her neck, "Me too." Almost breathing her in with a sigh, "I'm exhausted. I didn't realize how much I'd missed normality until just now." In the look they shared, it was like they both suddenly saw languid days lying in the summer sun, hikes through the mountains, fishing, running, messing about. The freedom of youth, friendship, and anonymity. Then, suddenly, smiling quietly to himself, he'd taken her by the hand and marched her back to the studio where all his brothers waited, looking suddenly as tired and deflated as Logan. "Do you think we should just take the afternoon off?" Over an intercom, she heard someone, a record exec, shout, "Do you know how much this place costs?" Bella saw Jack shrug his shoulders with a glint in his eye in response, his eyes goading Logan to go ahead. The others watched wide-eyed. The air buzzed with hope. Bella knew full well that Logan was the only one of them with the authority to shut the afternoon down, to cancel the schedule and throw the whole machine into disarray. She squeezed his hand mischievously. He looked at her, boyishly handsome suddenly as his face split in a grin. Then he turned back to Jack and said, "I think we should have the afternoon off." Ethan whooped. The boys couldn't get out of there fast enough, the record exec hollering at them down the corridor as they all ran like school kids. They headed down to the basement garage, calling dibs on who was going where with who. Ethan wanted to see the Statue of Liberty. Jack wanted to go to a bar. Brody pulled open the door of a tinted window SUV and said, "I'm going to the beach." Noah made a face like the idea was crazy. "Which one?" Brody shrugged, slipped on his sunglasses and said, "The closest. I don't care." Logan, however, led Bella around to where a huge black motorcycle sat gleaming under the garage lights. "What is that?" she laughed, her hand running along the leather seat. "It's my new toy." He grinned, hair dishevelled where he'd raked a hand through it. "You coming to the beach, Logan?" Ethan called. Logan shook his head and said to Bella, "Want to see New York?" Brody shouted, "Bella, beach with us or bike with Logan?" "I meant to be going back to work," Bella said, looking guiltily out toward the exit. Jack shouted, "Come with us, Bella!" But Logan ignored them all, straddling the bike. He revved the engine, thrust a helmet at her, and, eyes sparkling, as if there were no choice at all, said, "Just get on the back, Bella." Unable ever to resist him when he looked at her like that, she hitched up her skirt to the most dignified length she could and jumped on the back while all the boys in the SUV booed. She could just hear Logan's deep, rumbling laugh as he kicked the bike into life. It was easy to forget the fun and naivety of those early days, before the band stopped taking breaks, before half an hour wasn't enough for their guards to drop, before they started to believe their own hype, before the cracks appeared and the money grew and grew while the dream turned sour, before the five of them were chewed up and spat out into the world, older, harder, and each to their own. Before Bella was sitting on a hard church pew, standing by a grave and watching as a coffin was lowered into the ground. Walking with Claudette back to her car, hoping to slip away without anyone noticing. But as they crossed the tarmac, a sleek black Porsche parked in front of them bleeped as it unlocked. Bella paused. She was pretty sure she knew whose car it was. She caught Claudette glance over warily as she stiffened. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Fine," Bella replied, turning around. As expected, there was Logan, dark gaze hooded, striding toward them, emotionless, steely-faced, Claudette squeezed Bella's hand.
You don't have to talk to him.
Yes, I do, she replied with a sigh, and squeezing her hand back, she let go and went to meet him midway. Logan stopped about a foot away from her, put his hands in his suit pockets, and, with his head turned toward the goings-on of the departing mourners, said, "I didn't think you'd come." Despite her better judgment, she felt herself bristle at the fact he wouldn't look at her, the dismissal in his tone. "I thought it would create more drama if I didn't." His head swung back.
There I was, thinking you'd come to pay your respects.
She held his gaze, refused to cower, but said nothing. He huffed a laugh, no humour on his face.
To be expected, I suppose.
It was her turn to look away in annoyance. "I'm leaving now, so—" He cut her off.
You're not coming to the wake?
Bella shook her head. No. He frowned, blue eyes narrowing in disdain.
I think it would seem strange if you didn't, he replied.
There was an edge to his voice nowadays, as if he was used to people doing exactly what he said. Bella really didn't want to go to the wake. She could feel her heart fluttering like a caged bird in her chest, but she didn't want him to sense her vulnerability. She'd barely come to terms with her own mistakes. She wouldn't have the truth of them crushed by the giant fist of Logan Carter. So, she lifted her chin a little and pushed her shoulders back. Self-protection made her say, "I really don't think it's necessary. The press have gotten the shot they want." His lip curled in disbelief.
I'm not talking about the press, Bella.
She had to look away. She knew exactly what he was talking about, but she couldn't face being pressured into going to the wake, couldn't take any more of the pretense. It was easier to act aloof. There was a beat of silence as he seemed to process his own incredulity, allow the rumours about her to align with the actuality. Then he sighed, as if it wasn't worth the effort.
Look, Bella, he was my brother. You may not have loved him, but I did, and my family did. I don't want anything to ruin this day for any of them.
She looked back when she heard the hint of a plea in his voice.
You owe him that at least.
She felt herself flinch. What she did and didn't owe Jack was a messy question. But what she found herself fighting was what she owed Logan. She couldn't overlook the fact that he really knew nothing about or had never accepted what Jack was really like. That he was mourning a beloved brother. And at this close distance, he looked tired, weary of it all. She imagined him propping up the rest of the family and felt a dangerous flicker of sympathy. Against her better judgments, she said, "Fine." Then immediately regretted it, when Logan gave a curt, satisfied nod. No trace of the previous emotion on his face. Just an understanding that, as always, he'd got what he wanted.
Chapter 5. The wake was held at the Silver H Polo Club. Like the Carter family ranch, the grounds sat under the shadow of Starlight Mountain, and the brothers had spent their youth playing Friday night lights games on the lush green pitch. At one point, Logan had been earmarked for Team USA potential, but that was all ancient history now. The club still held all the memories, however, racing around the warm-up track with Jack at his heels. Logan stared out the window for a moment, at the acres of grass and the gray mountains beyond. Heard in his mind the crack of the mallet, the thundering hooves, and the cheers of the crowd. There was nothing that beat the rush of a game of polo. Not a stage in front of 100,000 people, not money, not signing a deal, nothing. He tore his gaze from the window, found himself suddenly disoriented to be there, at his brother's wake. The whole drive over, he'd been distracted by his conversation with Bella. When he'd caught her trying to slip away from the funeral, the bland disregard he'd been determined to uphold had morphed into annoyance. Her cool, detached facade had grated more than he'd expected, fueling the anger he already felt about her for causing dividing lines between him and Jack. He couldn't help the frisson of superiority he'd felt when, pushed, she had agreed to come to the wake, to do what was right for a change, rather than what suited her. As soon as he felt it, however, he was ashamed of the pettiness. He was better than that, surely. He surveyed the crowd of mourners, aware that it was being back home that was throwing him off kilter. The last few days had drained him. Once again, having to face his dad's stony, judgmental silence, which had only grown over time and made even worse now by grief. He'd muttered something the previous day about Ethan's whereabouts. All that money and you still can't find him. Directing his hard gaze at Logan, seemingly holding him alone responsible for his youngest brother's absence. Logan had doubled his efforts to locate Ethan, but whatever channels he tried, he still couldn't get in touch with him. He was either buried deep in some blackout mission somewhere, or was just deliberately not replying. Trained to be invisible, Ethan had cut himself off from their world a long time ago. The worst was the heartbreaking sadness on his mom's face when she'd looked Logan straight in the eye the night before and said,
"Why does it take this tragedy to bring us together? What's happened to us?"
As if Logan might have the answers. Luckily, Brody had taken the role of host for all of Jack's celebrity friends. He still hung around in those circles. And the new pastor, Jacob, who his mom had reservations about because he was so young, was currently trying to coax his dad into conversation, which earned him a medal in Logan's eyes. So after working his way respectfully through familiar faces from Autumn Falls, people Logan recognized but shamefully couldn't remember the names of, who wanted to offer their condolences, he went over to stand with his mom, Willow, and Noah for a breather. Except to his dismay, their conversation happened to be about Bella.
"I'm just not sure what to say to her,"
said his mom, absently holding a glass of sparkling water and looking over at where Bella stood with her friend, Claudette. When he'd seen her at the church, Logan had been surprised by how different she looked. Of course, she was older than when he'd last seen her, but she looked somehow detached, impenetrable. Even her clothes, the sharply tailored coffee-colored suit and black shirt, were businesslike and impersonal. If the old Bella was still there, he couldn't see her. His mom went on.
"Every time I spoke to Jack about her, it would always be about new demands she was making or the fallout from some newspaper story. I just don't know what to think. How can I talk normally to her when I know how hurt he was?"
She glanced at Logan, her eyes wide with confusion.
"And the divorce proceedings were so bitter and seemed to go on for so long."
Logan felt his jaw clench to see her so bewildered. "I know," he said, putting his arm around her. "He said the same to me." The phone calls Logan did manage to have with Jack would always be about Bella, how her lawyers were fleecing him, how badly she'd used him, how, when stories of her being unfaithful broke in the press, it was like she was trampling on him again.
"He was heartbroken,"
Willow added. Noah made a face, not massively noticeable, just a twitch. "What?" Logan asked. "Nothing," Noah replied as if he hadn't done anything. Logan itched to know what his brother was thinking, but knew you could never push Noah to speak, not if you wanted an answer. When he watched Noah glance back in Bella's direction, he could sense an uncertainty in him about her, where Logan didn't want there to be one. He wanted this to be black and white. End it. Move on. So later, when Noah headed to the bar, Logan went with him. "Do you know half these people, Logan?" Noah asked, looking out at the crowded room. Logan stood beside him, hands resting on the glossy wooden bar top. Noah claimed to have half an inch of height over Logan, but Logan wasn't convinced. What he did have was a deep tan from long days on the ranch, and the kind of muscle strength that couldn't be got from the city gym. He shook his head. Barely. Noah huffed a laugh, turned to one of the bar staff, and asked for an OJ. No champagne? Logan raised a brow. The champagne was how he was planning to get through the afternoon. He'd pick his car up in the morning. We've got an auction tomorrow, a couple of hundred cattle. Some of us still have work to do later. Noah ran a finger around the restrictive collar of his shirt. He wasn't a suit guy. And someone decided the funeral had to be this Friday. Logan winced because it was him who had rushed it through. I wanted to get the press off our backs. At that, Noah glanced toward where Bella was sitting with her mom and stepdad, underneath an oil painting of a winning thoroughbred, seemingly waiting out the day with detached politeness. How's she doing? Logan narrowed his eyes. She's a master at this. I don't know, Logan, Noah replied, less certain. Well, she did love it once. And what do they say? You reap what you sow? He watched her tuck a loose strand of hair that had fallen from her neatly swept-back ponytail behind her ear. She's sewn enough to keep her busy for a while. Noah didn't reply, which made Logan play back what he'd just said into the silence, and realized to his annoyance that he sounded petty again. To counter the feeling, he added, What was that face you made earlier, about Jack and her? Noah shrugged, dark hair falling over his brow. He paused. He clearly had more to say, but chose not to, and turned back to slug half of his juice. What? Nothing. Just spit it out, Noah, Logan said, frustrated, unable to stop his eyes from going back to where Bella was, following her around the room when she stood up and headed toward his mom to presumably offer her condolences. Noah drained his OJ in a couple of gulps, put the glass down on the bar top, and said, I just don't buy the whole heartbroken thing. I mean, Jack, heartbroken. Really? Logan felt himself tense at the words, his eyes narrowing and his heart rate doubling as he watched Bella speaking to his mom. When Bella and Jack had first got together, the nation had gone wild for their whirlwind fairy tale romance. While Logan hadn't been thrilled about it, he knew there was nothing to warrant him being jealous. He was the first to admit that he and Bella had only ever been friends, and whatever undercurrents there might or might not have been, she was never his to lay claim to. Still, there had been a certain reluctance to answer whenever he saw Jack's name flash up on his phone screen, knowing that he'd be regaled with stories about where they were vacationing, what parties they'd been to, what house they were buying. But then when it was announced they had split up, Logan willingly listened for hours to Jack's acrimony. And while he did it because that was what he always did, he looked out for his brothers, he also knew that deep down it ignited a part of him that was glad the relationship had failed. He hated that about himself, so he'd always doubled down on the advice and the sympathy, talking Jack calmly through his tears and frustration. So he knew for a fact that the split had left Jack ragged. Logan had never seen Jack cry until that moment, and Jack had put up with some pretty tough love from their dad, but always came bouncing back with his infamously who-cares smirk. When Bella left, Jack just couldn't cope. He lost weight. He didn't sleep. He might not have been perfect, but in the last year, she'd wrecked him. And that, Logan couldn't forgive her for. Believe me, he said to Noah, more tersely than he intended. He was heartbroken. Noah didn't say anything for a moment, just turned his empty glass around where he leaned on the bar. They both watched as Bella shook his mom's hand with polite respect, then turned to merge back into the crowd. I like Bella, Noah said, pushing himself upright. I've always liked her, and I've never thought the picture Jack painted fit. Then he walked away, all cowboy swagger, back toward the rest of their family. Logan's blood pulsed at the words, his head suddenly a roaring mass of confusion. He looked again at Bella, and for a moment she came into focus differently. Her long hair seemed to be tied less neatly than he'd thought, her eyes more tired. And was her head bent to defeat or dismissal as John Luke said something? Was her mom's hand laid reassuringly on her shoulder? Like a clock going back, Logan could picture her when she was 16, sitting at the Carter family table for Sunday brunch. Everyone giving her egg order to his mom, Martha, as she stood at the stove.
How do you like yours, Bella? However they come,
Bella replied, as if a tailored order was an unbelievable luxury. She'd arrived in Autumn Falls that summer from England, after her mom had married John Luke. She'd gone on to add,
I'm not really a breakfast person. My mom's always worked shifts at the hospital, so she's not around for breakfast very often. And my dad, well, I'm not sure he knew where the kitchen was when they were together, and even less so now.
She said it flippantly, but Logan knew that the reason she'd come to the States was because her dad had refused her request to live with him full-time. There was always some reason or other as to why he couldn't have her with him. Logan had heard him on the phone, and it was always, next year, or after the summer, or when he'd settled into his new job, or things had calmed down with his new girlfriend. It was always the same promise. Soon, Bella, soon. She'd never admit the reason out loud, but Logan had garnered enough to know that her dad had the room but didn't want the responsibility. And Bella felt the rejection like a bullet through the heart. Martha came over with a plate stacked with pancakes and a bowl of scrambled eggs for those who'd requested them.
How are you getting on with John Luke?
She asked Bella. Bella shrugged.
He's okay, I guess.
Martha had nodded like she understood the complexity of having a stepdad, or just that she had heard stories in town about how reluctant Bella was to settle into her new family life.
I've known him since school. He's a good man.
Again, Bella had shrugged, noncommittal. Their relationship had always been fractious. John Luke trying, Bella rejecting. And yet now, here in the polo club, John Luke was standing by Bella's side like a bodyguard. Logan willed her to look over and meet his gaze so he could get a grasp of what was going on, see something to confirm the fact that he should just let her walk away and forget about her. But she didn't look up. If anything, she looked further down, heading, he realized, with her entourage to the exit. Before he could do anything, not that he knew what that would be, talk to her, perhaps, question her, his own father blocked his view. Emmett had come to the bar to refresh his water. Logan found himself immediately standing up straighter, like an army officer had him under inspection. A stern-faced man at the best of times, wearing a suit, Emmett was doubly forbidding. Caught off guard by thoughts of Bella, Logan found himself saying, "Everything all right, Dad?" Emmett, never one for platitudes or figures of speech, raised a dark, graying eyebrow. "What do you think, Logan?" Logan tried to subtly ground himself, took a slug of his own drink, and said, "Yeah, of course. Stupid question." Emmett grimly surveyed the mass of people and muttered, "It's a circus." Then he shook his head, picked up his water, and added, almost as an afterthought, like the words wouldn't act as an irrevocable punch to Logan's gut, "Could have predicted this from the moment you left for that audition." Chapter 6. Logan spent the weekend with his family. He had his own house north of Main Street, but stayed in his old bedroom on the ranch. His dad and Noah left for the auction at the crack of dawn, and Logan made sure he was up with them. Asked Dad if there was anything that needed doing while he was gone. His dad locked him with a hard, blank stare and said, "You've forgotten how the place runs?" Of course Logan hadn't forgotten. It was etched in his brain. He'd spent the first 18 years of his life following his dad's orders. He'd asked in case there was something specific, and they both knew that. Logan looked into his dad's gray eyes and would have held that stare for as long as it took, but knew he had to be the first to look away. It was Noah striding back through the kitchen on the pretense of forgetting something who said under his breath, "Fence line on the north pasture needs fixin'." When they'd gone, Martha poured him a cup of coffee, her face pale and tired, and said,
"You know what he's like, Logan. It's his way of coping."
"Really?" Logan thought. "We're still saying that?" But he nodded. "I know." He smiled at his mom, who, usually so confidently assured, was looking unbearably vulnerable. It was a reminder of when she'd been ill, all the vibrant energy dimmed inside her, her lips wobbling on the verge of tears as she smiled back. This wasn't the time to say that it would be nice if just once the old man dialed back the guilt for them all having left. It didn't take Logan long to fix the fence. He filled the rest of the morning with yard work. Kept himself close to the horses. Star, a chestnut mare belonging to his sister, poked her head over the barn door when he went past, and one look in her big brown eyes made him want to pull his head on her neck and disappear forever in the smell and warmth of her. Brody sauntered outside at one point. Leaning against the barn door where Logan was mucking out, he said, "What are you doing?" with a bemused frown on his face when he took in Logan's sweat-stained t-shirt. "This is what Dad hires people for." Logan paused, wiped his brow. Why was he doing it? Because he'd rather shovel muck than sit engulfed in the guilt and sadness of the house, unable to breathe. "You here to help?" "No way." Brody grimaced. "I'm thinking about going fishing up by the lake where Jack liked. You want to come?" Logan would love to go fishing, sit and think about his brother, remember the times as kids when they'd camp out by the lake all night, cooking fish they'd caught over the fire, but he shook his head. No, not today. There was something about his dad coming home, asking what they'd done all day, and him saying fishing, or even that he'd caught up with office work, that he couldn't allow to happen. With everything else going on, he could feel it brewing inside him. The danger that he'd rear up and retaliate in the face of the look his dad would give him, like they were all disappointingly soft city boys who didn't know what hard work was. Brody, in contrast, didn't have such qualms, and shaking his head as if Logan was a fool, said, "Dad won't care that you've done this. You know that?" Not wanting his intentions to have been so transparent, especially not to his younger brother, Logan reached for his water bottle and said, "I don't care what he thinks." Brody snorted. "Yeah, right," and left before Logan, who had taken a mouthful of lukewarm water, could reply. He worked till his body ached, stopping only when he heard his dad and Noah return. Noah's dad, a black and white border collie named Rocky, barking excitedly to be back, and Logan realized he was starving. They ate in near silence. Logan, Brody, Noah, Willow, and their parents, all sitting around the giant wooden table that used to be a hive of life when they were younger. Now they were all near strangers, and their brother was gone, and none of them knew what to do or say. "How was the auction?" Logan asked, because the silence was too smothering. "Like any other auction?" His dad didn't look up. Brody caught Logan's eye and raised his eyebrows like, "I told you so." Noah said, "It was busy," trying to smooth things over. Over the other side of the table, Willow put her fork down and, clearly trying to make conversation, said,
"How long are you staying, Logan?"
Logan glanced at his plate. "I have to leave tomorrow." He was desperate to get away. One of his deals was imploding, and it was a good excuse, even if just to himself, that he was needed back in the office.
So soon?
His mom took a shaky breath at the fact, but she didn't ask him to stay longer. None of them asked anything of each other anymore. They fell into silence again, the only noise the scraping of cutlery on plates and the dog, Rocky, snoring softly in the corner. Then, suddenly, Emmett balled up his napkin and chucked it down on the table, pushed his chair back and stood up. "I've got work to do," Martha said.
But we're all together.
Emmett cast his eye disparagingly around the table and muttered, "No, we're not."
Chapter 7. Most of the press photographers left after the funeral. They had the pictures they wanted. But still, Bella wore a baseball cap pulled low, sunglasses, and the plainest clothes she had. A black t-shirt and a button-up denim skirt when she walked out of the house that evening. Her mum said it was a bad idea, but she needed some fresh air. Couldn't stay cooped up at the orchard any longer, and she promised she'd stick to the back streets. But then, when she got near Main Street, there was something about the light and the snatches of view of the shops, the tantalizing familiarity of it, that lured her closer. She stepped out onto the wide, bright sidewalk and felt an immediate calm at the well-known sights. The cut-out guitar hanging from the awning of the music box, the buckets of flowers spilling out the front of the florist, Joe's Diner with its arched windows, and the old chrome theatre sign. It made her lean against the brick wall and remember the shock she'd first felt when her mother fell in love with an American and they suddenly picked up and moved from London to Autumn Falls. Just the memory of being 16 and arriving in the small town, surrounded by fields and mountains and a million cattle and roads that stretched on to infinity, put the first smile on her face since arriving back. She started walking, pausing to glance in the music box where she had persuaded the owner, an old music roadie called Dusty, to take her on when he was hiring, because while she had no passion for music, she was desperate for money and flat out refused to pick apples at the orchard. In retrospect, she should have realised that, given her complete lack of musical credentials, she only got the job because John Luke pulled some strings. It made her shudder now at the memory of what a brat she was back then, fuming still from her parents' hideous, bitter divorce and the subsequent rejection by her dad. She was terrible at the job, hopeless at remembering the specifications of various instruments. But then one day, in walked Logan and Jack Carter. She could see it so vividly. They came in to pick up a restrung guitar, all cocky swagger and lazy smiles when they saw her behind the counter. Jack, the more conventionally good-looking of the two, blonde, chiselled, cute dimples, leaned up against the register, smiling eyes assessing, while Logan said, "You new around here?" And she replied with her sharp British accent, "What gave it away?" Jack barked a laugh, while Logan's cheeks pinked ever so slightly, and Bella decided to take pity on him. "Yeah, I'm new. Arrived last week." Jack leaned further forward, braced against the glass counter, all cocksure and self-assured, and said, "You need someone to show you around?" Bella raised a brow. "I don't think there's that much to see." It was Logan's turn to laugh, hands in the back pockets of his jeans, thick black lashes hooding his eyes. "There's a few hidden gems," he said, detached but interested enough to add with a crooked half-smile, "You just need to know where to look." Walking down Main Street now, Bella felt the tug of sadness that she and Logan were nothing but strangers now. He wouldn't laugh at anything she said anymore. He used to laugh all the time. Even at jokes he knew were defense mechanisms, but he let her have them anyway. Like when she told him she was going to New York as soon as she could, and he said, "I envy you."
knowing what you want. And she said, "Yeah, you envy me having a dad who doesn't want me, and a mum with a new boyfriend who lives in a house where everything smells of apples." He'd laughed, rather than offering platitudes she wouldn't believe, and said, "I like the smell of apples." Bella kept walking. She thought about the funeral, seeing Logan talking to his dad. She'd recognized the stiff formality, the capitulation in his body language and expression. She could almost see the way his brain scrambled for something to say, or rather, the right thing to say, while Emmett stood stony and unapproachable, waiting for whatever he'd ordered at the bar. The whole exchange looked so uncomfortably familiar that she almost felt sorry for Logan that things had changed so little over time. She passed the diner, and when she did, the owner, Loriana, turned her back as Bella approached. Was it deliberate, or by chance? She felt her muscles tense at the likely possibility of being branded the outcast. Could she hear whispers? Were people avoiding her? Up ahead, Starlight Mountain loomed ominously on the horizon, black shadows of the clouds gliding over its surface. Outside the deli, someone had left a newspaper on the table. When she passed, an image of Jack stared up at her in black and white. Tousled hair, satisfied half-smile, his eyes following her knowingly as she hurried past. Someone bashed her shoulder. She glanced back, but they didn't turn. The cars seemed louder. Her jaw clenched. Her heart was beating too fast. Then, suddenly, she heard her name. "Bella! Bella, over here!" She looked up on instinct and was blinded by a flash. She stepped back, disorientated. The photographer, who had just walked out of the grocery store and clearly couldn't believe his luck, kept clicking, a barrage of lights in her face. She was out of practice, wincing, trying to shield her eyes from the brightness. People in the street had stopped to look. Someone had their phone out taking a picture. Panic started fizzing in the corners of her vision. Her breaths shallowed. Then, suddenly, a black Porsche screeched to a halt, and she heard Logan's voice say, "Get in."
Chapter 8. Logan didn't want Bella in his car. Didn't want her perfume infusing the interior. Didn't want to notice the length of her legs as she angled them away from him, her bare arms as she crossed them protectively around herself. He was still simmering from his dad storming out of the kitchen and leaving an emotional mess behind him. His mom welling up, Willow crying into her napkin, Noah going silently to stand at the window while Brody sat at the table, his elbow resting on the wood, his forehead in his hand. Logan had pieced it all back together. He'd stopped Brody from leaving that evening, persuaded him to let things cool down, stay the night, have breakfast, and they could leave together. He'd sat with his arm around Willow and tried to focus on practical things. It transpired that his mom had been worrying because she wanted to go to Jack's house in L.A., but his dad refused to fly. So Logan agreed to go with her, even though she tried to tell him he didn't have the time, which he didn't, and in the end, Willow said she'd go, to his hidden relief. He'd gone for a drive to get some space. He didn't have the brain capacity for Bella, let alone the annoyance he'd felt seeing her so vulnerable in the street. As the car purred away from Main Street, she looked fixedly ahead, trying to catch her breath. He said, "It's okay. You can relax." She pulled her sunglasses off and shot him a sidelong look.
"No, I can't."
Their eyes met for a second. Mistrust and disdain prickled between them, yet infuriatingly it fueled something more in him that he didn't want to acknowledge. He turned back to the road. She stared resolutely out the window.
"They're everywhere."
"Well, what do you expect?"
"I don't know. I don't care. I just don't want them in my life again."
She took her cap off and ran her fingers through her hair. He noticed her hand was shaking. He refused to feel sympathy for her. After today, he would never have to see her again. That would be it. Line drawn. Except part of him wanted her to suffer, wanted her to feel the hurt that Jack had felt, acknowledge that she'd played her part in it all. He wanted her to at least admit her regret. Or was he fooling himself? Was it really all about him? Did he just want to reach over and let his fingers tangle through her hair? See if she still smelled like she used to, of soft, warm sunshine. His hands clenched on the wheel. Stop, Logan. To see if her skin, with its light summer tan, felt as smooth. His teeth clenched. He craved a glance. She said,
"Where were you heading?"
"Nowhere," he replied, looking determinedly straight ahead. "I had to get away from my dad."
"Like old times,"
she said wryly. He laughed, then regretted it, annoyed that he'd relaxed his guard. They drove on in silence. For Logan, 1,000 things he wanted to say shot noiselessly between them. He wanted to rip open what felt like a shield around her and see through to who she really was. Without looking his way, Bella said,
"Could you drop me at the orchard, please?"
"Yes." It was like they'd never met, like nothing had ever happened. His fingers tapped the steering wheel. He felt frustration rise in his chest. As they passed under the streetlights, he could see their reflections in the windshield. Bella and him, reappearing and disappearing as the light changed. He wanted answers about what had happened between her and Jack, how it had gone so wrong, what she'd been playing at. He wanted to put everything behind him. He wanted to know how she'd been so rigidly detached the entire day. So he found himself saying, because he couldn't seem to help himself, "Do you not feel anything about what's happened?" She flinched, clearly taken aback by the comment.
"Of course I feel things,"
she replied curtly, glancing only momentarily his way, then back to the window. It wasn't enough. Logan felt his blood throbbing in his temple. "It certainly doesn't seem like it." She just shook her head, not deigning to answer. The space in the car felt smaller, closer, inescapable. He was determined to break that facade. "Did you ever actually love him?" A sharp intake of breath, but again no reply. Logan sighed, as if dealing with a petulant child. "Look, I don't know what went on between the two of you." She cut him off straight away.
"No, Logan, you don't."
Which annoyed him even more, so he carried on as if she hadn't spoken. "But I know that he was devastated when you left." Her jaw tightened as if deliberately holding back a retort. He knew he should stop. "And then, all the stalling with the divorce? What was that all about? I don't know why you didn't just take the money and run. Surely he'd suffered enough, hadn't he?" He shook his head, emphasizing his disapproval. She glanced back, eyes narrowed, and said with a slowly dawning clarity,
"Are you trying to blame me somehow for his death?"
Logan made a face, as if she was misinterpreting what he was saying, even though it was exactly what he was implying. "No, I'm just saying he was in a really bad place when you left, and I can't help thinking that he never recovered from it." She inclined her head, perfectly arched eyebrows drawing together, but again she said nothing. For the rest of the journey, he felt her simmering in fury next to him. The anger radiating off her prickled through him in pure satisfaction. It felt good to see her riled, less like a statue. He wanted his brother's death to mean something, to be felt by her as Logan felt it, with all the guilt and confusion included. Seeing her hands clenched in her lap made him have to hold in a smile of petty triumph as he drove along the wide-open road to the orchard, bristling silence humming between them all the way to the front gates. She'd unclipped her seatbelt and had the car door open the moment he pulled to a stop, stepping out without a backward glance. "Well, it was great to see ya," he called as she slammed the door, feeling a rush at the haughty lift of her chin. He watched her walk away. He was about to throw the car into reverse when he saw her pause, then turn back. He cocked his head, intrigued, as she came closer, her face set with determination as she yanked open the Porsche door.
"I filed for divorce a year ago. It was him who wouldn't sign. And if you think I was holding out for the money, then you're wrong, because there wasn't any."
Logan scoffed. Of course there was money. He was... But the look on her face made him stop. Was it pity? Was she pitying him?
"He spent everything. Jack was in debt up to his eyes."
Logan could feel his own bewilderment on his face and tried to school his features enough to pull together a response. But before he could, she said coolly,
"I suggest you get your facts straight before you start throwing out accusations, Logan,"
and slammed the car door. He sat in stunned silence, watching her figure retreat up the path to the red front door of the orchard, his heart thundering in his ears. Was it a joke? How could there be no money? He kept seeing her eyes, felt the sting of that pity deep in his stomach. When the front door closed behind her, Logan leaned his head on the steering wheel, eyes closed. When he took a breath, he realized he could still smell her perfume in the car and knew he'd already been back in Autumn Falls too long.
Chapter 9. Bella's mum, Heather, was waiting for her when she came in, eyes filled with worry, her hand clutching her phone as if the whole town had been calling to let her know what had happened on Main Street. "Are you okay?" she asked, standing up and coming over as Bella walked into the living room. The house felt like a sanctuary, so different to when she'd been a kid and seen it only as the consolation prize, a stopgap until her dad would welcome her back. She'd been so blindsided by his empty promises. The mid-century modern furniture that Bella had once thought ugly, the sweet apple smell that she'd complained pervaded everything, the crocheted blankets she'd thought old-fashioned, all of it now felt like the warm hug of safety. "Not really," Bella said, her voice trembling as she spoke. Her mum immediately wrapped her arms tight around her, pulling her close into a hug and softly stroking her hair as she cried. "It'll be all right, Bella." Bella nodded into her mum's shoulder, buried her face in the fabric of her sweater. Felt like a teenager, not a grown woman. Her legs shaky, her breath in gasps. "It's okay," her mum soothed. "It's over. You're free of it now." But even as Bella pulled away, wiping her eyes with a Kleenex from the box on the coffee table and nodding in agreement, she remembered the look of furious confusion in Logan's eyes as she'd slammed the door of his Porsche, and knew she wasn't free.
Chapter 10. The extent of his brother's debts soon became apparent. Logan dealt with the immediate issues and paid Jack's staff all outstanding wages, but there was money owed every which way he looked, from hotel rooms and casinos to taxes and legal fees. What puzzled him was that he'd invested for all of them in Carter Media when Silver Skies split. There was money there if Jack had wanted it. He just had to ask. Logan, however, couldn't shake the memory of Bella's expression as she leaned into the Porsche. It haunted him, appearing when he was in meetings, lying in bed at night, staring absently at his computer screen. All he could see was her mocking pity, and it simmered in his veins. So when Willow phoned to say Jack's house was almost bare and they hadn't stayed long, their mom was too upset by how impersonal it was, like a hotel. Logan realized he had to go and see it himself, lay some ghosts to rest. Jack's house was up in the Hollywood Hills. Logan drove the winding roads in a hired black Mercedes. He was unfamiliar with the route because they always met at the private members club that Jack had a stake in with a couple of other actors. And when he arrived, he had to double-check the address, shocked by the huge new concrete walls towering impenetrably around the house like a prison. He keyed in the code and the gates drew slowly back. The big white mansion waiting, starkly imposing as he pulled up. He could feel Bella's eyes, watching and waiting. His skin prickled as he walked inside. "Get yourself together, Logan. It's only a house." Inside it was exactly as Willow said, stark and impersonal. There were spaces on the walls where art, he vaguely remembered large, expensive canvases, had once hung. His gaze swept over the shelves bare of anything except the odd vase or sculpture. A photograph of Jack laughing and joking with a bunch of celebrity friends. Logan found himself smiling, the bright enthusiasm on his brother's face infectious. It made him proud and sad and sorry that all that life and energy had gone. He backed into the hallway, then taking the stairs two at a time, he went in search of more of his brother. But the second floor was the same as the first. Nothing, just impersonal cream rooms with neatly made beds and glistening bathrooms. The only way he could tell the master suite was Jack's room were the clothes hanging in the walk-in closet. But as he slid open the closet doors, he had to pause. It wasn't just Jack's clothes hanging in there. Bella's were there too. He recognized sweaters she'd owned and dresses. His hand ran down the cool silk fabric of one on its hanger. Then he scrunched it tightly as he felt the unsettling confusion of why any of her belongings would still be there. He went over to stand by the window, hands braced on the sill, staring out at the once manicured, now overgrown lawn. The flower beds left to wilt and the green-tinged pool, feeling irritatedly in the dark and out of control, feelings he was not good with. As he looked out at the sad, unloved view, his eye caught on the pool house, a white building at the far end of the garden with a slate roof and Venetian columns. He couldn't see much from where he stood at the window, but what he could see looked like stuff, like belongings. Logan stalked through the house, out through the garden, no tentative fear this time as he pulled open the pool house door. The smell hit him first, the rotten sweetness of stale alcohol and cigarettes, but what he saw wasn't much better. The sleek gray corner sofa was now doubling as a bed with rumpled sheets and a pillow. The coffee table was littered with debris, dirty plates, a smattering of white powder, a half-drunk bottle of vodka. The TV screen had shattered, like someone had taken a swing at it. In the bathroom, Logan yanked open the little cupboard and found rows of prescription bottles. Before he could take it all in, he had the bin in his hands and swiped everything in, every trace of Jack's lifestyle. He couldn't bear the idea of his mom ever seeing it, and it was only when it was done and bagged up that he paused, wiping his forehead as he realized he'd started to sweat, feeling himself getting angrier with Bella. She had known about this. But there was no time to pause, because then Logan's attention was caught by a picture on a shelf by the window, crowded in among various awards and trophies. A prized Golden Globe, but never, to Jack's chagrin, an Oscar. He jokingly blamed his past in the band for people not taking him seriously enough. Swallowing down a sudden nervous trepidation, Logan walked over to the framed photograph and picked it up. The color had faded because of the direct sunlight, but Bella and Jack's smiling faces were still crystal clear. He stared at it for a moment. Then, resting the frame on his knee, he clicked the silver clips off the back and flicked out the layers until he was holding the glossy print. Almost unable to believe what he was doing, breath tight in his chest, he unfolded it and smoothed it out. Now there were the three of them, standing side by side. Jack, Bella, Logan, smiling at the camera on a hot summer polo day. His brother had folded him back. Just looking at the picture, Logan could remember the heat, the sweat trickling down his back, the smell of the freshly cut grass, the unadulterated joy of a rare tour break back in Autumn Falls. He remembered lying on his back with his hands clasped behind his head, sunglasses on, staring up at the sky, his brothers all thankfully there with him, so he could relax. Brody was soaking up the sun, glass in one hand, the other casually stroking the grass beneath him. Ethan, whom Logan had had to track down in some grimy club the night before where the press were having a field day, was quietly snoring as he slept off a hangover. A couple of bruises on his face from a fight that he couldn't remember, but which a British tabloid had the exclusive on from the opponent, and Logan was in the process of negotiating an interview in exchange for them burying the story. Noah was somewhere else with his girlfriend, Livy. Jack had his legs stretched out in front of him, propped up on his elbows, saying, "This is the life. Can you—" But then he'd paused, his attention diverted elsewhere. Logan remembered sitting up to see Bella walking toward them.
"Hey, guys,"
she smiled, looking all chic and vogue, but flopping down on the rug just like the same old her. Logan had invited her, but wasn't sure if she'd come. It was only when he saw her that he realized how much he wanted her to be there. She was more than a breath of fresh air. She was a touchstone to real life. At that point, it was a couple of years since the early exotic days of fame, and the sheen was definitely wearing off. They had been at loggerheads with their management. There were issues over creative control, royalties, management style, everything. Jack could barely be in the same room as Dexter, their manager. Noah was homesick and constantly on the phone to his girlfriend. Ethan spent half the time with his nose pressed up to the window of the hotel, jittery and restless, like a caged animal. Then he'd sneak out at night without telling anyone, looking for whatever fun or trouble he could find. Even Brody, permanently buoyant, had taken to zoning out on the PlayStation any chance he got. So they'd made the decision, wise or not, to sack their management. Instead, Logan would manage them himself. When everyone had said hello, and Jack had jumped up to pour her a glass of champagne, Bella looked around at them all and said,
"So, you said we were celebrating?"
"Yes, we are." Jack slapped Logan jokingly on the back. "This guy's the new big boss." Bella snorted a laugh at the idea, and the corners of Ethan's lips tilted up as he snoozed. Logan made an exasperated face. "We're managing ourselves. I'm just the front man." Jack winked. "Sure thing." Bella shook her head at Jack winding him up and said,
"Well, I think it's brilliant. To a new era for Silver Sky."
Brody whooped and raised his glass. "Yeah, to us!" From where he was lying on the ground, Ethan opened one eye and raised his empty hand to join the toast. Logan smiled along with them, but was secretly terrified by the task he'd taken on. Terrified about exactly what Jack had just implied, that he was the boss, that now it was his job alone to keep them in check. Bella gave him a nudge.
"You okay?"
He frowned as if, of course. "Fine, yeah, can't wait. It's a great move for us." Bella raised a brow like she could see straight through him to the daunted little boy playing businessman underneath. As the others chatted and laughed, she leaned over and said quietly in his ear,
"You'll smash it, Logan. You always do."
He cocked his head, trying to stay impassive, but felt a tremor of relief inside at her belief in him. Bella lay back on her elbows, glossy brown hair hanging loose, looking endearingly between them all.
"We should do a shoot together,"
she said, sitting back up as she warmed to the idea.
"Something to mark the change. What do you think?"
Jack said, "Definitely." Bella grinned.
"I can talk to my editor."
She looked around at the club.
We could do it here with like a preppy polo vibe.
She clapped her hands.
What do you think?
The others were nodding in agreement, but Logan remembered noticing that she was directing the question at him. It was the first real moment that he'd felt in charge, and perhaps to his shame in retrospect, he'd liked it. "Yeah, sounds like a great idea," he said, and watched her eyes glimmer with excitement. Someone whistled in the background, and they all looked around. "Oh no, we're on in a minute and I've got to get changed." Jack shot up from the rug, grabbing his gym bag on the ground next to him. "You coming, Logan?" Logan nodded.
I didn't know you were playing.
Bella watched Jack go. "It's just a practice match," Logan replied, starting to stand up. "We're both pretty rusty." He tried to sound casual, but he'd been dreaming of playing this game since it was mentioned. It was a special type of agony watching all the guys here at peak fitness, peak skill. Growing up, Logan had worked the ranch, then trained every spare moment he got. He knew his ponies better than he knew himself, knew exactly the second they tired, knew which one exploded with speed, which one could turn on a dime. But that was another life, he thought, looking around at his brothers lounging around with champagne, Bella typing an excited email about the Vogue shoot, his parents over by the stands chatting with friends, relations with his dad having broken down further since, having refused any of the money the boys made, he discovered Logan had been incrementally paying off the ownership loan for the ranch. Logan had tried not to think of what could have been. There was no point. The juggernaut they were on was unstoppable. He couldn't get off even if he wanted to. As if to prove the fact, his phone rang as he was going to get changed. It was the record company with the first of a million things that he had to do in his new role. Phone pressed against his ear, Logan went to stand in the shade, trying to firefight as best he could. When Jack came back, ready to play, he frowned when he saw him still in his jeans and said, "You're supposed to be getting ready for the game." Logan shook his head, pointing to the phone. Jack rolled his eyes, then shrugged and shouted, "Brody, you're going to have to play instead of Logan." Which made Brody grimace and Bella look over with concern to where Logan wished he could wrap up the call. But problems and logistics kept coming. He gestured that he'd be 5 minutes, but then he heard Jack say, "Hey, Bella, do you want to come and meet my horse?" And she stood up and wandered off with him as Brody jogged to get changed. And watching them go, glued to the phone, Logan remembered thinking even then that his other life was disappearing faster than he could keep track. Sitting now on the arm of the gray sofa in Jack's pool house, Logan stared down at the picture of the three of them, the sharp fold lines separating him from the other two. He remembered it being taken, a casual shot by Brody after the game, Jack the triumphant winner dressed in their club uniform, Bella between them. Logan in his jeans and shirt, trying his hardest to smile because he couldn't shake the feeling that he had missed out that day, and there was a creeping suspicion that it was only the beginning. While all the brothers grew up playing polo, they'd all first sat on a horse at about 3 years old. It was Jack who was Logan's main competition, the one he could always see just over his shoulder. Only a year younger than him, Jack was gifted with the same natural sporting talent, and he pushed and pushed to overtake. Logan could hear the breath of Jack's horse when they took the circuit, always striving to outdo him, but never quite getting there. In Logan's mind, he was useful for Jack. He pushed him to be better. What made a person work harder than having someone to beat? Not that Logan would ever let Jack beat him. Logan put the photograph in his pocket, trying to ignore his heart pounding in his ears, and walked around the rest of the pool house. On the desk, he wasn't surprised to see stacks of bills. There were probably divorce papers in there as well. He bent down and picked up clothes from the floor, folding a t-shirt and placing it over the back of a chair just to try and get some sort of order from the chaos. Jack's old teddy bear sat on the shelf by the window. He picked it up to take it back for his mom. Then, sitting in an ashtray next to the bear, to his horror, he saw a signet ring. He picked it up, refusing to believe it was the same one that Logan had been gifted by their dad, passed down through the generations and lost, much to Emmett Carter's disgust, when the band were on tour in Europe. But just holding the ring in his hand, he knew without having to study the familiar engraving and the dented metal of the band that it was the same one. Staring at the ring, Logan struggled to get air in his lungs. He didn't want to think about why Jack had it, when he'd taken it from him, why he'd taken it. He remembered both the pride and loathing he'd felt when it had been given to him by his father. He remembered Jack being in the room at the time, the almost imperceptible look of conspiratorial sympathy he'd given him to undercut the significance of the tradition simply because they were 18-year-old boys who wanted to get out and see the world, not be chained to the ranch all their lives. But had all that been a lie? Had Jack, so often overlooked by their dad, the cool, self-possessed one who glared back with a smirk on his face when he got a verbal lashing, been the one to want to feel the pride, want the privilege of being able to loathe the birthright? Logan could barely even look at the ring now. He closed his eyes for a second and slipped it in his pocket along with the photo. He thought of the moment a few years later when Jack had explained how Bella had interviewed him for his new film and they got chatting, and one thing had led to another. Logan had watched him trying to suppress his enthusiasm. Eyes downcast for a moment, Jack had looked up at him, almost pleadingly earnest, and said, "All that matters is that you're okay with it, Logan." He had then reached over and gripped Logan's forearm. "I promise I wouldn't do anything to hurt you ever. If you don't want it to happen, just say the word." Maybe he'd meant it. Or maybe he was just a really good actor. Logan had to get out of the suffocating airlessness of the pool house. He didn't want to have seen these things. He didn't want his brother to have slyly, insidiously taken the things that meant the most to Logan simply to prove that he could. Holding the teddy bear in one hand, with the ring and the photograph in his pocket, he picked up the bin bag and strode out of the pool house back through the garden and the main house. He couldn't get out of the front door and into the car fast enough, his hand trembling as he gripped the wheel, his foot almost revving on the accelerator as the front gate slid open with painful slowness. He was so desperate to leave that he didn't think about photographers, how precious an image might be of the older Carter brother leaving the late younger one's house. So when the cameras flashed, Logan was caught off guard, face raw and exposed. Exactly the photo they'd been hoping for.
Chapter 11. Bella stayed in Autumn Falls for longer than she'd anticipated after the funeral, reluctant to tear herself away from the protective bubble of home, especially this time of year, waking up to birdsong and the hum of bees and the warm air scented with apple blossom. Exhaustion had settled over her, and she seemed asleep most of her free time, trying not to think of anything or anyone. But sometimes the memories got the better of her. When that happened, she took herself down to the Autumn Falls Theatre, where Claudette worked. To start with, Claudette welcomed her in. "Look at you, hotshot New Yorker, wanting to help out in my lowly Autumn Falls Theatre." Bella had laughed, and Claudette seemed pleased to see it. Less so when Bella looked around in surprise at the jam-packed room with space for barely more than a big work table and a couple of mannequins and said, "Is this it?" "Yes," Claudette replied defensively. "We can't all have a room of seamstresses at our fingertips. It's back to basics, Bella. Get sewing." Claudette had an intern, Alice, who was 18 and giggled nervously every time Claudette spoke. Bella and Claudette had gone from Autumn Falls to art school together in New York. Claudette had shared in all the giggling fun at Silver Sky concerts, the backstage passes, the celebrity spotting, the carefree dancing in VIP lounges at festivals. She knew her history. Bella had left Vogue when she'd married Jack, but when they'd split and she was back in New York and in desperate need of a job, it was Claudette who had suggested she apply for the assistant position in the costume department of a theatre in Soho that she'd heard about, encouraged her to believe that she could get back out there. Bella had been shaking like a leaf at the interview, but immediately clicked with her soon-to-be boss and had been working there for the last year, loving the reclaimed feeling of purpose. Those extra days spent in Autumn Falls were the first vacation time she'd taken. But as the days went by, and Bella was still in Autumn Falls, helping pin and sew, Claudette said, "You need to go back to your life. You're hiding." "I'm having a break," Bella defended. Claudette eyed her mistrustfully. "Looks like hiding to me." Then picking up her bag, said, "I'm going to get coffee." Bella sat at the desk, convincing herself that she was taking a well-deserved break, that her heart didn't thunder every time she walked out in the open. She wasn't glancing over her shoulder, that she didn't panic every time she thought of her empty New York apartment and the irrational fear of bumping into Logan. She told herself she wasn't spending most of the day killing time, waiting till she could curl back up in bed. Her phone buzzed, echoing around the empty room and making her jump. It was a message from Claudette. "This doesn't look good." Underneath, she had forwarded a photograph from a gossip website. Bella tensed as she opened it, expecting to see an awful snap of herself or some new salacious story. What she didn't expect to see was Logan. Her hand went to her mouth. The shot was taken through a windshield. She'd never seen him look like that. His hair scruffily pushed back, his hand raised, mouth grimacing, eyes blazing in shocked fury. She zoomed in to study every detail, tried to steady the nervous thrum of her heart. She knew exactly where he was. She'd recognize those concrete walls anywhere. She noticed her hand tremble as she skim-read the article. Found at his brother's house, caught in the midst of grief. A chill ran through her. That wasn't grief. Logan wouldn't let anyone see his grief. That was confusion. Anger. It was vulnerability. And he wouldn't be happy about it. It was only the next evening, when there was a long, impatient ring on the orchard buzzer, that she realized she should have been waiting for him to come and find her. Of course, he knew where she was staying. Instead, she was half asleep on the sofa. She jumped up, rubbing sleep from her face and retying her hair. She was almost certain it was Logan, but the sight of the Porsche out the window confirmed the fact. She stopped and stood for a moment, gathering herself. Her mum was working a night shift. John Luke was at the music box where his band practiced. She wondered if Logan knew she was alone as well. She drank some water. The buzzer buzzed again. She pulled a long cardigan over her t-shirt and shorts and went out into the hallway to answer the door. Logan waited on the step with his back to her, and she felt herself tense at the size of him, the broadness of his back, the height. He wore dark pants and a shirt, like he could head into the office if he needed to. She recognized the way his hair just brushed the collar at the back, and when he turned around, she recognized the hardness in his eyes from the website picture. "What are you doing here?" She stood slightly behind the door, shielding herself. He was glancing down at his phone. Why waste a second when you could be working? But spoke as he raised his head to look her in the eye. "Hello to you too." She seemed to have a heightened awareness of his every move. The way he slipped his phone in his pocket, the glance over his shoulder to check they weren't being watched. "It's late, Logan. I don't want to do this now." She stepped back further. He was too imposing. She wanted this conversation to be somewhere neutral, emotionless, not when she was in the safe cocoon of the orchard house wearing an old t-shirt, gym shorts and a cardigan and about to go to bed. A truck cruised down the road, lights illuminating the dusk. Logan glanced around at the sound, then turning back said, "Can I come in?" "No, I don't want you here." She stood with her shoulder firmly against the door. "We can meet another time." He raised a brow as if no one had ever said no to him. "Just let me in. Don't tell me what to do, Logan." He inhaled a frustrated breath through his nose. "I don't need any more photographs being taken of me." She looked behind him at the road. They were too visible standing there. "Oh, for goodness sake." She covered her face with her hands for a second, then pushed her hair back from her face. "Fine, come in." As he stepped into the hall, the bare floorboards creaking, she knew it was a bad idea. She closed the door and went to stand between him and the hallway, leaning against the stair post, allowing him no further inside the house than the entryway. Neither of them spoke for a moment. The silence put her further on edge. "I went to the house," he said in the end, hands in his pockets, his expression calm and controlled, where she felt off-kilter and on the back foot. She nodded. "So I saw." "Why didn't you warn us how bad he was? With the pills and—" He shook his head. "Everything else." She'd wondered how he'd start. "It wasn't my responsibility, Logan, to tell you about your brother." "That's bull." He took a step forward, and she pressed herself back into the wooden stair post. "One phone call about the state he was in and I could have done something. That was all you needed to do." She narrowed her eyes in disbelief at what he was saying. "How was I supposed to know you didn't know?" Her hand went to her chest, and underneath it she could feel her heart pounding. "You talked to him all the time. And you lived with him. If I had known how bad things were," he spoke with tight restraint, "I could have tried to save him." "He didn't want anyone to save him, Logan," she snapped back. "Least of all you." Silence. Logan's eyes darkened, his brows drawn together. Bella swallowed. She looked down at the patterns in the wood on the floor. Her skin prickled. Her muscles tensed. She didn't want him here anymore, invading her space, making her feel small. Logan just watched her, his jaw clenched, breathing in slowly through his nose. "I think you should leave," she said, walking quickly past him toward the front door. He shook his head, his hand grabbing hold of her arm to stop her. "I want to know what happened between the two of you." She flinched at his grip, eyes alert to his fingers pressing into her skin. "And I want you to let go of my arm," she said, as steadily as she could. They were close enough for her to see the flecks of grey in his narrowed blue eyes. "Now!" She saw the moment his brain took over from his instinct and he relaxed his hold. He had the sense to look chastened at being caught out of control. "I apologize." She pulled her arm tightly into her side. "You need to leave." He took a step forward. "I'm not leaving here, Bella, until I get some answers." They were so close that she could see the different flecks of blue in his eyes and the darkness of his lashes. The nearness of him made all the tiny hairs on her body stand on end. She felt the air shift around her, and when she tried to swallow, she felt her breath hitch in her throat. She saw the moment he noticed, when his brain sensed how vulnerable she was to his proximity, and she saw a sneer of satisfaction play on his lips. It was enough to make her stalk past him to the door, haul it open and spit, "Go!" While her legs were shaking, Logan walked smoothly around her out the front door, not looking back as he took the front steps quickly and strode back up the path the way he'd come. She shut the door and stood for a second, hand over her mouth, eyes squeezed tight, heart thumping in her ears. How could he? He'd come into her space and tainted it. How dare he? How dare he make her out to be the villain? How dare she have let him in? It was enough. She couldn't live like this any longer, always on tenterhooks in fear of Logan Carter's disgust. Her hand threw open the door before she could stop it. He was standing by the front gate, back on his phone. "Come back here!" She was trembling now, blood pounding in her ears. She saw him pause as he lifted his head from his screen. "Don't you dare do this!" She jogged quickly up the path so they were level. His lip curled as he said dryly, "You just told me to leave." "You want to know what went on?" She spat, injustice infusing her body at the look he gave her. "You think I broke him?" Her breath shook as she inhaled. "Yes, quite frankly." "Don't do it, Bella." "He broke me, Logan." He scoffed at the words. "Don't you dare dismiss me." She jabbed him in the solid wall of his chest. "That's always been your problem. You never listen to what you don't want to hear." "He broke me, Logan." Her voice rising to a shout as she repeated, "Jack broke me. Me." "Calm down," he ordered, his voice laced with warning. "I said, don't tell me what to do," she shot back. Her car drove past, slowing at the sight of them arguing so publicly on the sidewalk. Logan had his arm around her shoulders faster than she could get the words out, hightailing her back into the house, away from the prying eyes of the street, kicking the door shut behind him. "What are you doing, shouting in the street?" She ripped herself from his hold as soon as they were inside. Logan was speaking, but she wasn't listening. What was she doing? She'd snapped in full view of whoever was walking past. She covered her eyes with her hand, trying to get her thoughts into some kind of order. When she heard him say flatly, "It was between the two of you. I should never have come," she looked up. Brushing hair that had fallen across her face to one side, she said, "But it wasn't the two of us, Logan. It was never just the two of us. Because there was always you." Chapter 12. Logan paused, hand on the door latch. Bella stood still, heart thumping, now only wanting him to leave with the truth, whether he believed it or not. He didn't turn. "I don't know what you're talking about. There was never anything between us." "No," she laughed, humorless and cool. "I'm well aware of that, Logan. But it wasn't that simple." She clutched her arms around her body. "You're a fool if you think it was." There was a pause that seemed to tick on forever. She looked away at a tapestry of the mountain view on the wall, at her shoes carelessly discarded on the floor. His voice broke the silence. "Tell me then." He turned around to face her. "Tell me what happened." "You're going to listen?" The nod was imperceptible. "Well, in a nutshell, he just wanted what you had, Logan." She made a vague attempt at a smile, like it was a dumb joke. Of course he didn't laugh, because it wasn't funny. "And me? I just wanted someone to love me, I think. My dad had just died." She could still remember the blank terror of it, a hollow that had opened up inside her. I was a mess. And there was Jack, all charming and funny. And I suppose he reminded me of the old days. He reminded me a bit of you, but the version who had time for me. She pushed her hair out of her eyes, tiredness suddenly creeping over her. But he wasn't like you at all. Logan didn't say anything, just watched her as he stood, broad-shouldered and impenetrable. Her breath shook when she inhaled. It was harder than she'd expected to dredge up everything that she'd never said out loud before. You were gone by that stage, Logan. You didn't reply to messages. You didn't even call me when my dad died. You chose everything else except me. You chose the record label. You chose building that business. The band finished and you moved on to the next thing. Forgot about everything else. It was always just another thing. Another version of glory. Another thing that came way before I ever would. And I couldn't work out what had happened. Where you'd gone. You were meant to be my friend. Infuriatingly, she felt a tear slide down her cheek, falling from her chin onto her arm. She saw Logan move slightly, as though he was going to come nearer, but then stay where he was. She swallowed, reached up a hand to wipe away any more tears, pulled herself back together. I just got left behind, Logan. You left me behind. His eyes were hollows in the darkness. You know, the more famous you got, the more involved you were in the business. When you'd invite me to stuff, it was your brothers who talked to me, when you got dragged off by some head honcho or other. It was them I hung out with when you were hours late in some meeting or other, when you'd said we'd go for dinner. It was embarrassing. It started to feel like they were taking pity on me. And I know they were my friends, and have always been my friends. But I was coming for you, Logan. You were who I wanted to see more than anyone. You were my best friend. You were... She sighed up at the ceiling. I don't know. I guess to me, you were my family. You were who I had, who I trusted, who I relied on. And it started to feel like you didn't see me as anything more than someone on your to-do list to call once in a while. That's not true. His voice surprised her. She glanced up, brow raised in defiance. There's only so many unanswered messages a person can take before they get the message, Logan. He shook his head. I know friendships come to an end, but I didn't think ours would. I hate how naive I was. She looked down at her bare feet, looked anywhere but at him. And then my dad died, and I didn't cope very well with that, at all. You could have said all this to me at the time. No, I couldn't. Why not? Because you were busy, Logan. She had to laugh, looking up at his taut, emotionless expression. You wouldn't have listened. You're only vaguely listening now, and that's only because you're the one who wants answers. She watched him take a breath in, look away from her, and exhale slowly. I would have listened. You had too much to do. You always have too much to do. Too many people to look out for. So it's my fault? He cut in sharply. That's not the way I remember it, Bella. From my perspective, it felt like, yes, we all drifted apart, I'm not denying that. But then you chose Jack. You chose the fame. You chose the lifestyle. Chose him over what, Logan? She shot back. Like you said, we were never together. The words hung like an echo. He closed his eyes, shook his head. I didn't mean it like that. She looked down at the floor. She knew that wasn't what he'd meant. She'd said it to get a reaction. The days when that unspoken spark had flickered between them seemed so long ago it was like two different people in another life. So far, beyond the odd shake of his head, Logan had showed no visible sign of being moved by anything she'd said, whereas Bella felt like she was peeling her skin off and standing naked before him. She needed to put some distance between them. Turning away, she walked down the hallway into the kitchen. Throwing open the window for some fresh air, the sweet scent of the orchard in the evening filled the room. She'd poured herself a glass of water and was standing by the half-open window when she heard him come into the room. She felt his movements like the two of them were connected together by a thread. She could see him behind her in the reflection of the glass, his eyes dark hollows in the window.
"So, go on then," he said coolly. "Explain how I'm somehow responsible for your disastrous marriage."
She bristled at his take on the past, wanted to grasp him by the shoulders and shake him into seeing what she was saying.
"Don't patronize me. Come off it, Bella. We all saw the life the two of you led. We all saw the papers, the interviews. Fine, maybe it went sour, but you had a great time together. From the outside, it looked very much like the life you wanted."
Why was she doing this? She leaned forward and pressed her forehead against the cool window for a second, then turned around to look at him.
"There are photos of you in the band that make it look like it was the life you wanted, Logan. Everyone can make a picture tell a story."
He shrugged.
"I was fine in the band." "Oh, please."
She rolled her eyes.
"We're not here to talk about me."
Logan raised his chin.
"We're here to talk about you and Jack."
Bella glanced up at the ceiling.
"Fine." He was so difficult to argue with. Yes, it was always nice to hear from Jack. He kept in touch with me after the band split up, and then when he agreed to do an interview for Vogue, he requested me to interview him. At the time, it was what I needed.
The memory of that period sat like a knot in her stomach, a tangle of confusion.
"When Dad died,"
she still got frustratedly choked when she said it out loud.
"It was really sudden and I was just floored."
She looked at the floor, not at Logan.
"I think I'd always held out for some kind of reconciliation. I thought there would always be time for him to be, I don't know, impressed by me."
She rolled her eyes at how stupid it sounded.
"For him to realize he wanted to make a place for me in his life, but then..."
She shrugged.
"He was gone, and I was just left there, with life completely normal around me and not quite able to grasp onto anything. It was so confusing. To feel so much about someone who didn't feel enough for me. So I don't know. Being with Jack, he was charming, attentive. It was like a connection back to a time when I had been really happy."
Logan raised a brow as if she'd just contradicted herself. Bella raised hers back, as if to say, life isn't black and white.
"And then, well, it was a whirlwind. At the beginning, they were really good times. It was like the fairy tale the papers made out it was. And I think I got really swept up in that. I didn't have to think about anything. Of course, we should never have gotten married. It was a stupid, spur-of-the-moment Vegas mistake."
She laughed when she said it, trying to make it lesser, but it didn't work. The words caught at the end. She wasn't ready to laugh about it yet.
By the time I'd realized how destructive it all was, I was stuck. I couldn't get away.
She turned around to the little table where she'd put her glass of water, took a sip to buy herself some time. Then she slid into the chair by the table, turning half his way as she said,
"That world, Logan."
She shook her head.
"It's so easy to get caught up in it. I was lost, and I was lonely. And to begin with, Jack treated me like I was precious, and I fell for that. He made me feel like I was someone again."
she stared at the water in her glass. Logan laughed like he didn't believe it. She glanced up, stared him straight in the eye. He stared back, defiant, for a beat or two, then looked away out the window. It was fun for maybe 6 months, a year. She'd waited so long to admit all of this to somebody. To tell Logan. Not even to make him understand, but just to make him hear it. But he wasn't in it for me, Logan. Jack didn't love me. I don't even know if he liked me. Logan's head swung back, eyebrows drawn. Of course he loved you. Bella smiled sadly. Your problem, Logan, is that you think everyone's like you. That no one's playing a different game. Chapter 13. Bella ran her finger up the side of her glass, catching a stray drip of water before it puddled on the table. You remember the day you broke your collarbone, Logan? He glanced up, and she took his expression to mean that he could hardly forget it. They were in Autumn Falls for a charity polo game. It was the first time Bella had arrived home with Jack, married. She remembered feeling awkwardly conspicuous walking into the club. Jack, however, had no such concerns, swaggering in as confident as ever with his sunglasses on, in his navy and white uniform. They were mobbed almost the moment they arrived. As a couple, they'd become a brand overnight, everyone wanting a piece of them. It wasn't about Silver Sky anymore. The band was dead. Jack was the man of the moment. His latest movie was raking it in at the box office, and his fame had gone stratospheric. She remembered the moment she saw Logan in the distance, liaising with the grooms. He didn't turn at the commotion, but she knew he knew that they were there. You wouldn't even look at me, she said, her gaze still trained on the glass of water in front of her. In the end, however, he had to look. Politeness dictated it. The groom he was talking to had nodded in their direction to let him know they'd arrived. And when he turned, and she saw the familiarity of his features, Bella had felt herself relax, knowing that whatever had happened up to that point didn't matter because there was her friend. As their eyes met, she realized that the feeling of wanting him to smile her way was worth more than her pride ever would be. So she had smiled, softly, openly, his way. But he'd looked straight past her, pretending he'd seen nothing at all. But when it came to Jack, she said, looking up now to see Logan brace himself for an uncomfortable truth that he didn't want to hear, you were happy to go all out. The crowd had parted to let Logan stride over to greet them. The brothers together was always gold in the eyes of the press. As he came closer, Logan had kept his gaze very deliberately on Jack, almost refusing to acknowledge Bella's existence. But in contrast, Jack had very pointedly slung his arm possessively over Bella's shoulder, tugging her in tight to his side, causing her to stumble in her high heels on the grass. She remembered so clearly the feeling of bemusement, because the gesture wasn't a natural one for their relationship. It was always more equal than that. Never such a public display of ownership. Then she caught the look that passed between the brothers, and in that split second came the moment of clarity that all Jack wanted was to see Logan's envy, and that she had made a monumental mistake. After that, the build-up to the game passed in a blur. Bella spoke politely with the Carters, Emmett as monosyllabic as ever, Martha trying her best to smooth any awkwardness over, but Bella was too distracted to concentrate. She avoided her mum and John Luke, knew that with one look her mum would see straight through to a problem. Instead, she sat next to Noah in the stands. He was never one for probing questions. The match itself didn't hold any importance. It was meant to be a fun day out in the name of a good cause. The Carter brothers had made a hefty donation. For the teams, the youth squad were mixed in with the veterans and current A players. To add a bit of friendly competition, Logan and Jack were placed on opposing sides. Logan was always a player recognised for his strategy and control, yet also, when necessary, his ruthless determination. His respect on the pitch was uncontested. But that day, eyebrows were raised. He played with a fire inside him. The control he was so famous for was nowhere to be seen. Of all the horses he rode in the game, he favoured a particularly devilish black Argentinian who happily responded to the fight. And when he brought her on, the pair were unstoppable. Jack, however, was in training for an action movie and was fitter and stronger than he'd ever been. Usually the more aggressive of the two on the field, Logan's maverick play seemed to dial Jack down, made him watch and wait, made him strategize where normally he'd race headlong into the fray. Bella watched from the stands, hands clenched, heart in her throat. She could see it coming. She could see suddenly everything she thought was concrete and immovable in Logan disappear as he charged the pitch to ride off his brother. It wasn't a play that was going to win the match. Logan should have let it go. Sitting beside her in the stand, Noah sucked in a breath as he watched Logan charge up alongside Jack. What is he doing? Other players seemed to pause in shock. Spectators winced. Bella put her hands together, fingers laced under the chin, praying for him to slow down. The umpire bellowed. But in a heartbeat, Logan manoeuvred the fiery black pony with such innate skill, played with such ability that she heard people laugh for doubting him. While she berated herself for thinking that Logan might not be 100% in control, might have let his emotions get the better of him. But then, obviously so high from the victory, so sure of himself and exhilarated, Logan didn't see the young player who had stopped in his path to gawp in admiration. The sweating black pony reared, and Logan fell. The crack when he hit the ground echoing around the stands. Noah was out of his seat, sprinting down the steps and onto the pitch. Bella raced after him, pausing when she saw his parents and officials racing over to join the medics, and Logan raise a hand to show he was alive, aware that it wasn't her place to be there in the surrounding crowd. She'd stopped on the sidelines, and it was only then that she saw Jack watching the medics in action, up on his horse, stick across his thighs, the ghost of a smile playing on his lips. In the orchard kitchen now, Bella looked up at Logan, whose hand had reached to touch his collarbone. She had heard that the torn ligaments, shattered bone, and dislocated shoulder took months to heal and created a permanent weak point, putting an end to any hopes of playing professionally again. I think I understood then that I was just the prize, she told him. You would fight Jack. You would race him. You would show him what it meant. But you never would have fought for me. You were meant to be my friend, but you never would have put your emotions on the line for me. Even now, I'm dispensable. Logan's expression was thunderous. She stood up, could feel herself getting hot and annoyed. It all still made her fists clench, and adrenaline shot through her system. I knew then that I'd made a mistake, but I was too proud to admit it. I was a mess. I just blocked it out by partying, drinking, whatever. Any possible way to drown out the feelings I had about my life, my dad, the mistakes I'd made. I'd pretty much cut myself off from Mum and John Luke. I guess I was lonely. Pulling her hair up, she suddenly felt the need to get it away from her face and her skin. She needed some space from herself. But she didn't have a hairband, so she let it go, and it fell back in whatever haphazard style it was in from earlier. But I'll tell you something, Logan. I didn't deserve the life I got. I didn't deserve him. You want to know who your brother was? He's in that house. All Jack ever wanted was to be at the top, to be the best, to be the most adored. I didn't fit that. She was angry now. Hated having to explain it, relive it in her head. But he couldn't let me go, could he? Because I was the prize. She stared Logan straight in the eye as she spoke. After that, he changed. Pretty quickly, actually. She could feel her bottom lip start to tremble. It was so frustrating. She didn't want to look weak in front of Logan. To be honest, I think he might have hated me. The sad shame of it made her defend herself with a resigned smile. Logan looked down at the floor. Was any of it going in? Was he listening? Was he hearing? He raked a hand through his hair and sighed. I don't understand why you stayed. Oh, Logan. She shook her head despairingly. I tried to leave. Lots of times. He said he'd change. He begged me. Said he'd do all sorts of awful things to himself if I left. So I stayed for a bit longer. She felt the press of tears again and couldn't stop them this time. I don't want to be crying, she said, grabbing a square of paper towel and wiping frustratedly at her tears. I just want you to hear my side. Logan watched her, the muscles in his face taut and serious. Then he nodded, and she wasn't sure if it was to urge her on or in understanding. She went on, anyway, because she had to get to the end. I didn't leave, because you get used to living a certain way, being treated a certain way. She wiped again at her eyes, then bunched the paper towel up in her hand. Ways of behaviour, feelings, they become normal. And it's only when you're out of them that you realise how not right they were. She braced herself against the kitchen island, could see her reflection in the glass of the picture frame behind Logan. She didn't want to look at him, but more so, she didn't want to look at herself. She looked down at the wooden countertop. The more famous Jack got, the more paranoid he got. The worse he got, the smaller I got. When I tried to leave then, he wouldn't let me. I couldn't get away. I couldn't get out of the compound. You've seen the walls, Logan. She felt her chest tightening at the memories, but she made herself carry on, tell him everything that had happened, the violence and fear of it all. She couldn't remember everything, but she did her best. Movements and expressions existed like snapshots in her head, but the feelings were pin-sharp. The air sucking out of the space, the crack of the back of a hand, the normality of the furniture around her, the mug she drank coffee out of rolling and smashed on the floor. She could hear her own voice, begging. She remembered the isolation, the feeling that it was her and only her, and no one would help her. The fear that he would kill her. She had to pause, mask the rising panic with a sip of water. Breathe. It wasn't just being physically trapped. I was afraid of him. She saw herself a shell of a person, a husk. Nothing there any more that she would recognise now. And then, well... She blew out a breath, shook her head to gloss over it. I don't know, I woke up, I suppose. Some survival instinct must have kicked in. In the end, my mum and John Luke came and got me out, which, well, let's just say it wasn't easy. But of course, she smiled flatly. That wasn't the story Jack told everyone. Logan winced. It was the first real tell on his face that this was going in, that he had heard. She knew it must contradict everything Jack had said, and she hated that she had to fight for her own truth to be heard. It made her angry and ashamed that she had to lay bare her own mistakes and vulnerabilities just so that he might not look at her the way he had since Jack had died. "I've made some mistakes, Logan, but I've paid. I've paid with humiliation, with fear, with the loss of my privacy, with everything that he said about me. I've paid." She held up her hands. She was done. She was tired, exhausted. She tried to push the tears back with her fingers. "And you know what's funny? Is that sometimes, I just wish you'd remembered me." She looked up at his clenched jaw and hooded, unreadable eyes, the tears spilling down her cheeks now, warm on her skin. She closed her eyes, running her hand across her face. And she stayed like that, with her eyes shut and her hand in front of them because she couldn't bring herself to look up. And he stayed where he was, and the gap between them seemed huge, but really small at the same time. Part of her ached for him to walk around to her, but the other part, the part that had gone through it all, didn't want him near her. Shaking her head, she forced herself to look up at him, at the hard blue gaze. "Do you still not think much of me?" Logan laughed sadly, as if surprised by the question. "No, Bella. I think it's safe to say it's myself I don't think much of." They looked at each other, but neither spoke. She heard the breeze rustle the apple trees through the open window, the chime of the clock in the living room. As they stood, she felt her feelings change from anger to sadness, regret, almost. She found herself wishing for just a glimpse of who he used to be. But then she'd have to find a glimpse of who she had been too, and she felt the impossibility of that. "I'll go," Logan said, voice tight. She nodded. He walked out of the room toward the front door while she stood in the kitchen doorway watching his back retreat. Halfway down the hallway, he paused for a moment and turned, like he was about to say something more. Her body braced for whatever it was going to be, and she wondered if he noticed the tension and decided against walking away instead. At the front door, he looked back at her over his shoulder to say, "Good night, Bella." She nodded. "Good night, Logan."
Chapter 14. Logan couldn't drive away fast enough. His head reeled with what he'd done and what she'd said. At one point he had to stop, just so he could get out and breathe some fresh air because he thought he might be sick. He closed his eyes, hung his head low, but still the claustrophobic nausea pressed in on him. He felt the shame of his own feelings, actions, wanted to pack the truth away, but the box was open now. Images of whatever Jack had done to her in that house, behind those walls, crowded his head. He wanted to turn back time, be the one who smashed through the compound's defenses and forcibly yank his brother off her. He wanted to fight him, man to man, stare into his eyes, no games, no disguises. But Jack was dead. Logan gripped the car doorframe for a second, not certain what to do. He knew he had to rid himself of that fury. He couldn't go home feeling like this. Taking a breath, he got back in the car, U-turned on the spot, and headed back to Main Street. When he pulled up down a side street, Logan got out of the Porsche and stood for a second looking at the dirty, scuffed doorway. It looked exactly as it had when he'd last been there over a decade ago, give or take a few cracks in the wood. Even the air around it smelled the same, of the vent from Gino's Pizza and the trash cans. Charlie's Gym. It was the only anonymous place he and his brothers could go when they needed to let off steam or get some training in. These weren't the kind of guys who tipped off the press. Logan yanked open the door and jogged down the stairs. It was like stepping back in time. Once inside the gym, he stood for a moment, hands in his pockets, surveying the area. There were the same scuffed utilitarian weights machines, the fraying medicine balls, the brown leather punch bags hanging from the ceiling, the spider's webs and bare light bulbs. But most of all, there in the center of the room was the boxing ring, exactly as he'd left it. Sagging side ropes, the chipped paint, supports, electric strip lights flickering overhead.
Well, look who it is!
Logan felt his mouth tip up in a grin before he'd even seen the guy. All right, Charlie. Nothing changed. Charlie was as old as the building and always had been. Lines on his face like grooves in rock, black hair now white, same red Adidas tracksuit.
Do you know?
Charlie swaggered toward him, arms crossed.
I saw you in the paper the other day, and I wondered if you'd be back here.
Logan tipped his head. You know me too well, Charlie. His smile, however, felt forced as he waited for the inevitable condolences about Jack. Maybe there was something in Logan's eyes that he hadn't meant to show, or maybe Charlie had a knack for reading emotions in men who didn't ever reveal any, because he just gestured to the dimly lit gym floor and said,
It's all yours, Logan.
Logan felt his shoulders drop a bit as he looked around, at the sweating boxers smashing at the punch bags, the teenagers banging out reps, the fighters in the ring dousing themselves with water, and nodded his head. This was where he needed to be. Then he looked down at himself and realized he was still in his work clothes. I haven't got the right clothes. Charlie smiled.
You're in luck, my friend. We sell merch now.
He winked.
Gotta stay one step ahead, Logan.
Logan laughed, shrugged off his jacket.
Hit me up.
Half an hour later, warmed up and wearing a gray marl t-shirt with Charlie's Gym, Home of Champions, scrawled on the front in red, and similarly logoed tracksuit bottoms, Logan was beating the life out of one of the hanging punch bags. It felt good for his fist to connect with something, his muscles shuddering satisfyingly from the impact, sweat beading on his forehead. With each punch, he found his rationality, was able to break down the things she'd said, dispute accusations she had made of him, build an argument. Yeah, he hadn't had loads of time in the past, but he'd had responsibilities. The band to look after, the fledgling Carter media business. She knew that. Of course things had slipped his mind.
Logan, you want in?
Charlie was leaning on the ropes of the boxing ring. There was a young, sinewy guy throwing warm-up punches into the air. Charlie beckoned with 2 fingers for Logan to join. It had been a while since Logan had faced a real opponent. He strode over.
Why not?
He said with a raise of his brow that looked more cocky than he felt. The young guy in the ring didn't smile. There was nothing, Logan realized a few minutes later, like being smashed across the face to get one's thoughts in order.
You okay, Logan?
Charlie checked. He nodded. Ignoring the wooziness in his head that caused him to stagger, he got back into position. His opponent's blank, steely stare was like being forced to look in his own soul. His body sparred on autopilot, shaking off blows, delivering his own, while his mind spiraled off to previously unseen places, moments he'd glossed past on his own single-minded journey. He remembered Bella calling on his phone.
Logan, where are you? We're waiting for you all.
He'd been so distracted by the list of people wanting to talk to him, the contract negotiations, the endless list of appearances. I don't know what he started, glancing around the interior of the jet he was on with his brothers and realizing as he spoke where he was meant to be, had promised they would be. Bella's Vogue shoot. He closed his eyes for a second. We're on a flight to Tokyo. I'm really sorry. He tipped his head up to the ceiling. There must have been a mistake in the scheduling.
You can't be on a flight. Everyone's here. We've got it all booked.
He knew even then that the clipped tone of her voice was covering up the fact he'd hurt her, but he didn't have the time. The guy in the ring jabbed him hard in the shoulder, pain ricocheting up his neck. If he forced himself to remember the truth, he just wanted to end the call so he could close his eyes like the rest of the band and get some precious sleep. He sent her flowers as an apology. An uppercut to the jaw sent him staggering back. Looking down, he saw the sweat drip from his body. He felt blood trickle down his chin, across his collarbone and over the scar that cut him from breastbone to shoulder, which was now throbbing unreservedly. He saw the missed calls on his phone, the conversations he'd only half listened to while typing emails or heading to a meeting, or her name flashing on his screen and actively silencing the call because he cringed, something better to do, somewhere more glamorous to be. He wanted the memories to stop crawling back in. Why had he been such an idiot? Why had he let her slip out of his life? Because he was pulled too many different ways. And when the band split, time vanished. Logan's life was spent dealing with the fallout. Noah breaking down, Ethan going off the rails and disappearing, Brody lost and rudderless when it all fell apart. Only Jack managed to get out unscathed, climbing high on his solo Hollywood success. Logan understood that the band had to end. What he resented was being left to pick up the pieces, like it was expected of him, unquestioned. Why hadn't he called her when her dad died? Why hadn't he made the time? Because by then, he was head down, building his empire. Keep moving forward, only forward. That was his mantra. All that resentment, fear, failure, he could block it all out by working harder and smarter. Wasn't that always his advice? Stay ahead, never stop, never look back. Not even for a second. Calling Bella about her dad, that would have been too much. A catapult back to someone who knew him too well, who could see into him, right through to the chaos inside. And then Jack had arrived at the polo with his arm around her, and he just felt so much envy, been unprepared for the ferocity of it. A fist slammed into his face, causing blinding white lights in his vision. That was the emotion he'd never allowed himself to name. Envy. He had been jealous. Bone-crushingly, all-consumingly jealous. Holding up his hand to signal a timeout to his opponent, Logan fell back against the rope, arms outstretched, chest heaving for breath.
I just wish you'd remembered me.
The memory felt worse than any punch. Guilt seeped through him, dripping from head to toe. It had been so easy to make her the enemy. Someone threw him a towel, and he nodded in thanks. His eyes lacked focus, blood swirling heavy in his brain. He wiped his face and chucked the towel to the side. His jaw throbbed. His heart raced, and he felt finally like he was getting some of the punishment he deserved.
Not like the old days, eh?
Charlie leaned up against the ringside and handed Logan a bottle of water.
You can say that again,
Logan exhaled, exhausted.
These guys are tough. Nah.
Charlie shook his head, waving his hand as if dismissing the lot of them.
They just want to show the big, powerful Logan Carter they're stronger.
Logan laughed, pointing to his ravaged face and body.
I think they've got the wrong guy. There's a lot of ways of being the bigger man, Logan.
Charlie picked up the discarded towel and walked away, the echo of a smile playing on his lips. Logan took a swig of water and saw his opponent head back into the ring.
Yeah?
The guy drawled. Logan paused for a moment, wondered whether this was such a good idea after all. But when he shut his eyes, he saw her, standing opposite him in that kitchen, the tear down her cheek, the hurt and confusion. Logan nodded. Yeah. A group of teenagers had stopped warming up and were lounging around the side of the ring to watch with feigned disinterest. Logan clicked his neck and stood up, felt suddenly very exposed. That was why the first punch caught him off guard, caught him with no defense, caught him wanting to lose. The impact vibrated through him, and he staggered for a second, absorbing the shock. The pain almost did what he had hoped it would.
I made some mistakes, Logan, but I've paid.
Was it really sufficient punishment unless he put up the fight that it deserved? As he pulled himself upright, Logan glanced around him, at the teenagers loafing and jeering at the side of the ring, at the cracked brick walls and the strip lights and bare bulbs that lit the gym like a prison, at the man in front of him, who seemed to be nothing but narrow, burning eyes, at the creaking ceiling above. And he made himself force up all the fury and the pain and guilt that had been plaguing him since going to Jack's house, since seeing Bella, since his picture was printed in the paper, since before that, since he'd lost her to his brother, since he'd let her down, since, he winced in horror, he'd been so dismissive of her at the funeral, forced her to go to the wake. He felt his own stubbornness and frustration rise inside him, scorching hot. And that was when the fight began. When the laughing boys stopped laughing. When Charlie looked up from packing away equipment and nodded in approval. When the air became so charged, so raw, so electrifyingly intense, that slowly the crowd around the ring got thicker with people who had given up their own training to be part of this. Logan was muscle and dirt and sweat. He was eyebrows darker with moisture, and lips tight and body screaming. He was physically hurt and lungs burning. He was smashed and punched and bruised and bleeding. He was fighting for himself, against himself, for his brother and against him. He was crying out for the pain of what Bella had said to him to be made physical, yet he was here to atone for leaving her alone. He was deep in a world of his own. People and faces swam before his eyes. Conversations played out in his head. His father's constant disappointment, his brother smirking on the pitch, his mother at the sink with her back to him.
What has happened to us?
Bella standing with her head pressed against the glass. For a second he did the unthinkable and allowed himself to imagine what it would have been like if he'd been the one, if he hadn't let her slip away, if they'd got closer, not more distant, if he had put her first. Perhaps she would walk in now and run her fingers through his hair, and cradle his head to her chest, and lean down and kiss him, and he would pull her into his lap, and she might laugh. And then she would stand up and take hold of his hand and lead him home. And if that happened now, if he could just be given that small sliver of a chance, he would follow her with such reverence that it would hurt. The roar of a crowd cut in, startling him back to the present, and he realized that he was coming to a point where he might win. And he didn't want to win. He wasn't there to win. As swiftly as it had risen up, the fight left him, drained out of him like pulling a plug. His armor was gone. His body throbbed. The pain was crippling. The shouts from the sidelines crowded in on him, distracting him. The focus he needed ebbed away. So when it hit him, he realized he hadn't seen the final punch coming. As he fell backward, he knew at some point he would hit the ground, but it took an eternity. When he did, he wished he hadn't. His back smacked hard against the floor, the shock reverberating through his outstretched arms, and when his head smashed down, throwing his chin up and back, a pain like fire ripped through his collarbone. Lying alone in the center of the ring, all sound seemed to retreat. He could see only the electric light as it flickered above him, the grooves of the corrugated roof, the spider's webs that drooped with dust. He could feel the smooth, chalky floor, cool against his skin. and a strange peace washed over him. He would have lain there for the rest of his life if he could.
Still alive?
Charlie's hand reached down to help him up.
Just about.
Logan shook his head to the proffered hand and pushed himself up on his elbow, wincing as every muscle in his body cried out for attention. Charlie draped a towel over his shoulders.
That was a pretty good fight, Logan. I gotta admit, I didn't know if you still had it in you.
Logan looked up from where he was sitting, elbows resting on his knees, eyes sardonically narrowed.
I lost, Charlie.
Charlie raised bushy white eyebrows.
There's a difference, Logan, between losing and throwing a fight.
Logan shook his head as he yanked his gloves off.
I didn't throw anything.
Charlie laughed.
If you say so.
Logan ignored him, downing the remains of his water and letting it splash over his face. When his opponent came over, hand out to shake his, Logan lifted up his arm, but felt the throb of damage shoot through his muscles. He did his best to disguise a grimace of pain. Charlie held the ropes open for Logan to step through. A couple of people patted him on the back. The teenagers skulked away. Weights were lifted again, the sound of the metal cracking to the ground echoing around the gym. He didn't know how much time had passed. There were no windows in the room, so he wouldn't know the time of day. Logan rubbed the sweat off his body with the towel and slung it over his shoulders.
I'm out of here.
Thanks for the time, Charlie.
Any time, Logan.
Charlie raised a hand to wave.
Hey, next time you have your picture taken, try and smile.
Logan laughed and then winced from the pain in his split lip.
No chance.
Chapter 15. Logan hadn't told any of his family that he was back in Autumn Falls and was staying the night at the house he owned on the outskirts of town. He'd never lived in it before. It had been decorated by New York's best interior design company, and most of the couches still had the plastic coverings on that they'd been delivered with. On the few occasions he stayed there, he just crashed on the bed, never even going into the other rooms. It certainly wasn't home, but the idea of heading to the ranch in the state he was in after the gym was laughable. His mom would be apoplectic. When Logan pulled up at the desolate house, he was still wearing his Charlie's gym gear. He stood for a minute by the car, not quite ready to go inside, not quite ready to assess how much damage and how much good he'd done himself in the ring, or just not quite ready for the day to end. Closing his eyes for a second, he tentatively touched his collarbone, stifling a shout as he pressed the bruised skin with his fingers. Then he ran a hand over his face to check that it was all in one piece. His fingers came away with blood on them from the cuts. Someone stepped off the front porch, whistling at the sight of him. Logan squinted in the darkness. For a moment, he thought it was Bella. Hoped, perhaps. But then he heard Brody's voice saying, "Dang, Logan, what have you done to yourself?" He realized he was seeing Bella everywhere, like looking straight at the sun, her image imprinted on his retinas.
"Brody, you scared me half to death."
Then, when he'd caught his breath, he added, "How did you know I was here?"
"Well, you weren't at the ranch, and your office said you were in Autumn Falls, so I figured this was where you'd be."
Brody shrugged. His brother sauntered over from where he'd been sitting, casually chewing Wrigley's and looking more and more pained the closer he got to Logan's injuries.
"Do we need to call the cops, or was this—"
He glanced down and smirked when he saw the gym logo emblazoned on Logan's chest.
"Self-inflicted, I see."
Brody raised a brow, like he could see the last few hours in a reel above Logan's head.
"I was going to ask if you wanted to go for a drink, but the ER might be more appropriate."
Logan shook his head, but even that made him wince.
"I'm not going to the hospital." "Drink, then?" Brody said, seemingly unperturbed by the state of his brother now that he knew he'd done it willingly.
"Can I go and get changed first?"
Logan replied, hobbling to the front door. Brody laughed as he followed him. You know, that might be the first time you've asked my permission for anything. Logan glanced back at his brother. I'm really getting some home truths today. Brody grinned. The gum he was chewing held between his teeth. Brilliant! Half an hour later, they were in the Firestone, a block from the gym where Logan had just had his lights punched out. Logan had cleaned up his face as best he could, but kept pressing his bottle of Bud against the cut on his swollen cheek. Brody swigged his beer and said helpfully, You're going to look bad tomorrow. Clay Murphy, the bartender, who they'd known since school, said, Logan, you want some ice? I'd appreciate it, yeah. Logan nodded. The bartender wrapped a couple of squares in some paper towel and handed it over. Doesn't look good. Logan said, You should see the other guy. Brody's brows raised. Seriously? No, Logan laughed. The barman chuckled. Brody grinned, taking another swig of his drink. They never did this, just sat in a bar together. Logan wondered what was going on. Why are you here, anyway? Brody put the bottle down on the scratched aluminum counter. Came to check you were all right. Seriously? Logan frowned. Yeah. Brody laughed, eyes tilted up, glinting. I saw the picture in the papers. Wasn't like you to get caught. Figured something must have happened. So I called your office. They said you were here. He shrugged. I was in the vague area, so thought I should come and check. Logan didn't know what to say. For a second, he thought there was an embarrassing possibility he might cry. But he never cried. He certainly never felt like he couldn't speak before. Brody watched him, seemed to sense his crumbling facade, and looked away at the rows of optics behind the bar, giving Logan a chance to swallow away the lump in his throat. When he turned back, fingers toying with a beer mat, turning it over and over on its corners, he narrowed his eyes and said, So, look, you can do what you always do and say everything's cool, under control, or you can tell me what happened. Because from here, I gotta be honest, it really doesn't look good. Logan tried to laugh, then flinched from the pain. Brody didn't look away this time, didn't laugh, just waited. Logan turned so he was facing the bar, his forearms resting on the cool aluminum, so he didn't have to look his brother in the eye. Fingers tapping the sides of the Bud bottle, he said, I think I may have made a few mistakes. Brody snorted. Then, elbow on the bar, he rested his chin in his palm, settling in as he said, I think I'm going to like this. But his smile slipped as Logan told him everything he'd seen at Jack's. The drugs, the signet ring, the folded photo, and everything Bella had said. When he was finished, Brody sighed. Oh, wow. That's much worse than I was expecting. I know, Logan said flatly. We've got to tell Mom and Dad. Good luck with that. It was an off-the-cuff remark, but it hit the nail on the head. It was always Logan who did the hard stuff. Then Logan frowned as he took in his brother's reaction and said, You don't seem massively surprised. Brody sat back in his seat, seemed to think through it all. Then he glanced over at the bartender and ordered another round. Turning back to Logan, he said, Look, growing up, it was always you and Jack, and then the rest of us. That's not true. It is true. It's not a bad thing, it's just the way it was. The bartender put the new drinks down. Brody thanked him and reached to pull his bottle toward him. He thought for a second, then said, In the band, you were like our dad, Logan. He swigged the beer, said out of the corner of his mouth, Darn sight easier to talk to than Dad. Logan snorted, but Brody carried on. But still, you were like the authority figure. And for us, 'cause we were young, we needed that. We appreciated that. But Jack, Brody bit down on his lip, shook his head as he thought about it. You could see him rallying against it. Logan lifted the half-melted ice back to his cheek, wishing he'd just said that all was cool as he usually did. That was just brotherly competition as far as I was concerned. Then when Brody raised a brow, Logan shook his head. Maybe I did see it, but I don't think I took it as seriously as I should have done. Brody laughed. That's because you were at the top. That's what happens. You had stuff to do. You were moving us forward, charting the course. You only see the other stuff when you're underneath. Brody peeled the corner off his beer label. Jack wasn't awful, he just wanted power, and he got it how he could. I'll be honest, there was always an edge with him, like you didn't want to get on his bad side because he could be really mean. Yeah, it was funny sometimes, but as time went on with the band and he was less and less satisfied, really, he could be kind of a bully. Not to you, he wouldn't have dared, but the rest of us, we felt it. Logan winced. He thought of Noah at the funeral saying he didn't buy the heartbroken stuff. Why hadn't Logan pushed for more at that point? Because Noah was the kind of guy you could trust with your life, but he'd never for 1 second tell you how he was feeling. He scrubbed a hand over his face, his skin still cold from the ice. What about Jack and Ethan? He asked, not sure he wanted to know the answer. They were out all the time together when the band split. Brody made a face, picked some more at his beer label, seemed reluctant to reply. Come on, Brody, just tell me everything. Brody sighed. Thing is, Logan, when the band split, it affected everyone differently. Jack had his movie offers. We all knew he wanted to go off, do bigger things, to be bigger, more famous. He was unstoppable. I think you were already more fulfilled by the business side of things. Logan tipped his head in reluctant agreement, even though he sensed Brody didn't need it to know it was true. Noah, well, he'd been desperate to get back to the ranch from practically the word go. And then there was everything that happened with him and Livy. Logan winced at the reference. Brody paused for a moment as he thought back. Then he half laughed. But me and Ethan, it was our life. It was kind of all we knew. I was 15 when we left home. Yeah, we knew how to farm, but that was Dad. That was just following orders. We grew up in that band. It was who we were. It was our identity. He shrugged, like it didn't mean so much when clearly it meant everything. And then it ended, and we're suddenly like, what happens now? He held his hands out. I knew I'd be okay. I'm happy anywhere. He grinned. And whatever, I'd always have songwriting revenue. But Ethan? He screwed up his face. I think Ethan was the band. It was his identity. What was he if it ended? He was back to being the kid who got kicked out of high school, got into fights, and got hollered at by Dad for having no prospects. We all know he wasn't in a good place when we called it quits. Logan nodded. Anyone could see that Ethan completely spiraled when Silver Sky ended, and if they couldn't, they just had to read the newspaper to get an idea. He was the only one of the brothers to launch a solo career, and it was more successful than anyone would have thought. Alone on stage, Ethan had a roguish, mischievous star quality that shone when given the spotlight. All the energy and disregard for authority that got him expelled from school and constantly threatened by their dad made him explosive on stage, but it also led to utter chaos in his personal life. Without Logan there to pick up the pieces, Ethan almost gift-wrapped himself to the journalists, who gleefully photographed him drunk at festivals, new girlfriend on his arm every week, shouting about how much he loathed Silver Sky on one of his tours, trashing his brothers. It was when, soon after that, he was pictured staggering out of the hospital after wrapping his motorbike around a tree that Logan had tried to force a meetup with him. But Ethan had told him where to go. Walked away when Logan confronted him. Didn't want to hear anything he had to say.
Now, sitting with Brody, wanting and not wanting to know his take on the situation, he forced himself to ask, "And?" Brody made a face, uncomfortable with what he was about to say. I think he found it difficult to be happy. Couldn't get his head around everything that had happened, was happening, and he didn't really know who to blame for that. I don't really want to say it, Logan, but it's always pretty easy to blame the parent, and to Ethan, well, you were the parent. Logan's eyes widened with surprise. He blamed me? Brody shrugged in reluctant agreement. Logan turned to stare down at his beer bottle, more than a little taken aback. But if he made himself think about it properly, his relationship with Ethan had been more father and son, almost in retrospect, too much like their own father and sons. Impatient, misunderstood. Logan got frustrated with Ethan and tended to go in heavy where he was concerned, but only because he was so worried about him, because he was the one who seemed on the cusp of making the most dangerous mistakes. And you know what Ethan and Jack were like when they went out together? Brody went on. Jack would wind Ethan up like a spring and let him go. They'd go wild, but Jack always knew what he was doing, pulled back at the last minute. Ethan's never been good at knowing when to stop. And at the time, Jack was hardly going to paint himself as the bad guy who wanted out of the band more than anyone else, so he definitely didn't do anything to stop him believing that you'd pulled the trigger. Brody raked a hand through his hair. He wasn't used to being the bearer of bad news. He was the happy-go-lucky one. Logan put his head in his hands on the bar. It was such a mess. It was, Brody agreed. But, he shrugged. I think it's better that it's out in the open. For me, anyway. He laughed. I feel better being able to say it. Kinda relieved. And you know Ethan, he's got himself together. Wherever he is. Logan sat up, said dryly, I don't know if you can use the phrases got himself together and wherever he is in the same sentence. Brody's eyes crinkled, a more familiar sight. Logan picked up the slivers of remaining ice and ran them over his cheek. I can't believe I didn't do more to stop it happening. He felt a little like he was standing on the edge of a void, the whole world open below him. Don't beat yourself up too much, Logan. Brody flipped his beer mat like a coin. It wasn't your fault. I have a feeling this is what being a dad is like. Just a ton of blame, worry, and responsibility. Logan tipped his head. Remind me never to have children. Tell me about it. Brody grinned. But on the other hand, we loved you. We needed you. He reached forward and patted him on the shoulder. None of us could have done it without you there. And I think, with Jack, maybe that was why there was so much envy. He knew how much we depended on you. Logan lifted his beer bottle with his right hand, without thinking. The pain shot up his arm to his collarbone. He had to suck in a shout, then breathe slowly through the aftermath of the pain. It made him consider his competitiveness with Jack. While all the brothers used to pile onto the polo field on a Friday night, the whole town in the grandstand, polo was always the thing that Logan was best at. He loved it. But so did Jack. And even though he played rough and aggressive, he showed real promise, always trying some clever new tactic to win. But on the flip side, he'd get really frustrated if he lost, blame everyone, have tantrums, blame Logan. And if Logan ever retaliated, his dad would say, Let it go, Logan. You're his older brother. Be the better man. Logan remembered when Jack turned up at that charity game with Bella by his side. Now he could bring himself to name the feeling. He could picture the savage jealousy, like fire burning through him. But he'd look at Jack smiling and happy, and he tried to be the better man. He wanted to be the better man. Up until the very moment he'd mounted his horse, Logan was still persuading himself that he didn't care if Jack had Bella, didn't care if he beat him in the match. But then as he played, against his will the force arose and engulfed him. Everything seemed a little clearer, a little faster. There was a sickness in his throat and a burn in the fabric of his muscles. He could feel a relentless need to triumph. He wanted to show that whatever Jack thought he had, Logan, when it came down to it, wasn't secretly, morally the better man. He was simply the better man all around, whether it was out there on the field or off the pitch, rising above Jack's attempts to make him jealous, and not just better, the best. Exactly, he realized, what Jack had been determinedly trying to prove about himself over a lifetime spent snapping at Logan's heels. That was the beast of competition, the whisper-thin line between love and hate. "I should have done better," Logan said, staring down at his bruised, scratched reflection in the aluminum bar top. Brody flipped the beer mat again. "We all did what we had to do." Then, catching the coaster and resting it on the bar, he added, "We've all grown up. You know, Logan?" Logan's eyes narrowed. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying you don't have to do everything," Brody replied with a raise of a brow. Logan snorted like that definitely wasn't the case. "Oh, yeah? You just said it would be me telling Mom and Dad about Jack." Brody winced. "Yeah, that was a joke." "No, it wasn't." "I will come with you." Logan shook his head to say it wasn't necessary. "And where's Ethan then, when you need him? What would Noah have done with the funeral? Held it in the barn?" He stretched and yawned, which made his face hurt. "And where are you when Dad's chucking up the guilt trips like this whole mess is our fault? I don't see you squaring up to him." Brody tipped his head, looked at him with a rare hint of challenge before saying, "I didn't see you do it either." Logan paused, blew out a breath. His shoulders dropped. "No," he admitted. Brody's mouth tipped up in his usual half-smile. "Like it or not, we're all in this together, Logan. You can't solve everyone's problems, and you're never going to be everyone's hero," he said. "That's just the way it is." Logan looked up, brows arched in surprise at the wisdom. Everyone knew Brody's notion of wise was managing to do the least possible for the most gain. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe that was another assumption Logan had made. Brody threw him a knowing wink. Logan smiled. It hurt his face, but he didn't mind. He had never talked with Brody like this before. He could chalk it up to another mistake, or realize that perhaps he needed to hit this rock-bottom moment in order to hear what his brother had to say. That perhaps being the leader, the one out in front, had blinded him to so many other things going on behind him, other people. Maybe Brody was right. Maybe they could all look after themselves. Maybe they all had to deal with their own mistakes, and he had to face up to his. Logan looked at his brother, who, spinning his beer mat on one corner, just sitting, nowhere else to be, had come all the way from wherever he had been to check on him. He could have gotten choked up again. Instead, he said, "Another drink?" Brody looked up with a grin. "Thought you'd never ask."
Chapter 16. Bella was out in the orchard when John Luke poked his head out the screen door and said, "People here to see you, Bella." Bella presumed it was Logan and immediately braced herself to see him again after their altercation. She swept a hand over her hair just to check it didn't have apple blossom in it and walked back toward the back steps. But to her surprise, it was Martha Carter who walked out first, Logan a few feet behind. "Hello, Bella," she said. Martha had always been a strong presence in the boys' lives, tall and statuesque, brown hair so dark it was almost black, heavy eyes that looked naturally lined with kohl, long, straight nose. She was striking, not pretty. Today she looked tired, her skin pale and her shoulders low. Bella stopped abruptly at the sight of her, stunned to see her standing there in the orchard.
"Oh, hello, Mrs. Carter. Call me Martha. Bella, please."
Bella nodded. It was late afternoon, but with brilliant sunshine, and the noise of the bees and the blossom hummed like crackling fire. The beauty of it felt surreal compared to the current reality of Logan and Jack's mum walking toward her. It was only when she'd recovered from that surprise that she looked up to see Logan's face, and flinched back in horror at the angry black bruise down one side of it, the split lip, and the cut that slashed through his brow. She opened her mouth to say something, but then didn't, because this wasn't the time. Martha was walking closer. Instead, she held his dark, impervious gaze for a second, knew him well enough to know that the injuries were self-inflicted. She imagined the beating he'd taken at Charlie's, wondered if he'd won or lost. Then she turned her attention fully to Martha, who had stopped in front of her, her eyes red-rimmed and bloodshot, the fan of lines at her temples deeper from grief.
"Bella, I hope you don't mind me coming over out the blue, but I knew that if I didn't come straight away, then I might."
She was clearly nervous, and Bella's own heart was racing.
"Oh, goodness, sorry,
Martha paused, put her hand to her chest. Logan took a step protectively toward her. Martha held up a hand to indicate that she was fine.
"Let me start again."
She cleared her throat. Bella remembered her in the kitchen of the ranch house, all wooden cupboards and old patchwork throws, laughing loudly, flipping pancakes, winning ruthlessly against the boys when they played board games, practicing their polo swings with them when they were out in the pasture. Always so confident, so warm and enthusiastic. It was heartbreaking to see her so vulnerable.
"Bella, Emmett and I spoke to Logan in depth this morning. Emmett would be here, but I thought it might be a little overwhelming, so many of us on your doorstep. But we would like to offer you an apology. For Jack. For what you went through."
Bella's eyes darted up to Logan. He had told them. All the tiny hairs on her body stood on end, a shiver prickling through her, even in the gentle warmth of the day. She wanted to press pause on the conversation, take a moment to adjust and hear properly every word that was being said. Wanted a second to understand all the million emotions that she knew were hidden in Logan's impassive, narrowed gaze, if only she had more time to look.
"I know it's not enough,"
Martha went on, shielding her eyes from the sunlight and moving into the shade of the trees.
"And I know it can't put things right. But it's the only thing I have to offer right now. I'm sorry, Bella, for everything that happened with Jack."
Immediately, Bella stopped trying to work out what Logan was thinking and let the words sink in. They felt like a release. Like Bella was at one with the ground beneath her, the delicate white flowers on the trees, the tributary of the Redemption River that trickled alongside the orchard. She hadn't realized until that moment how highly she regarded these people, the Carters. How ashamed she was of their judgment, of her own behavior in their eyes.
"Can you please find it in your heart at some point, not now, to forgive us, Bella, for letting it happen?"
"Yes. Don't cry. Yes, of course." She swallowed over the lump in her throat. Logan dipped his head, looked down at the ground like he was separating himself from the moment to make it between Bella and his mother.
"No."
Martha held up a hand.
"Don't be hasty. Don't say it lightly. Just, please, take the apology. And in your own time, know that you are always welcome at our house." We're sorry.
Logan glanced up then, face shadowed darkly by the bruising, but eyes softening slightly, as if adding his own agreement in a look. Bella couldn't stop the tear that rolled down her cheek. She swiped it away with her hand. Thank you, Mrs. Carter, Martha. I really appreciate you saying that.
It's the least I can do, Bella.
Her voice compassionate and homespun.
I'd like to know how I could do more.
It's fine. Really, Bella didn't know what to say. Couldn't find the words to confess the enormity. It's fine, she said again, looking fleetingly at Logan and seeing what looked perhaps like regret in the tightening of his jaw. But then Martha's hand went up to her mouth to cover a sob, and in front of Bella, this strong matriarch crumpled into tears.
I'm so sorry,
she gasped, trying to catch her breath. Bella reached out to support her, but Logan was there in an instant, wrapping his arm around Martha's shoulders, wincing instinctively at the pain in his rib caused by the movement, but holding her firm and walking her back to the front door as she kept apologizing, and Bella kept reassuring her that it wasn't necessary. When they got to the car, Logan opened the door for his mum, who had managed to compose herself, was wiping her eyes with a Kleenex, and said again,
I'm so sorry, Bella,
as she reached to give her a hug. Not the polite, impersonal gesture of the funeral, but gentle and apologetic.
Please, come and see us whenever you're in town. I know your mom and John Luke have missed you very much.
Bella nodded, breathing in the warmth of the hug. Yes, she said, still distracted and overwhelmed by it all.
I will.
Tearing up again, Martha got in the car and closed the door. Logan walked, formal and businesslike, around to the driver's side, as if he had no place there, like his presence was an intrusion because he and Bella had said everything they ever would. So when Bella said, "Thank you, Logan," he paused, taken aback, and said,
"What for?"
She wasn't quite sure how to articulate it.
For saying to them what I never would.
His expression softened, eyes creasing as he nodded. Then, after a moment, he said,
I am truly sorry for what happened.
She nodded back, the tight knot that had lived inside her for years loosening its threads. As Logan was about to open the car door, she added,
What happened to your face?
Charlie's gym, he replied, confirming her suspicions.
Did you win?
She asked. He paused for a second, then shook his head.
No.
No, Bella replied softly, as if none of them had. Just various degrees of loss. Their eyes met for a second, and it seemed like everything that neither of them would say flickered in the air like a match. And for a fleeting moment, the raw intensity of his gaze made her breath catch. Then just as quickly it was over. He yanked open the car door, and the spark between them went out. When they had driven away, Bella went back out to the orchard, had to breathe the fresh air and lower herself to the ground, plunge her hands into the long, thick grass just for something to grasp onto, to tether herself to the moment. She felt the tears cascade down her cheeks and fall at will onto the grass. She lay back, arms outstretched, gazing up through the leaves at the azure sky, and realized that now she was free. Martha's visit had opened a door inside her and let out all the shame she carried in herself about how these people thought about her. All the judgment that she didn't realize kept her away, kept her out, kept her from life. She knew then that it was time to go home, back to New York. Her time at this safe, beautiful sanctuary was over. Because while it had given her the calm and protection she had craved, it suddenly felt like hiding. Now she was free. It was over, she thought, staring up at the vast swathe of blue sky. But then an image of Logan's dark, ravaged face flashed into her mind. All the pain and regret in his eyes, and that hard-won freedom felt suddenly bittersweet. Chapter 17. It was just over a year later that the prestigious Cornelia Street Ballet Academy staged a show at the theatre in Soho where Bella worked. As the dancers were all piling out after their first rehearsal, Bella suddenly heard her name called from down the corridor. She looked up to see none other than Willow Carter running toward her, wild red curls piled haphazardly on the top of her head, dressed like such a dancing cliché in leggings, leg warmers and a crop top that Bella couldn't help but smile when she saw her.
Willow, what are you doing here? I'm the principal dancer. I didn't know you worked here.
Willow enveloped Bella in a giant hug that smelled of strawberry shampoo.
You coming, Willow?
One of her friends called, holding the door open, the rest of the dancers having already left.
One sec,
Willow shouted back. Then, returning her attention to Bella, said hurriedly,
Listen, I have to go, but it's my birthday tonight and I'm having a little party. You should come.
Bella shook her head.
I wouldn't want to intrude. Don't be silly. Brody will be there. He'd love to see you. No, Logan, unfortunately he's away, but it'll be fun. Please.
She looked at her, wide, upturned eyes beseeching. It reminded Bella of times in the Carters' hay barn when Bella would come and watch the boys rehearsing when their band was just a hobby. Willow was a little kid then, 10 or 11 at the time, and would sit on the highest bale of hay, her cloud of curls haloing her face, her legs swinging as she munched on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Bella would climb up to join, and without fail be persuaded to let Willow do her makeup and plait her hair into all kinds of weird and wonderful shapes. Just as then, Bella found it impossible to say no to Willow's big-eyed pleading. And if Logan wasn't going to be there, it wouldn't be awkward. Brody was always easy company.
Okay,
Bella agreed.
Yes!
Willow clapped with delight.
I'll text you the address,
she added, as she flew out to catch up with her friends. The party was on the rooftop of an old Brooklyn brownstone, with a view out across the East River and the twinkling lights of Manhattan. By the time Bella arrived, it was already packed with people. It certainly wasn't the little party that Willow had called it. Bella was met with a sea of faces she didn't recognize. They all looked like dancers, glowing with radiant health, toned and poised like fashion models. It reminded her of the old Vogue parties, a far cry from where her life was nowadays. She had been in two minds about going, aware she wouldn't know anyone and would definitely be out of place among the crowd of Willow's friends, but went in the end because the invitation felt too important, a bridge between the past and present. She weaved her way through the crowd, twinkling festoon lights crisscrossing the sky above her, and headed to where a makeshift bar had been put together out of old boxes and a slab of wood. She poured herself a drink and looked out at the view. It was a cool, early fall evening, and from the rooftop they were level with the plane trees, the yellowing leaves sparkling like gold in the setting sun.
Hey, you made it!
Willow shouted excitedly when she spotted her. Wearing a little floral dress and her cowboy boots, her red curls knotted high on her head, she rushed over and hugged Bella tight. It made Bella feel instantly at ease. Made the smile on the face feel more natural.
Happy birthday, she said,
handing her the flowers she'd brought her as a gift.
Sorry, I don't know what you're going to do with these.
I didn't realize it was quite such a big party.
Don't be silly, they're gorgeous.
Willow grinned, smelling them before reaching over to grab one of the water jugs on the table and plopping the bouquet in.
Look, they're perfect.
Bella smiled at the flowers in among the bottles of wine and jugs of cocktails. Then Willow said, "Come on, let me introduce you to some people," and ushered her toward a group of her friends. Everyone Bella spoke to was lovely and really welcoming, but when Brody came sauntering through the crowd toward her, it was a relief to see a face she recognized. "Brody," she said fondly as he approached. "Hello, darling," he murmured. Putting one hand on her waist, he leaned in and kissed her smoothly on both cheeks. He had the same expensive cologne, cute dimples, shaggy hair, was by far the best-looking guy in the place, and the twinkle in his eye said that he knew it. He surveyed the area and said, "Know anyone here?" Bella shook her head. He nodded in agreement. "Me neither." He sipped his drink, eyes transfixed on the beautiful tousle-haired dancers threading their way through the crowd, and said, "But you gotta love Willow's parties." Bella laughed. "Brody, behave." He chuckled, then turned and gave her the full radiant force of his attention. "So, what have you been up to?" Chatting with Brody was always easy, and he was his open, charming self. But while he was more than happy to devote his attention to Bella, every now and then she saw his eyes wander to the bare, golden limbs and flirtatious glances of the women around them, and felt she was unfairly monopolizing his attention, like a dog straining at the leash. When one girl knocked his arm as she passed, spilling his drink, she apologized profusely, then taking a step back, said, "Are you one of Willow's brothers?" "Yeah, I'm the good-looking one," Brody grinned, which made the girl giggle, and Bella roll her eyes and say, "I'm going to get a drink." It was on the way to the bar, however, that the door to the rooftop opened, and suddenly she saw Logan. Bella stopped where she was, heart suddenly thundering, her eyes glancing left and right for an exit, but she couldn't move. He wasn't meant to be there. Clearly fresh from the office, he wore a dark grey suit and white shirt, top button undone, hair rumpled and falling forward over his brow. There were dark circles under his eyes, a shadow across his jaw. He looked handsome in an exhaustedly dishevelled way, like he had come to the end of a really hard week, but still there was that lazily crooked smile on his face as he searched the crowd for his sister. But when the first person he saw was Bella, the smile vanished instantly, replaced with a frown of confusion, almost resignation. Like he was expecting to whip in, say happy birthday to Willow and get out of there. Now he had Bella to contend with, something he wasn't prepared for and didn't look like he particularly wanted. The look on his face made her stomach clench. She wanted to disappear, wished she had never come. But she had to just stand and wait as he took the couple of strides it needed to reach her. "What are you doing here?" he asked. His surprise may have made the words come out harsher than he intended, but even so, it was a far cry from the infectious enthusiasm of Willow's and Brody's greetings. What was Bella doing there? She felt suddenly foolish for agreeing to come. She should have predicted this. "Willow invited me," she replied stiffly. "I didn't know you'd be here." She regretted it the moment she said it, annoyed that she'd implied that where Logan would or wouldn't be affected her choices. But just then Willow came bounding over. "Logan! I didn't think you could make it." "I just landed," he replied, all attention suddenly fixed on his sister, the smile back in place. "Happy birthday," he said dotingly, handing her a beautifully wrapped box. "Oh, Logan, you didn't have to get me anything." She bashed him on the arm but ripped off the paper like an excited kid and gasped with delight at the tiny gold charm of a ballet shoe inside. "I saw it in a little shop in Milan last week. Made me think of you." Logan shrugged as if embarrassed by the effort. "Oh, I love it." Willow picked it up delicately and then showed it to Bella. "Isn't it so cute?" Bella nodded, thinking how different, how caring Logan was with Willow compared to how he was with her. She couldn't work out if what she felt was regret or envy, not of their relationship, but of the ability to take for granted the feeling of being loved so unwaveringly. Willow hugged Logan thanks, then slipped the little box into the pocket of her dress and said, "Right, we need to get you a drink. Bella, do you want one?" Bella didn't want to drink. She didn't want to be there. She wanted to be as far from Logan as she could get. "Do you know, I was actually just leaving." "What?" Willow looked confused. "You can't leave. You've only just got here." "Yeah, I'm really tired," Bella said regretfully. "I was only popping in to say happy birthday, that was all." "No." Willow looked crestfallen. "Stay. Logan, tell her to stay." But even with Willow's pleading eyes on him, Logan seemed as reluctant as Bella for her to be there, and, without meeting her eyes, said simply, "If she wants to go, let her go, Willow." "No, no, no," Willow insisted. "Bella, have another drink. Stay, dance." Bella tried to keep things light, despite the brooding presence of Logan next to her. "That's my cue to leave," she joked. "I definitely don't dance." She saw Logan's brows draw together in a frown at her comment, and he said, almost despite himself, "Why don't you dance?" Because in the past, Bella was always the first on the dance floor. She loved to dance at parties. Bella swallowed under the wary scrutiny of Logan's darkening blue gaze, felt her heart beat too fast and her palms start to sweat. She hadn't thought it through. It was an automatic answer she'd got used to saying because Jack didn't like her dancing, didn't like other people looking at her, touching her, and as a result she had stopped altogether. It was another thing that she had made smaller about herself, another thing that she had to keep in check. Remember who she was now, and what she liked doing. An awkward silence had descended on them all while Bella struggled to reply. Without having to verbalize it, the shadow of Jack suddenly seemed thick in the air. Her obvious discomfort made Logan's jaw clench and his eyes narrow before he looked away at the concrete floor. Willow shuffled back a step and said, "Of course, you should go if you're tired, Bella. Sorry to be pushy. I know I get overexcited." Kicking herself for having said anything about dancing, Bella said, "Not at all." And refusing to look in Logan's direction, she reached forward and gave Willow's arm a friendly squeeze. "I really appreciate you inviting me. I'll see you at the theatre." Willow nodded, eyes wide with a sympathetic sadness. "Bye, Bella." "Bye," she replied, slipping away past Logan without a second glance.
Chapter 18. Logan watched Bella walking down the street toward the theater. He'd recognize that walk anywhere. Hair bunched on top of her head, glasses on, a sweater falling off her shoulder as she struggled with a heap of costumes on hangers. In the past year, his finger had hovered over her phone number more times than he could count, but he'd never dialed. He felt like he'd let her down, and he hated that. When she saw him, she paused for a second in shock, then, schooling her features, rolled her lips together and walked more calmly toward him. He didn't blame her wariness. He'd behaved appallingly the evening before at Willow's party. When she got close enough, she said,
"I'm assuming this isn't a coincidence."
Her hair fell into her eyes as she spoke, and she had to blow it away because her hands were full. Logan shrugged, hands in his pocket. "Would you believe me if I said it was?"
"In a city of 1.5 million people, it would seem strange,"
she replied, face still coolly impassive. Then she carried on walking toward the back entrance of the theater, the costumes over her arm clearly weighing her down.
Do you need a hand with that? He asked, falling into step beside her.
No, thank you.
A van was double parked on the sidewalk, which made them have to fall into single file. Bella squeezed through the space, the costumes grazing against the brick wall. Logan followed.
What do you want, Logan?
She asked without turning. Logan raked a hand through his hair, knowing this was going to be difficult. I thought we could go for coffee. She paused when they got back out in the open, the fire escape doors of the theater propped open with a chair beside them. She turned to look at him, exasperatedly resigned.
I'm really busy.
I'm really sorry, he cut in, making her inhale sharply. He let the words hang in the air for a moment, then added, I behaved really badly last night. I was caught off guard. I'm sorry. He watched her sigh up at the gray, brutalist theater building, clearly trying to decide what to do next. Logan had gone back to New York after his drink with Brody, feeling exhausted but strangely purged. Admittedly, he was disgusted with himself for how he'd treated Bella, and uneasy about what he'd learned about his brothers, particularly Ethan. His whole body had throbbed from the boxing. He could barely walk and had trouble breathing and felt like he'd broken a rib. But he'd felt, for the first time in a long time, a little easier. Which was odd, considering he had learned all sorts of horrors about the lurking ghost of Jack, about himself, about his other brothers. But as Brody said, it was kind of a relief to have it out in the open. As gradually the cuts on his face healed, he'd try to get back to normal, getting through the days as he always had, settling into the routine of life, mourning his brother, trying to piece back together his memory of him, swum through the sadness and come up on the bank on the other side. He still found he couldn't get Bella out of his mind. Couldn't rid himself of the image of her in the kitchen in the orchard, telling him what had happened. Her beautiful face, her eyes, the trails of moisture down her cheeks. The naked vulnerability as she stood in front of him, telling her story. He had done that to her. Or watching her face soften with relief when his mom came to offer an apology. She haunted him, surfaced in his mind when he was doing something as simple as ordering his macchiato or running in Central Park. He found his eyes scouring the crowds for her. He hated to admit it, but this wasn't the first time he'd taken a circuitous route to his office to pass by the theater. The idea of bumping into her caused a tingling of excitement to shiver over his skin. Something that he didn't like to admit because it was both wrong and impossible. He was torn between the secret pleasure that he didn't have to compete with his brother for Bella's affections and a shameful self-loathing for even considering such a thought. When he'd seen her at Willow's party, he'd been so rocked at the sight of her, at all those feelings closing in on him, afraid that she could see it all in his eyes when he looked at her, that he'd ended up being standoffishly aloof, something his sister had given him an earful about after Bella had left. Now, standing at the entrance of the theater, he said, "Let me buy you a coffee?" Bella shook her head, hesitating a second before replying,
I really don't think that's a good idea.
Please. The words seemed to make her pause. She looked down at the sidewalk. There was an overturned Coke crate by the propped open doors with a mug on it that had previously been used as a table for coffee breaks. She kept her eyes on the empty mug.
Why?
Because I owe you a proper apology. She raised a brow and said flatly,
I don't really want an apology. I just want to get on with my life.
Logan paused for a moment, wasn't sure what more to say to convince her. He glanced down at the Coke crate, taking a breath before looking back up into her steely brown eyes and saying, I keep thinking about you. The air changed.
He watched her brain whirring in the expression on her face as she seemed to weigh up the options, whether this was a can of worms she wanted to open or keep firmly closed. He heard cars driving past behind them, the bustle of the theater through the open doors, pigeons fluttering on the fire escape ladders, his senses suddenly alert to everything and anything, until finally she said simply,
"Okay."
Logan felt his heart clench. Then she raised the armful of costumes she was holding and said,
"Let me just dump this stuff."
Logan nodded, and, slipping his hands back in his pockets, waited for her next to the propped-open doors, feeling unfamiliarly bashful and more than a little out of his depth. They strolled in awkward silence down the sidewalk to a little kiosk in the park. There was an awkwardness between them, neither knowing where to look. To make conversation, he said, "So you're not at Vogue anymore?"
"Fashion wasn't for me in the end. Can't you tell?"
she added, joking as he always remembered her doing, to cover the unease, gesturing down at her tatty jeans and the loose scoop-neck sweater she wore that had pins stuck for safekeeping in the fabric by the neck. He smiled along, but to him she looked the most relaxed he'd seen her in years. Made him war with himself for having turned up out of the blue, for forcing the wariness back into her gaze. They sat at a table and chairs laid out by the kiosk, under the dappled shade of a plane tree. Silence again. The air between them seemed to crackle. He looked away for a moment, down at the coppery carpet of fallen leaves. Then he leaned forward, arms crossed on the table, and said, "Let me just say this. I'm sorry for the way I treated you, Bella. Not just last night, but all of it. At the funeral, at your house, last year, whenever. Forever." He sat up straighter, hands braced on his thighs, and looked away for a moment. When he turned back, he looked at her, almost willing her to hear the sincerity. The sound of the coffee machine and the conversations of other people in the park around them softened into the background. She looked down at the tabletop, cradling her cup in her hands, and then back up at him. Her eyes were the size of dinner plates. When he saw her hesitation, he wanted to say it again and again until she would hear it, be able to forgive him.
"Okay,"
she said, more formally than he could handle.
"I appreciate that."
Birds pecked around them at crumbs on the ground, pigeons fighting off sparrows who fluttered down, jumping in the dust and leaves. Logan sat back, running a hand through his hair, feeling the least composed he had ever been. "I find it really hard. I look back and don't like who I was. I can't believe I didn't call you when your dad died. And you and Jack, I admit, I was jealous. I was. I just couldn't admit it. You were my friend, and I let you go." He ran his hand over his mouth, trying to pin down what he wanted to say. When it came down to it, it was simply, "I was wrong, Bella, and I'm sorry for it all." She traced her finger down the side of her cup, then glanced up, brow raised as she said dryly,
"It's quite a monumental moment. Logan Carter apologizing and admitting he's wrong in the same sentence."
He chanced to laugh. Her lips twitched, and he felt himself relax, blew out a breath of relief. "I'm sorry I didn't see what was happening."
"It wasn't your fault."
"I knew Jack could be tricky. I chose not to see it, I suppose." She looked down at the leaves, and he saw her swallow, perhaps nervously, before she said,
"I know I could have told you how bad everything had gotten for him, but I hated him, Logan."
He flinched at the word hate. She looked away at one of the little sparrows. He didn't want her to look away. "It wasn't your responsibility. It was mine."
"No!"
She seemed to surprise herself with her sharpness.
It was Jack's responsibility. You can't just absolve him.
She shook her head, tucking the strands of hair that came loose behind her ear.
We all played a part, and we all paid.
Logan didn't say anything, just watched her across the table in the cool sunlight. Thought about what she'd been through at his brother's hand and said plainly, "Yes, you're right. I'm sorry for my part in it." Then he sat back in his chair and, shaking his head, said, "I wish you'd been able to come to me."
Yeah,
she said, almost resigned, and he couldn't get over how it felt to have let her down. It made his heart actually hurt. Neither of them said anything, and he felt the silence stretch on between them. It felt like a spotlight on how distant they'd become. He knew from his conversation with Brody that he had to dig a little deeper, had to say what he didn't want to say. He focused on her fingers toying with her coffee cup and said, "I'm so angry with him." Her fingers stilled. "He was my brother, and I don't want to feel like that about him, but I'm furious with him, and I'm envious of him. And I love him, and I don't know how to align all those things." He glanced up, saw her watching him with wary sympathy. She shook her head, her hair slipping in front of her eyes.
I don't know either, Logan.
Then she stood up and chucked her cup in the recycling.
I should get back.
He didn't want her to go. He tried to summon the cool rationality that he would have used to deal with this a year ago, but he couldn't make it go away. All he wanted was to keep talking to her. "Can I walk back with you?" he asked, standing up. She paused for a second, seemed to consider it, and then nodded.
Yeah.
It felt like the tiniest of wins. But then as they started to walk back through the park, she said,
Why didn't you call me when my dad died?
And he felt the shame of his own actions like a punch of regret once again. "Because I'm an idiot?" he replied flatly. She looked up at him, brows raised in vague surprise at the answer. He raked a hand through his hair, unused to hauling so much of his own wrongdoing out into the open for scrutiny. "I didn't even know for ages, for exactly the reason you said. I was just too busy, and then I suppose I blocked it out." They reached a fountain, the water swishing with iridescent carp. Logan stopped walking to say, "Everything to do with home, with Autumn Falls, it was just easier to turn away from it." He put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. "I'm not trying to make excuses. It was selfish, there's no doubt about it. I kept thinking I'd call you, but time went by, and then I think I felt too much time had passed. But also, I kept getting distracted." He sighed, looking down at the water, the fish twisting like ribbons in the pond. "I seem to have gotten distracted from a lot of things." She stood next to him, their reflections looking back up at them as she nodded, as though possibly appeased by the answer, or for finally getting one. She said,
What's weird is the people I ended up needing were John Luke and my mom. The man who I'd blamed for moving to Autumn Falls and ruining my life. It turns out he was worth 100 times what my dad was.
She looked sidelong at Logan.
I wasted a lot of energy trying to impress Dad.
"Yeah, well," he said, resigned, looking sidelong at her. "We all make mistakes." There was a pause. The words hung between them. The white noise of the fountain in the background. When she turned her head to look at him and their eyes met, he felt his breath catch, because as he looked, her mouth tilted ever so slightly into a smile, and it felt like in that moment she might be forgiving him, and the feeling spread slowly through him, filling chasms that he didn't realize had been cracking for so long. They walked on in silence to the entrance of the park.
When they got to the crosswalk opposite the theater, Bella said,
I really have to go.
But before she walked away, she paused and said,
It was nice to see you, Logan.
Then added wryly,
I'm glad you happened to walk past.
He tipped his head in acknowledgement. So am I. Then he watched her cross the street, push open the doors of the theater and disappear. When she was out of sight, he turned and walked away, looking up at the clouds and exhaling long and slow, like a huge weight had lifted from his shoulders, while also painfully aware that he had to see her again, even if it meant the purgatory of being so close to something he could never have. Chapter 19. Logan sat at his desk, unable to concentrate. Figures jumped across the screen. His cell phone vibrated with contacts that he wasn't interested in. He leaned back in his chair, leg bouncing impatiently, and looked around the room. The tall, slatted blinds over the window carved up the view of Manhattan on his left. On his right were shelves of all his own trophies and certificates. Platinum discs of top performers of his label hung on the walls. Awards glittered in the dusty rays of sun. He had everything he could ever want, and still not what he really wanted. Marianne poked her head around the door, her gray hair swept neatly back. If she caught him daydreaming, she didn't let on.
Sorry, Logan. I was just checking you've remembered the board meeting.
He glanced across, stirred from his trance. Yep, I'll be there. She raised a brow, somewhat quizzically.
Feel free to answer the phone, by the way, anytime you like.
He snorted a laugh. Will do. But when the door closed, he found himself staring blankly at his desk again, willing the only person he wanted to hear from to call. It was a couple of months since he'd had coffee with Bella in the park. The holiday season had come and gone. Snow had dusted the skyline, but he couldn't stop thinking about her. Against his better judgment, his mind would drift back to the past, to the early days in Autumn Falls when it had just been the two of them. He remembered the first time he'd invited her to one of his polo matches. They were only 16, but she seemed to know exactly what she wanted to do with her life, whereas he was stuck staring down the endless barrel of the ranch. She was the first person he'd met who just did exactly what she wanted. He remembered during the game, when he looked over in the halftime break to see if Bella was enjoying it, he saw her in the stands, glasses on, halfway through reading a book, and snorted a laugh.
I came, didn't I?
She said when he galloped over to accuse her of not paying attention.
I didn't necessarily mean I was going to watch it all.
She pointed to her book.
I'm really enjoying myself.
Good, he said, a little bemused by her lack of interest. Glad I could be of service. She'd shoot him back to the pitch. As he'd taken up position again and seen her out of the corner of his eye, still nose in her book, he'd realized that it was quite nice to have someone be there for him, but not be there at the same time. Just someone to live side by side with. It occurred to him that he'd never had that before or since. Someone either not wanting a piece of him, or not simply doing something because he'd said to do it. He'd got too used to being at the top. There was another knock on his office door. Marianne said,
Everyone's waiting in the boardroom.
Okay, thanks. Logan was about to get up when his phone rang. Bella. His whole day immediately brightened. Hey.
Is this a bad time?
She asked. Marianne tapped her watch at the door. Not at all, Logan said and gestured 5 minutes to Marianne.
I'm calling because a UPS guy has just dropped off a huge box at my apartment, and in it is all my stuff from Jack's house.
Logan swallowed, aware suddenly that she might be angry, that he should have warned her rather than assuming it would be a surprise. His heart paused for a second.
I just wanted to say thank you, Logan. I really appreciate you doing that for me.
He could breathe again. What was happening to him? Second-guessing his every move? He felt like a teenager. You're welcome, he said.
There were some very precious things in there that I'm really glad to have back. Things I'd never thought I'd see again. So, thanks.
Logan had flown to LA over the weekend to finally supervise the packing up of Jack's house. He thought it might be cathartic, but it was mainly just painful. Sending Bella her things felt like at least something good could come of it. But he also knew the moment he'd received the notification that the package had been delivered, that the gesture hadn't been completely altruistic. He'd wanted exactly this, to make her happy, to have the opportunity to talk to her again. "I'm glad it arrived safely."
Yeah, it did,
she replied. There was a pause. Words seemed to be failing him. He'd been waiting for this call and now couldn't for the life of him think of anything to say. He just knew he didn't want her to hang up. She said,
"Well, thanks again. It was really thoughtful of you."
"It really was no problem," he replied. He could see Marianne waiting impatiently in the corridor.
"Well,"
said Bella,
"I'll let you go. I'm sure you have a meeting or something."
"Yeah."
"Okay, well, thanks."
"That's okay."
"Bye, Logan."
"Bye." Marianne made a gesture with her hands to hurry him up. He was about to hang up when he swore he heard her say,
"Logan?"
"Yes?" The phone went straight back to his ear. Marianne looked heavenward.
"I wondered if you wanted to have dinner or something. Nothing special, just as a thank you."
"I'd love to." He cut her off, his words quicker than his conscience. Aware he was walking a fine line, one he knew he should turn back from, but the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, making it impossible.
Chapter 20. Bella stood in her bedroom, staring down at the selection of clothes lying sprawled on the bed. Since leaving everything behind when she'd fled Jack's, she hadn't lived with many possessions. Living from a suitcase had become her safety net. So now, after suddenly having all her stuff back, even with some of it in bags packed and ready for Goodwill, she felt overwhelmed by choice. She FaceTimed Claudette. "I don't know what to wear." "Don't be ridiculous." Bella could see herself in the camera. Her hair had gone fluffy, and she put on too much makeup to cover her flushed cheeks, so she'd washed it off. Now her skin looked blotched. "I can't believe it. Look at me. My face is all red. I can't make a decision about what to wear. I can't think straight. It's like I'm 16 again." Her heart was beating too fast at the thought of seeing Logan again. When she'd suggested dinner, it had been spur of the moment, overwhelmed by gratitude for him having thought of her and saving her belongings. Small items like the necklace her dad had given her on her 13th birthday, a wool sweater knitted by her grandma, the handbag she'd bought with her first Vogue paycheck. Things she didn't need, but that had unquantifiable sentimental value, and that she had resigned herself to never seeing again. But now, they were having dinner together. "Just breathe, Bella," Claudette ordered, in her usual no-nonsense fashion. "And just wear what you feel comfortable in. Call me back when you've decided." She hung up. Bella sat on the edge of the bed, her hands either side of her, palms flat on the quilt, and took a couple of calming breaths. There was a flutter in her stomach every time she thought about seeing Logan again, but it was difficult to tell if it was good or bad. She didn't know if she wanted to step down that path again. The minutes clicked past. Panic short-circuited her brain. She kept seeing all her lovely cherished memories of the past, when they'd first become friends, and they'd driven out to nowhere in Autumn Falls, the road stretching out like they could keep going to the edge of the world together, or just lying on their backs in the orchard, hidden from everyone, lying under the trees and eating sweet, ripe apples with the sun shimmering on their skin. Or her sitting on the fence by the horse barn on the ranch as Logan broke in the new horses. Or free-falling together from the lip of the waterfall, crashing into the ice-cold water below. She saw just wide smiles on their faces, the warmth of his body as they lay side by side, the trust and the friendship, and the shared hopes and dreams. They were a clutch of precious memories kept safe in her mind, wrapped up like treasure. Turning to look over her shoulder at all the clothes spread out on the bed, she felt like she was deliberately sabotaging what was to come, because deep down she feared inviting Logan back into her life. Because there hadn't been much happiness in it since those recollected moments. And she didn't want being with Logan now to change who she remembered him being then, who she remembered herself being. She wanted to keep her precious memories safe. It's just dinner, she reminded herself, and returning to the pile of clothes, picked out a pale grey cashmere sweater with the low V-neck that Claudette had given her for Christmas, and a pleated satin skirt in emerald green. Then she pulled on her dark leather boots with a little block heel, favourites that Logan had rescued from the LA house. Looking in the mirror, she felt nicely herself. Not too dressy, not too shabby. She sent Claudette a selfie, and the reply came back, perfect. But while she at least looked good on the outside, inside, Bella's heart thrummed like hummingbird wings. Her intercom buzzed. Uncertain who would be at her door at this time, she went to answer it. Hello? Car for Bella Jameson? She paused with her finger on the button. I didn't order a car. Logan Carter sent me. I'm here to take you to dinner. She peered out the window and saw a black Cadillac waiting at the curb. A small smile played on her lips. When she got downstairs, she said to the driver, I can't believe Logan sent a car. I could have gotten the subway. Logan didn't want you getting caught in the rain, he told her. She laughed, a little bewildered. It's not raining. Then, as she said it, she saw that the sky had darkened and it was just starting to drizzle. Trust Logan to know it was going to rain, she said. Let me get my umbrella. Before she could head back, the driver held up an enormous black umbrella and flicked it open. Will this do? Right. Yes, of course. She hesitated between the doorway and the vast umbrella, then pulled the door closed, locked it, and let herself be escorted to a cavernous sedan that filled the sidewalk. I can't believe he sent you. Can't you? The guy chuckled. Bella shook her head as if it were all unnecessary. He opened the car door for her. Sit back. Enjoy yourself. As they purred their way through the traffic, Bella gave in to the luxury, snuggling back into the seat and chatting with the driver. Out the window, she saw people rushing along the sidewalks to get out of the rain, sheltering under awnings, the sky a dark blanket of cloud. Indigo House, the driver said 10 minutes later, as they pulled up outside the plain double doors of the private members' club. Bella bent her head and peered out through the rivulets of rain on the window. And there he was, collar up on his dark grey jacket, eyes hooded by shadow, hands thrust deep into his pockets as he leaned with his back against the wall under the awning, waiting. She couldn't help the shudder of trepidation that went through her. She knew it would probably be a safer idea to stay in the car. Then the door was opened for her, and of course she stepped out, an umbrella held above her head. Logan pushed off the wall and started strolling toward her. She purposely avoided his eyes, turning instead to thank the driver. You saved me from the rain. He laughed. It was my pleasure. Have fun. I'll try, she smiled. Then she turned to Logan, and she felt her heart skip a traitorous beat. She looked up at him, wondering at how he still managed to make her breath catch after all this time. You shouldn't have sent a car. His mouth tilted up in a half-smile. You look beautiful. She batted the compliment away. Be quiet. But a blush crept up her cheeks. She tried to think of something to say, but nothing clever came to mind. Then the moment passed, and it was too late to say anything, even thank you. She saw him schooling his features, but the smile still flickered in his eyes. Drizzle tapped on the awning above them. She felt like he could read all her nervous thoughts as if they were drawn like pictures on her body. He gestured ahead at the entrance to the club. "Shall we go inside?" She nodded. Yes. Glad to be able to walk side by side, not have to look at him as she tried to make her heart slow down. Inside was a blast from the past. The place was a low-level hum of busy. Nothing too ostentatious, but dimly lit, faded glory. The furnishings were dark velvet, candles on every table. Above them, old crystal chandeliers glistened, and the open windows let in the cool smell of winter rain. It had always been one of Logan's favourite places, and in the very early days of arriving in the city, they would meet there for dinner. They went to the bar, ordered their drinks, made small talk about the weather and how Arctic it was, like everything was completely normal. Like there wasn't a slight tremble in her fingers, just from being there with him. She had tried to keep her distance. She had tried to block out any thoughts of him, but her mind kept circling back to him standing in the shadows of the orchard as she spoke with his mother, his face battered and bruised, the shame and regret in his eyes, the sympathy. And then in the park the other day when he had finally talked to her with unaccustomed honesty. She knew Logan. All the Carter boys. They tended to do rather than say. While she was a bundle of nerves, Logan, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. He directed her to a table alone in the far corner. When the tiny touch of his hand to her back ricocheted through her, it confirmed how on edge she was. Age-blackened mirrors surrounded them, and she saw the slightly wild nervousness in her eyes. She was conscious of other diners glancing their way. It wasn't the kind of place where people asked for autographs, but she couldn't help but notice the covert looks and subtle nods, and felt herself shrink from the attention. The waiter came over with a carafe of water, then placed down a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses, complimenting the vintage as he poured, then slipped away, all very discreet. Bella couldn't think what to say. Everything seemed either too trite or too serious. She couldn't look at Logan too long, found herself too self-aware in his company, so she looked about her, at the people on other tables who'd gone back to their own conversations, at the waiters weaving their way around the room. "Are you okay?" Logan asked. "Fine," she replied, too quickly. His eyes narrowed a little to suggest he wasn't convinced, but he didn't push it. She watched his hand as it swirled the drink in his glass. "So," he said, with a slight tip of his head. "So," she replied, mirroring his pose. "You got all your things from the house?" She nodded. "Yeah. I hadn't realised how much I wanted some of it back. Like I said, I really appreciate you thinking of me." He thought for a second, eyes looking everywhere but at her, then said, "I'll be honest, I think it was as much for me as it was for you." She frowned. "Why?" "This," he replied, holding his hand out to gesture to the fact she was sitting there opposite him. She went to say something, but surprise made her unable to. Their eyes locked in the candlelight. His mouth tilted up at one corner, eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint, which, against her better judgment, made a smile twitch on her lips too, and suddenly the atmosphere between them changed. She looked away with a disbelieving shake of her head, and he laughed. She took a sip of her drink, felt herself relax. He did the same. She crossed her legs, leaned forward, elbows on the table. The shoulder of her sweater slipped, and she left it, noticing Logan's eyes flick dangerously to her bare skin. "This place hasn't changed," she said. He gave the surroundings a cursory look, then shook his head. "Do you remember we'd come here whenever we were in town?" "Yeah," she laughed. "It was a nightmare. You having to sneak out of your hotel, loads of security guards escorting you, me having to wait by my phone for exact timings, like some sort of military operation just so we could have dinner." His eyes creased at the memory, making him look instantly like his old self, younger than when she'd seen him in the park. It was a crazy time. Sure was. She shook her head, thinking about it. The times they dashed out the back doors, sped through town away from chasing paparazzi, swapping cars down side streets to get away, fans swarming around Logan if they caught even a glimpse, clawing at his clothes, arms thrown tight around his neck as they snapped photos on their phones, hammering on the tinted car windows. It's almost surreal to think back on it. He leaned back in his seat, fingers still resting on the stem of the glass. "Sometimes when I think about it, it's like it wasn't happening to me, but that I'm watching someone else's life. It was all so fast. It's a blur in my memory." He swallowed, then looked up at her, blue eyes suddenly serious. "Moments like coming here with you, they're the bits that are clear. The rest is a haze." As she looked at him, it felt like the restaurant around them retreated. She wanted to tell him that she felt the same, about the precious pockets of memories with him that she kept so well protected because they were the solid, reliably true moments of her past. Instead, she cocked her head and said conversationally, "When you look back, are you glad you did it?" "I don't know." He rubbed his hand behind his neck for a second as he thought. She watched the movement, the tensing of his forearms, his shirt rolled up just below the elbow, the expensive watch on his wrist. "I mean, it got me away from the ranch. It got me freedom. I'd be living with Noah in his trailer if not." She snorted into her drink. "No, you wouldn't." He smiled, probably enjoying having seen her splutter. "Some of it was good," he said. "I'm making it all sound bad, I know, and I do have some great memories, but those are mainly just from being with my brothers, not the band. I feel like I haven't stopped." "Probably because you haven't," she suggested, twirling the stem of her glass. He sat up straighter, his eyes darkening as he said, "I regret how it ended. It felt like we went in brothers and came out strangers. Crawled out," he added. "Yeah, we made a lot of money, but I honestly feel like we lost pieces of ourselves along the way that we never got back." She nodded. "I know." Her time with Jack felt painfully similar. "People warn you that it's going to happen, but..." He did a resigned shake of his head. "You don't believe it until it does." "No," she replied, every word resonating. "We all fell for it." His mouth tipped up in a sad smile of acknowledgement. "A while ago, I talked to Brody about it all. It was hard hearing it from someone else, about how it affected the others." His eyes narrowed. "Made me realize I have got to try harder to find Ethan." "When was the last time you heard from him?" Logan thought for a second, trying to remember. 2 years ago? Maybe even 3? And then it was just a call to Mom. I haven't seen him since he got through his selection for the SEALs. "And presumably you take responsibility for his disappearance?" she said wryly. His glass stilled at his lips. "How well you know me." She laughed. The waiter came over, and Logan apologised because they hadn't looked at the menu. Then he said to Bella, "Although it's the same as it always was." "Oh, well, I'll have the Caesar salad and fries on the side." They had always made the best Caesar salad. It had been her favourite dinner in the city. Logan had the steak. He only ordered it when he knew it was going to be good, and he knew it was, because it came from the Silver Sky Ranch. He'd made sure of that years ago. When the waiter left, Logan said, "So, you like the theatre, where you're working now?" She flicked her hair out her eyes. "Yeah, I like it. I don't love it." He frowned. "No? I like the people," she said. "But I think probably my time in New York is coming to an end." It was an opinion she hadn't voiced out loud to anyone, and it surprised her that she was telling Logan. His dark brows drew together. It clearly wasn't news he wanted to hear. "Why?" "It's too much. It's too busy. I feel like I've lived 1,000 lives, Logan. I need a break." She laughed, but it came out more desperate than she'd expected. When she looked at him, she felt his watchful concern and realised how much she'd missed that about him. "What will you do?" "I don't know. I've enjoyed being back in Autumn Falls, which I never thought I'd say." She'd gone back for a couple of days at Christmas and been surprised by how much she loved it there in the winter, when the snow settled on the branches of the apple trees and the river crackled with ice. She'd gone for long walks in the orchard and sat around the table with her mum and John Luke playing Scrabble, drinking tea and curling up under the crocheted quilt in front of the fire. But it wasn't just the coziness of the season. It was because, for the first time in years, when she returned now, she didn't fear bumping into anyone who she might have to avoid. When people saw her being enveloped into a hug by Martha Carter after church on Sundays, that was enough for them. "You won't believe it, but I'm going back next weekend to help John Luke with the pruning." Logan choked on his wine. "Now that is something I never thought I'd hear you say." "I know, right?" She laughed. "All that time I was desperate to leave. Now I'm old and world-weary. I want to go back." Logan hooked her with his gaze. Dark lashes lowered. "You're not old and world-weary." "Yeah, okay, that is probably a bit of an exaggeration." He said, "Honestly, you don't look any different to when you were 16. "Now you're lying," she laughed. He shook his head, completely serious, as he looked her with a look that she felt shiver over her skin. "I'm not." She felt herself blush, had to look away at the bustling restaurant and the low flickering light. When she looked back at him, Logan had a cocky grin, almost imperceptible on his lips, like he knew he'd unsettled her. She tried to play it cool, glossed over it by saying, "Maybe I'll go travelling. Something like that. Be a tourist. Explore." She picked up her glass and took a sip. "I'd like to go where no one knows who I am." He raised a brow, like wouldn't that be the dream? She smiled. It was nice to be with someone who understood who she was, who had lived how she had lived. "How about you?" she said. "What are you doing now?" "Same as always. Working harder, getting better." He shrugged a shoulder. "Making people's dreams come true," he added with a slow smile. This time it was her turn to raise a brow. They both knew that the music industry definitely didn't make every person it swallowed up's dreams come true. He held his hands wide. "I don't know why you're looking at me like that." She just shrugged, but her mouth twitched in a smile. "I didn't look at you like anything." "Yes, you did," he said, half laughing, half confused. "What?" "Nothing." "There was definitely something." He wasn't going to let it go. She leaned back against her velvet seat. I guess I find it interesting that you spend your life signing people up for something that you've just said you didn't know you liked while you were doing it. He looked affronted. I said I liked some of it, and I make certain that all my artists are looked after way better than we were ever looked after. That was the problem. There was no one looking out for us. She sipped her drink, narrowing her eyes. You liked being around your brothers. You liked being able to step in and manage it when things were going wrong. I think setting up the record label was exciting to you. But I know you, Logan. I don't think you care about the industry. She bit her lip, took in the slight defensiveness of his posture and considered stopping, self-preservation kicking in, but reminded herself it was Logan she was talking to, and she was done not saying what she should say to Logan. I don't think it's your passion. He scoffed. Of course it is. Of course I care. Why would I do it otherwise? She shrugged again, tried to keep it light, but knew it was something she'd wanted to say to him for years. The fear of getting off the wheel, maybe? Logan shook his head, then laughed, incredulous. You don't know what you're talking about. She smiled. No, maybe not. He took a gulp of his drink, still smiling as he rolled his eyes at her crazy opinions. A warmth spread through her chest, just at being there with him, being able to say stuff to him, tell him things. It was like being back in the apple orchard, lying on the ground with their heads together, gazing up at the sky.
Chapter 21. Logan couldn't take his eyes off her. All through the food, all through the coffee. When her hair fell from behind her ear, he wanted to reach over and catch a strand of it between his fingertips. When she laughed, when he made her laugh, his chest actually tightened. He had been wrong about many things, but never more so than when he had told himself that he could sit opposite her over dinner and it would be enough. When the waiter came over to clear their coffee cups, he said, "Can I get you another drink?" Logan wanted to say yes just to keep her there, sitting in front of him. But Bella shook her head.
I think I've had enough. Thank you, though.
The waiter nodded and disappeared. Bella bit her lip, half smiling, half wide-eyed apprehensive. There was a band playing in another room of the club. The music drifted around them and seemed to grow louder as they didn't speak. Logan wanted to say 100 different things. He wanted to tell her how much he'd missed her, how there was no one else he could talk to the way he talked to her, how he could look at her forever. He wanted to say, "Come back to mine and never leave." He wanted to lean forward and say that losing her from his life was the biggest mistake he'd ever made. But he didn't. He picked up his napkin from his lap and laid it on the table beside his water glass and said, "Well, thank you for a lovely evening." Unexpectedly, her mouth stretched wide into a smile.
No, Logan. Thank you.
It was all perfectly polite, but the look in her eyes suddenly took him back years to the moment at the music box where she'd looked at him with those mocking, narrowed eyes and seen straight through to his boyish, infatuated soul, or when she'd climbed onto the back of his bike in a pencil skirt and sky-high heels, to the snatched moments of just them when she smelled of vanilla and apple blossom, and her laugh made everything else disappear. And he suddenly dared wonder if in that look was possibility. Maybe he was imagining it, but maybe she was thinking what he was thinking. Maybe it was a date. Maybe it was there on the table, exciting and thrilling, like a note passed in school. Maybe his hand edged forward. It just took one of them to take the risk.
Chapter 22. She was so caught by the look in his eye that when the camera flashed, she didn't notice at first. "Smile, Bella, darling!" The voice echoed around the table. She couldn't breathe as the words hit her. "What the?" Logan's glass smashed down onto the floor as he swung around. Bella pushed herself as far as possible into the corner of the little table booth. Her hand reached up to cover her face. The lights kept flashing, over and over. She heard Logan shout. His chair crashed to the floor as he lunged for the photographer. People on the other tables gasped, and still the flashes went. The man thrust the camera in Logan's face, clicking on repeat, the light blinding him so that he had to steady himself on the table. "Got a quote for us, Mrs. Carter?" the man shouted. "Wouldn't even have to change your name." Bile rose in Bella's throat. The comments rang in her ears. A ream of flashes blanked out her sight. Suddenly, waiters were there. Someone called for the bouncers. Her lungs tightened. She couldn't catch her breath. Stars glinted in the corner of her vision as she panicked, hand clutched to her chest. There was suddenly a crowd. People getting in the way, pulling at the photographer, pushing at her as she tried to stand up, as his camera snapped erratically. Then Logan had his arms around her, keeping her head down with his hand, urging her through the crowd, and still the camera clicked. "Get out of my way!" he snarled at the photographer, who took no notice, shaking off the grip of the waiters, trying to eject him from the room. Bella could feel the tension in Logan's arm around her, the muscles clenched, the urgency as he marched them past concerned diners. The rogue photographer's camera still firing, shattering the privacy of the little bar that had been their safe place. As they neared the exit, suddenly the bouncers appeared, charging toward the pap. But clearly going for one last attempt, the photographer lurched forward, and Bella felt his hand on her shoulder. The force of strength as he pulled against Logan's hold, wrenching her back, her heels slid on the shiny wood, and she stumbled, slipping through Logan's hold and tumbling to the floor, the back of her head thwacking on the corner of a table as she fell. There was a blazing crack of pain through her skull. A hazy daze clouded her eyes as she saw Logan reach forward, almost slow-motioned, and soundless, dark rage in his eyes, taking the man by the throat, pushing him back against the wall. He ripped the camera off him with his free hand and hurled it to the floor. Jaw tight, the muscles bunched across his back, but the photographer kept goading. She saw his mouth moving, his hands flailing as he punched uselessly at Logan. She tried to get up, but her feet kept slipping. She couldn't get her balance. Her head throbbed. And then suddenly Logan's eyes met hers. As if coming to his senses, he'd turned and seen her hurt. "Come on, Logan, hit me!" the photographer goaded. But Logan had already let him go and was striding back, blazing blue eyes fixed on Bella's. Silence suspended, thick in the air. The noise from the bar receded. She saw his hand reach down to grab hers, hauling her effortlessly to her feet and catching her with his arm tight around her waist. The manager was there, apologizing profusely, couldn't understand how the man had gotten past security. Logan's hand reached up and touched Bella's face, his thumb brushing away the trickle of blood down her neck. His eyes looked so pained, so sorry that he had left her even for that moment. Around them was the clatter of glasses, the photographer being dragged away, hurling baiting insults behind him. Bella put her hand gently on Logan's forearm, her eyes not leaving his. "I'm fine," she whispered. A waitress appeared, holding a clean cotton napkin, folding it and telling Bella to press it against the cut. There were suddenly lots of people everywhere. A waiter brought ice. Someone else knew first aid, and Bella didn't really hear the words, just stayed looking at Logan. If she focused on him, all the rest would go away. "Can we get you anything, Mrs. Carter?" asked someone else in management. "It's Jameson," was all she found herself saying. "Ms. Jameson. My apologies, of course." They wanted her to sit down, to call an ambulance.
"What do you want to do, Bella?"
Logan's voice cut through the fussing, his arm holding her close. Her breath caught at the concern in his eyes for her. Her whole body started to shake from the adrenaline. "I want to get out of here."
"Let's go."
He steered her away, the crowd of concerned staff unzipping to let them pass, his fingers tightening protectively on her waist.
"Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital?"
She gave him a look like now he was being overprotective. "No, I don't need to go to the hospital. I need to get away from people, Logan." His mouth tipped up.
"Understood."
Then she added, "If that photographer knew we were here, then others will too. There will be more outside." But she realized she needn't have said it, because Logan was already on the phone to his driver and leading them away to the side, where the manager was holding open the door to the kitchens and pointing toward the back entrance. It was like old times. By the time they got outside, the car was pulled up as close to the doors as it could get, an umbrella shielding anyone getting in from sight.
"I didn't see any more of them out the front, Logan,"
the driver said when he got in the car. Logan nodded. He was already scrolling for another number on his phone.
"Okay, well, I'll get in touch with Greg, see what he can do."
Bella sat back against the leather seat, bereft from the sudden lack of his hold. She knew Greg was Logan's communications director from briefings around the funeral arrangements. It was all immediately too real, too businesslike. "Why are you getting in touch with anyone?" she asked, her head throbbing. She touched it tentatively and found the bleeding had stopped. "They'll print what they like, they always do." Logan had his eyes on the phone.
"Well, we can try to mitigate."
"Mitigate what?" she said, exasperation in her voice. He was gone, locked in his phone. "They have the photograph." He threw her a sidelong glance.
"You're my dead brother's wife, Bella."
"Ex-wife, Logan." The curt authority in her voice was enough to make his fingers momentarily pause on the screen. She wanted to shake him, to make him stay in the present. She could feel the familiarity of him slipping away into managing, firefighting, controlling, ignoring, like muscle memory. It was so familiar that she could kick herself for forgetting. She could taste the memory of regret, the physical ache of it. Logan lifted the phone to his ear.
"I don't want you to have to go through this scandal."
Bella felt tiredness creep over her. She wanted to go home, to get away from this. "I'm used to scandal," she said, turning away from him and staring out the tinted window at life streaming past in the evening light. "If you call anyone, you're doing it for yourself, not me." She heard the moment Greg picked up in the background. But then she also heard the hesitation after the guy said,
"Logan, everything all right?"
She glanced back, saw the muscle taut in Logan's cheek, saw him look down as he said,
"Yeah, sorry, all fine. I'll talk to you tomorrow."
When he looked up, their eyes locked in the rearview mirror. Logan slipped his phone into his pocket. Chapter 23. They drove on through towering buildings, glinting in the streetlight, neon signs for shows reflected in sidewalk puddles, snaking lines outside clubs.
"Do you want to stay at mine?"
Logan asked. Said into the silence, it sounded like a cheesy chat-up line. Bella laughed. Logan rolled his eyes.
"I didn't mean it like that. Just so that you're safe tonight. I don't really want you to go back to your apartment on your own."
"I'll be fine," she said. He shook his head.
"I don't want us to drop you off there and you suddenly get hounded. You don't need any more trouble tonight. At mine, we can drive in underground. No one will know you're there."
She shook her head to say no, but felt the dull throb of a headache when she did, and couldn't help reaching to touch the cut on the back of her head. That was enough for Logan. "Okay, seriously, you're not going home on your own. You've had a bump to the head and people hounding you. Just let me keep an eye on you tonight. And then..." He held his hands wide to say that would be it. She glanced out the window, saw people piling out of restaurants, chatting arm in arm, living happily, anonymously, in the busy streets. She thought about her flat, cold and alone, the panic of the photographer's lens in her face. "Okay," she said. "It's probably a good idea." She looked back to where he was watching her, face serious, and wondered if he, too, was thinking of how moments before they had been the ones laughing and chatting, dreaming stupid dreams, before real life intervened. "Thanks." The driver dropped them in the basement garage. They could take the elevator up to Logan's apartment, not see a soul. Logan put his arm around her as she stepped out the car and kept it there as they walked through the cool concrete belly of the building. She told him she was fine as they stepped inside the polished gold elevator, but she didn't want him to take his arm away. Felt cocooned in the warm strength of it. It was all very gentle and protecting. Until suddenly it wasn't. Until suddenly they were side by side, their reflections staring back at them in the gold doors. Her, pale-faced, pressed tight against him, his eyes still holding the dark remnants of fury. She could smell his skin, feel his heartbeat, the pressure of his palm against her upper arm. The numbers counted slowly up to Logan's apartment, where he lived, where he ate, where he slept. The tension rising with the numbers as the elevator rose. Bella looked into her own wide eyes in the gold mirrors, saw her own desire clash with apprehension. For a moment, Logan bent his head, looking down at nothing. But then when the elevator pinged at their destination, he looked up, and their eyes met in the reflection. Dark, doleful, wanting. And she felt her heart shudder. The heat, the longing. A single look shooting through her like an electric current. Then the doors slid open. Logan dropped his arm to gesture for her to step out first, and she felt the sudden loss of his hold. A coolness where his hand had been as she stepped out into a private hallway, waited as he unlocked the door, flicked on the lights. It was a vast loft apartment, concrete-poured floors, walls covered in art and photographs, shelves stacked with books, enormous sofas that took in the spectacular view. She gazed around, open-mouthed. "Logan, this place is amazing." She glanced back and saw him watching, waiting boyishly for her reaction. "Thanks," he said then, playing it cool. She walked around, taking in the mix of modern and vintage furniture, the elegant sculptures and music awards that shared space with sprawling plants, their leaves obscuring probably priceless works of art. But it was the view that she could stare out at for hours. One wall of towering windows high above the city, where they were level with the birds. It's so... She didn't know what to say as she gazed out at a horizon that it was impossible to see from the street. "Freeing?" he offered, coming to stand beside her. She nodded, entranced. "There's so much sky." He nodded. "Yeah." She could feel him next to her, almost sense the heat of him, the familiar smell of him in the apartment. She suddenly didn't dare look away from the view. He said, "Do you want anything? A drink?" She shook her head. In asking, he'd moved closer as he gestured to the drinks cabinet, but then stopped. She made the mistake of glancing from the skyline to him. Her eyes saw now the buttons on his shirt, the cuffs of his sleeves rolled up, the light tan on the hollow of his neck. Don't look up, her senses warned. But she didn't have to look up, because he looked down. She saw him swallow from the closeness of them. He took a breath. He let the hand that had pointed to ask if she wanted a drink reach fractionally forward, as if it were going to touch her hair but then didn't. She followed his hand, watched as he pulled back, slipped it in his pocket. She wondered if he could hear her heart as loudly as she could. Her eyes flicked up from his wrist up to his face, to the roughness of his jaw, the dip of his lips, the shadows under his eyes. Don't look in his eyes. The simmering longing in his hooded gaze. She knew he was waiting, would do nothing unless she did it first. She felt her hand raise and her fingers reach to gently brush against his face, run her thumb along the sharpness of his cheekbone. She felt him tense slightly as she traced the line of his jaw, the rigid set of his face hinting at a barely restrained control. Then she let her palm rest softly against his cheek. She felt like she could hear his thoughts through her fingertips. They stood, gaze fused, connected only through her hand against the sharpness of his jaw, the silence like 1,000 words between them. She heard her own breath, felt the urge in her to pull away, yet step closer. But then, before she could move, he reached across and ran his fingers from her shoulders down the soft fabric of her sweater to her wrists, interlacing her fingers with his and resting his other hand lightly on her waist, the touch burning through the fabric of her top. She felt the warmth of him as he took a step closer, felt the whisper-light touch of his shirt, saw the familiar outlines of his face and his eyes that she knew so well. She never thought she'd stand this close to him. She thought the possibility had gone forever. She saw the darkening in his eyes as she lifted her chin, his hand threaded around the back of her waist, drawing her toward him. Her skin prickled at the closeness. She wrapped her fingers around the muscles of his upper arm. He let go of her other hand and reached up to gently cradle the back of her neck, his fingers toying softly with her hair. Around them, the night seemed to get darker. As her eyes drifted closed, the image of the photographer flashed into her head. You wouldn't even have to change your name. Her lungs had constricted in panic. The grim look on Logan's face as he held the man by the throat, the determined line of his lips, the photographer's goading, antagonizing grin. And she suddenly stepped back, eyes wide. Logan immediately dropped his hold. I can't do this again, she said. Everywhere he touched on her body felt cold from an absence of him. She saw his lips move as if to speak, but he said nothing, just nodded. It's madness, she said. Yes. She couldn't look at him directly, looked instead at the view, at the amazing apartment, at the rug on the floor. Maybe we should have a drink. Absolutely. Logan moved on autopilot, seemed, like her, to be catching up with himself, with the sudden about-turn of events. He gestured for her to take a seat on the couch. Make yourself comfortable. Thanks. The polite distance was back. She perched self-consciously, knees pressed together, hands clasped on her thighs, her heart regretting what she'd done but knowing she had to do it. She braced herself for stiff formality and awkward small talk when Logan came back with a bottle of wine and glasses. But when their eyes caught, he grinned, crooked and conspiratorial, and she realized it wasn't the same as before. They were different, closer. The surface had been smashed. They sat up for ages, Bella with her shoes off, feet tucked up underneath her on the giant couch. Logan relaxed back opposite, chatting about old times, funny memories, moments she'd forgotten but he'd remembered, which made her flutter inside that he had pockets inside his brain reserved for them too. At one point, he leaned forward, forearms braced on his thighs, and said, "I can't believe we missed your Vogue shoot." He looked up at her through raven's wing lashes. "I was an arrogant idiot." She laughed out loud. "Yes, you were." He shook his head, biting down on his lip. "What happened when we didn't show?" She shrugged, and her sweater slipped off her shoulder again. When she slid it back, she felt his eyes trace the movement on her bare skin. "I was the laughingstock of the office," she said, trying her best to ignore the undeniable tension back between them. He hung his head. "I'm ashamed." "So you should be." She reached forward and bashed him on the wrist. He caught her hand in his. She watched him, heart thumping, as he turned her palm over, let his thumb stroke gently over her skin. She gently tugged her hand back, tucked it underneath her against the cushions. "Don't worry, I got over it. Found someone to fill the slot." She paused. "Can't actually remember who." "You know, when you were saying earlier about Silver Sky being a blur, a lot of that time at Vogue was a blur. I was working so hard. I thought that job was the most important thing in the world. I had no life at all outside of it." She shook her head at the memory. "In retrospect, it feels like a bit of a waste. I was young and single in New York." She laughed. "I definitely spent too much time trying to prove that I was good enough, that I didn't need anyone, and that can be quite a lonely way to live." He watched her unreadably as she spoke. She couldn't tell if he was pitying her or empathizing. "I mean, come on. Who was I kidding? The whole fashion world, it wasn't for me." "No, I thought you were great." "I think you were biased," she laughed. "No, I think I'm happier working at the theatre. I feel like I understand it better. It's a bit more down to earth." Logan frowned. "I don't know. I've seen a couple of Willow's shows, and they can be pretty avant-garde. I wouldn't call it down to earth." She snorted a laugh. "True, but I'm backstage. I can hide out there." "Unless you happen to bump into me," he said, holding his hands wide as if their meet-up really had been a coincidence. She sat forward, elbows on her knees, wrists crossed, and replied wryly, "Unless I happen to bump into you." She held his gaze for a moment, saw the soft amusement dancing in his eyes, and the hint of something else. A glint of a challenge, maybe? She wondered if hers said the same. "Anyway," she glossed over it. "Weird ballet aside, backstage it's small and intimate, and it suits me." Then she paused and said, "Stop smiling at me." He held his arms wide. "How can smiling at you be bad?" "It's distracting," she said. "Sorry." "Be serious." "Okay." He schooled his features, but couldn't hide the hint of what she knew was smug amusement that she had let slip a desire to simply see him again when she'd invited him to dinner. "So, you're happy?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm happy." "Good." She widened her eyes to make him stop with the subtext of the look he was giving her, then said, "Are you happy?" The question seemed to cause him to pause, to make the sly, cocky smile slip slightly. For a moment, it seemed like a shadow skated over his features, and the ease left his face. Then he shrugged and said, "Sometimes." She narrowed her eyes, trying to read him, but too quickly the smile came back. The confident certainty. Then he stood up and said, "It's pretty late. We should probably go to bed." Chapter 24. Later, Bella lay in the darkness of the guest bedroom, the sheets cool and crisp, the pillows exquisitely comfortable. She had everything she needed but was completely unable to sleep. Logan had loaned her a t-shirt to sleep in, and it smelled of him, of his washing powder. It conjured too many thoughts and pictures in her head. Too many times her heart rate rose as she thought about standing with him by the window, his lips a fraction from hers, wondering what might have been. She rolled over, flumped the pillow in frustration. Go to sleep. But then she heard a really faint tap on her bedroom door. She sat up, ran her hand through her hair. "Yeah?" The door eased open. Logan stood on the threshold, the moonlit hallway silhouetting him as he said, "What is it you think I'm afraid of?" Bella frowned, drawing her legs up under the sheet and resting her arms on her knees. "What do you mean?" He took a couple of steps forward. He wore grey marl tracksuit bottoms and a t-shirt with Charlie's Gym written on it. "You said earlier that I stayed in music for fear of getting off the wheel. But I don't know what it is you think I'm afraid of." He didn't say it accusingly. He said it like he was interested. Like he'd never paused to consider, but had been lying in the dark too, and found, when he repeated the question, he wasn't sure of the answer. A shaft of light came in through the open door, illuminating half his face and the whiteness of his eyes in the dusky light. "I don't want to tell you," she said. He laughed and came and sat down on the side of her bed. "Why not?" She was dangerously aware of him in her room, on her bed, of the actuality of him rather than just the washing powder scent of his t-shirt. Suddenly nervous, she swept her hair out of her eyes and tucked it behind her ear. "Because I think you'll be annoyed." He blinked in surprise. "I promise I won't be annoyed." She flicked her hair again, adjusted her t-shirt, anything to swerve the issue. He said, "Come on, tell me." Moving closer to her, wanting to hear. "You can say anything," he added, using against her the words she'd once said to him. If she put her hand down on the bed, their fingers would touch. She swallowed. "I think you're afraid of having nothing to stop you from having to go back to the ranch, having to be a rancher again." He scoffed a laugh, almost in relief, like that was just the stupidest thing he'd ever heard. She didn't say anything, she just watched him. He raked a hand through his hair, leaving it messy and dishevelled. "Why on earth would you think that?" "Because I saw you with your dad at the funeral. When you look at him, you still look guilty, the same as you always have. You still look like you think you've got something to make up for, like you let him down." Logan leaned back on his hands, looked up at the ceiling. The light flickered on the planes of his face, making it difficult to distinguish between emotion and shadow. "We did let him down. He wanted us to stay there, work the ranch. That was how he saw the future. But that doesn't mean it's how I see it." He chuckled at the idea. "That is ridiculous. You know that, don't you?" She looked into his eyes. "See? I knew you'd be annoyed." "I'm not annoyed, I'm laughing." He held his arms up, incredulous. Her mouth tipped in a half-smile. She nodded. "Okay, you're laughing." "I am seriously laughing. I would never, ever go back to ranching," he said, leaning forward, his weight on his hand, inches from her toes on the bed. What if your dad called and said he needed you? She countered. And you were the only option. Well, then, yeah, of course. He rolled his eyes like that was a given. Who wouldn't? His voice was more serious now. She leaned a fraction closer. Well, how about if you weren't working at the label? What do you mean? What if you gave it up? She asked, watching his confusion at the idea. What if you decided to just do nothing? He frowned, like the idea was preposterous. I couldn't do nothing. Why not? She shot back, not missing a beat. Because then I'd have to. He stopped talking, paused for a second as his mind caught up, and then he swallowed. She watched him, her eyes on his face, on his eyes, as the idea dawned. She saw the flicker of panic that he'd been about to say he'd have to go back to the ranch. She could almost see his brain working as he looked up to the ceiling, as he sighed, this time definitely in annoyance, as he clenched his fists and raised his hands in a movement that made her suddenly flinch back, before she realized he was going to clasp them behind his neck. She couldn't hide her reaction. The whole area around her had moved when she'd tensed. The sheet had pulled taut, the pillows parted as her back pressed into them. Her hair fell from behind her ear over her face. Logan immediately dropped his hands. It was his turn to scrutinize her. His expression apologetically confused as he said, Bella, I'm frustrated with myself. I'm not angry with you. Even if I was, I wouldn't. He looked at her with such concern, such tender care that it was her turn to be caught off guard. Tears unexpectedly pressed against her eyes. Logan paused for a second, then shifted his position so he was next to her on the bed, his arm along the pillows behind her. You have to trust me. You can say whatever you like to me. Anything. I might not like it, but I'm not going to get mad with you. Not with you. Not like that. She nodded, blinking away the feelings. The sudden spike in fight-or-flight adrenaline. The memory of Jack's hand raised. Of the narrow-eyed anger. Of the fear of having nowhere to run to. She pushed her hair back. When she tried to smile, though, it felt a bit too vulnerable. She felt Logan's hand tentatively stroke her hair. Did you ever think about going to the police? He asked, in a tone that implied he wanted more to have been done to help her, rather than suggesting she hadn't done enough. Sometimes, she replied, looking down at the sheet, pleating it in lines with her fingers. But for the same reason I didn't tell you. The same reason I didn't make a statement to the press. I didn't think anyone would believe me. She shrugged, like it was that simple when it was clear it was no such thing. Jack would have sworn up and down that I was lying, and then what? She let the pleats she'd made in the fabric go and turned to look up at Logan. The press have always loved to hate me, Logan. Even in the early days, I was always referred to as the hanger-on, the desperate groupie. So I've got used to everything I say being twisted. She shrugged. And Jack was their golden boy. One wink at the camera and everyone went weak at the knees. Anything I said against him, well. She focused on the sharp contours of his face in the darkness. You know what they'd say. Must be her fault. No smoke without fire. She must have had something to do with it. She drew her knees up again, wrapping her arms around them. Logan, I couldn't even get him to sign the divorce papers. Yet there were all these stories branding me a gold digger. People sneered at me in the street. I've been spat at. She held her hands out in exasperation. She watched a guilty shadow skate across his features, as if he was remembering everything he and Jack had said about her. I didn't want people taking something that was devastating to me and using it to sell newspapers as clickbait, for it to become gossip. Logan seemed to notice that her hand was shaking the same time she did, and he reached over and took it in his. There's only so much humiliation and failure a person can take. It's exhausting. She leaned back again, felt the imprint of his arm behind her neck, turned to look at him with a tired smile. He said, "I don't know how to say it without sounding patronizing, but I think you're really brave." She scoffed. "No, I'm not." He shrugged. "I think you are." She looked into his eyes, looked at the dark lashes and the flecks of grey in the blue and the kindness. She found that she didn't want him to leave, didn't want him to look away and stand up politely and go back to his room, so she stayed looking as she said, "Don't go." She saw his moment of hesitation, where he knew he should walk away. But instead, when she moved so she was lying down, he did too, keeping his arm outstretched so she could slide across and lay her head in the crook of his shoulder, feel the slow, soothing beat of his heart. She placed her hand on his chest, her fingers tracing the outline of the Charlie's Gym logo. Nice t-shirt, by the way. She felt his chest rumble as he laughed. "Yeah, I took quite a beating there last year." Her finger kept drawing the line of the lettering. "The fight you didn't win." "Yeah." He laughed again, then paused and said, "Except I'm starting to wonder if I did." She didn't move, just nodded as she studied the fabric, the muscles beneath it. She imagined him taking the hits as some kind of punishment. She wanted to reach up and touch his face, run her hand over his jaw, his cheekbone, where he'd been hit. But she stayed where she was, just raised her chin so she could see his eyes. The sounds of the city below them filtered up through the window, the curtains billowing in the breeze. She could hear the rain tapping on the glass, and felt herself relax into the warmth and safety of lying there beside him. Then, into the darkness, Logan said, "Why do you think we never got together?" Her eyes widened at the question, at the weight of such simple words. "Because we were friends." She felt him nod, but then say, "There's gotta be more to it than that." She ran it over in her own head, tried to remember them together in autumn falls, laying out all their hopes and dreams for the future, confident in their paths to success, the whole world out there waiting for them. But what she found she remembered most was the feeling of utter certainty that they would go and do all that they dreamed of, but when it was done, one day, they would come full circle together again. She allowed herself a small smile at the blind confidence of youth. Because it was the wrong time in our lives. We were young. We wanted different things. She sat up, pressing her hand to his chest to support herself. I was going to conquer the world. His eyes creased when she looked at him. "Do you still want to conquer the world?" he asked. "No," she laughed, lying back down, trying to find the exact same spot she was in before, his hand moving to rest lightly on her waist. "Why not?" "Because I think I was doing it to replace something within me, a feeling of self-worth." She paused to think about what she was trying to say. "I think I understand myself better now. I don't need to conquer the world to prove my own value." As the words hung in the air, Bella found herself believing them, felt the thought spread through her veins into the very fabric of her being. The rain tapped gently against the glass.
Logan said, "Why do I feel like there's some veiled message in there for me?" She laughed and sat up again. "Only you would think you'd conquer the world, Logan." He looked uncharacteristically abashed. "That wasn't actually what I was implying." "Course not." She lay back down with a wry look on her face. "Go to sleep, Logan." She felt like she could see his smile without having to look, but she looked anyway and saw it there. Even his closed eyes with their thick, dark lashes had the fan of laughter lines. Bella stayed watching him for a second, then put her head back on his chest, moving to get comfortable. She felt his arm tighten around her and closed her eyes, her whole body aware of where his hand touched, lulled by the naturalness of it. Like in this room. She was home. And she drifted off to sleep to the slow, steady rhythm of the rain and the quiet, steady beat of his heart. Chapter 25. When Bella woke up, Logan was asleep next to her. It took her a moment to think of doing anything else than look at him. It was a snatch of time, like someone had paused the world for her just to look and to imagine. She stopped herself, reaching over and tracing the calmness of his face or moving closer and resting her head on his chest. She looked around her in the misty light of the early morning, at the colourful prism of the glass on the table as it caught the rising sun. The coolness of the room ran over her body as she lay still, thinking of the evening, the good bits, before it was ruined, and then falling asleep with him there in the room beside her. And she let a small smile creep through her, gave free rein to her imagination, pictured him waking up and telling the world that he wanted her, no matter who was damned along the way. She could savour that little burst of happiness for just a minute, and then she would put it in its box and go on with real life. Then suddenly a phone rang in a different room, shrill and intrusive. Logan sat bolt upright, hair all rumpled, eyes alert but still with the heaviness of sleep. "What time is it?" With just a cursory glance at the bedside clock, he got out of bed and jogged out the room to quickly answer his phone. It all happened so quickly. Bella was left slightly stunned. 1 minute he was lying there, beautiful in repose. Now she could hear him in the other room. "Yeah, I know. Just busy this morning. No, I haven't actually seen it. Yeah. His business voice echoed around the apartment. "Absolutely. Nip it in the bud." She sat for a moment, listening. Outside of this room, of this apartment, she knew there was no hope for them. Once she stepped outside, there would be someone else wanting a picture, someone else shaming them, someone judging her and judging him. And Logan had a reputation to protect, and an empire to safeguard. She pushed her hair away from her face and turned to let the sunlight hit her skin. No, she couldn't take this path again. Her future had to be different from her past, if only for her sanity's sake. Standing up, she pulled her skirt on, tucking in the t-shirt he'd lent her and tying up her hair. She was slipping on her boots when she realised that she couldn't hear his voice any longer and glanced over to see him standing in the doorway, still wearing the clothes he'd slept in, hair mussed from sleep, eyes watching her warily. It felt as if a little of the air left the room, like she had to breathe a little deeper to fill her lungs. She knew it wouldn't be as easy as she thought to walk away now. He came into the room. "You're going?" "Yeah." She went around and stood in front of him, had to stop her hand from reaching out and resting her palm on the warmth of his skin. "Sorry. I can't believe I slept so long." He shook his head. "I haven't slept like that for years." Outside, the rain had stopped, and the morning sun sparkled through a crisp, icy blue sky. She felt a shiver on her skin, a sad awareness of an ending.
She smiled, then nodded toward the phone in his hand and said, "I take it they've printed the pictures?"
"Yeah."
He ran a hand through his hair.
"It's not great."
"No," she replied. He looked her up and down, taking in her clothes, her hair.
"Are you just going to go? Do you want coffee? Breakfast?"
She scrunched up her face and shook her head. "I have to go, Logan."
"You don't have to leave right away."
"I do."
"Why?"
"Because nothing's changed. You're going to go back to work." She gestured to the phone in his hand. "I'm going to go back to my life." She smiled. He didn't. She reached up and tentatively touched his face. He closed his eyes for a second. She stroked his skin with her thumb. He held her hand, turned his face so his lips were against her palm. They stood like that for a second, the sun dancing on the dust in the air.
"So, that's it?"
he said, in almost a whisper, as if said only to himself. She moved her hand away, trying her hardest to ignore her feelings as she looked into his eyes. "Logan, you know as well as I do that there will always be someone there waiting to take a picture. And it will always end like it did last night." His face hardened. "I've lived that life, being constantly on guard or hiding away in case someone catches me out. I've had enough of hiding." His eyes narrowed.
"So, what are you saying? What do you want?"
"To be ordinary." She laughed. Then when he sighed like she wasn't playing ball, said, "I don't know." As if the thought had trailed off to nowhere. But she did know. Of course she knew. She wanted to grab him by the shoulders and say, "For you to be ordinary too. Let's be ordinary together." She wanted to look into his shuttered blue eyes and say, "You'll only be happy when you're honest with yourself and realize what you're running from." But she'd told him as much last night. And Logan never listened to what he didn't want to hear. Right now, he seemed to be looking everywhere but at her, as if by looking at her he'd be forced to push for a better answer. Instead, he said sardonically,
"That's very helpful."
"Isn't it?" She laughed, then gently put her hand on his arm. "It's okay, Logan. We're okay now." She immediately wanted to move away because the warmth of his skin made her nervous, hampering the courage of her conviction. Made her add jokingly, "You're free to go." As if on cue, his phone rang. He didn't seem to know what to do, just looked at her, the phone cutting through like a siren. Then he said,
"I have to sort it, Bella. I can't leave it like this. For the business, for the family."
She nodded, perhaps a little too vigorously. I know. It's fine, Logan." He answered the phone.
"I'll call you back in a second. Yeah, I know. Yes."
She could hear the stress in his voice. He looked at her and laughed as he repeated back the words she'd said.
"It's fine."
He shook his head, utterly disbelieving. His hand reached out as if to take hers, but then his phone rang again, almost immediately pulling his attention away as he checked who it was.
"It's my mom."
Her lips pressed together in a smile. She crossed her arms over her chest, the sun warm on her skin now, waiting as he said, 2 minutes, and stepped outside again into the hallway. Bella pulled on her sweater and looked around for her bag. When she couldn't find it in the bedroom, she went to look in the living room, pausing for a moment to take in the majestic view of the skyline and the morning sun.
"Yes, I know it's a small town and people talk."
She heard Logan's voice coming from over by the kitchen. She turned, saw him standing by the countertop, his back to her. "Just tell them it's nothing," he said. There was a pause while Martha obviously said something, and Logan, more emphatic this time, added, "Because it is nothing." The words shot through her as she stood there in front of the big picture window. Logan seemed to sense suddenly that someone was watching and turned. When he saw her, she watched his jaw tighten. He said, "I have to go," and hung up the phone. Then he crossed the cavernous space to stand in front of her. "I didn't mean that the way it came out." She shrugged a shoulder, wasn't quite able to get her words together quick enough. His phone rang again. He held his hands wide in a gesture of frustrated apology. "I'm really sorry." She pulled herself together and smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. I'll go." "You don't have to." He silenced the phone, but still it vibrated away in his hand. He cut the person off, chucked the phone on the sofa. She could see his frustration, torn between it all. She took a step forward, put her hand on his shoulder, went up on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek, inhaling the soft, morning scent of his skin. "Goodbye, Logan." The phone started vibrating again. He closed his eyes for a second, sighed. "Goodbye, Bella."
Chapter 26. Logan sat in a meeting, staring absently at a droplet of condensation on the fancy water bottle in the middle of the boardroom table. The path it took, collecting other little bubbles along the way. He'd spent the previous day in various discussions with his comms team, trying to quash the fallout from the debacle with the photographer. The focus was as much on Logan losing his cool as it was on him having dinner with Bella, which wasn't great for business. His comms director, Greg, had sat forward, tapped his pad with his pen, recounting the list in front of him. "Okay, just for clarity, we're going with apology for threats made, difficult time personally, emotions high, just friends, looking after brother's wife, etc. Fine, just get it sorted." It didn't make much difference. The stories ran with salacious headline puns and opinionated copy that cast every type of aspersion about Logan's stability, his relationship with Bella, him muscling in on his brother's widow. Just looking at it made him want to punch the computer screen. In the meeting room, someone said, "Logan?" He looked up. "Sorry, what was that?" From the surprised faces all around him, he sensed he might have missed something quite important. They'd poached a big star. This was an exciting time in the business. He should have been all over it. But he couldn't concentrate. "Sorry," he said again, then glanced at the slide deck on the screen and added with a self-deprecating raise of his brow, "Could you just remind me which section we're on?" There was polite silence as one of the VPs said,
"It's fine. We were just talking about—"
In the office, everyone had politely glossed over the paparazzi shots, but he could sense the pulse of gossip in the air. It wasn't good for the business, or for him. He didn't want to be the star attraction. Logan forced himself to concentrate, but as well as the distraction of the news story, he couldn't shake the fact of Bella saying he was only in the industry for fear of leaving it. Was this him? He wondered as he looked around, feeling like he was floating above them all as they sat in their buttoned-up suits, with their brains engaged on the topic. The meeting ended. When he returned to his office, Marianne shot up from her desk by his door and said, "Coffee?" at the same time as surreptitiously trying to close the browser on her computer that showed the paparazzi picture of him and Bella. When she looked up, Logan raised a brow, and he saw her cheeks flame red. Old enough to be his mother, he was not used to seeing Marianne as anything but 100% composed. "I don't think I've ever seen you blush, Marianne."
"Sorry, Logan."
He shook his head. "It's none of my business what you read."
"I wasn't reading it. I was just—"
Embarrassed, she rested a hand over her beaded necklace, her skin speckled red. He walked over to his office door and pushed it open with his shoulder. "It's fine, Marianne." Alone in his office, he leaned back against the door, gripping the handle behind him, head against the wood, feeling like an imposter in his body, untethered to everything he could see around him. His desk was exactly as he'd left it, his laptop with its million emails waiting, his jacket slung over the back of his chair, a glass of water half drunk, but it was like it all belonged to a stranger. When he tried to concentrate, he kept seeing the spark of surprise on Bella's face when she'd overheard him telling his mom on the phone that it was nothing. He feared that if he started to open more emails, he wouldn't know what to do, how to reply. His phone was piling up with missed calls. There had to be some from Brody, a couple from his sister, and his mom had rung. But he couldn't talk to any of them. Nothing felt normal anymore. Suddenly, the door to his office flew open and Bella stormed in, a newspaper in hand, folded to the page with their photograph. He barely had a chance to register Marianne in the background standing up from her desk, still telling her she couldn't go in before Bella slammed the door shut.
"Just friends? Looking out for your brother's wife,"
she spat, chucking the newspaper down on the table in his office with such force it slid along the polished surface and fell to the floor. Logan came around his desk.
"How dare you!"
She moved closer, eyes blazing, cheeks pink from annoyance, her hair falling loose from its ponytail.
"Fine if there's nothing between us, but don't pretend that you were looking out for me. Don't align me with Jack in your statements to the press. Do you understand?"
He stood where he was, felt his heart racing in his chest, wanted to dial back the clock, anything to not have her standing there looking at him with such dislike, such mistrust. Everything he'd worked for gone in a couple of ill-considered throwaway lines in a press release. He went to speak, but she cut him off.
"I'm free,"
she said, jabbing her finger at him.
"I've moved on. This is your issue."
She flung her arm out, gesturing to the newspapers sprawled on the floor.
"This is you who can't face the truth, can't be honest."
She swept her hair back from her face, kept her steely gaze fixed on him as she took a step closer. He could smell her perfume. It brought back memories of falling asleep next to her. He wanted to reach out, but slipped his hands in his pockets, bracing for her onslaught.
"Say it's nothing,"
she said with tightly controlled annoyance.
"Say we're just friends, but don't you dare use my marriage to trap me again. Understood?"
They were a whisper away from each other. He could see the anger and hurt in her eyes, see her chest rise and fall. He nodded. She swept out with the same fury she'd come in with. Logan stayed where he was for a second, took a moment to absorb what had happened. Straight ahead of him, Marianne sat awkwardly with her head down at the computer, trying to carry on as normal. He walked over and closed the door, then stood with his head against it. All his adult life, he'd battled the press, smoothing over scandals to protect his brothers. Ethan stumbling out of a club underage, too drunk to answer a question. Logan put in motion the suffering from exhaustion line. Brody gets caught in a kiss and tell, Logan sorts it. Noah tries to punch a photographer when their questions get too intrusive. Logan sorts it. Jack tries to steal the limelight on stage and upsets the others. Logan sorts it. Cameras chasing them down the street, crowding outside their hotel windows, sneaking in with recording devices and housekeeping trolleys, bugging their phones, stalking ex-girlfriends, hands grabbing at their clothes, ripping the chains around their necks, tugging clumps of hair from their heads. Ethan, wide-eyed and shaking in the back of the limo. Honesty. Logan wouldn't tell the press anything true if his life depended on it. But when he walked back to his desk, he saw the newspaper on the floor, the image of him and Bella cozying up in the restaurant staring back at him. He went and picked it up, staring at the picture till it blurred into a swirl of colors. And for the first time in a long time, he had no idea what to do. Suddenly, he couldn't breathe. He sat down on one of the chairs around the table, ripped off his tie and had to undo his top button, brace his hands against his knees. What was happening to him? He pushed a hand through his hair and exhaled slowly. Then he looked again at the photograph, saw the smile in Bella's eyes, so different to when he'd seen her at the funeral or when she'd revealed what had happened with Jack. He thought for a second how free she looked compared to him, who had the haunted expression of having seen the photographer approach. That split second caught on camera seemed to tell it all. Suddenly, Logan found himself grabbing his keys, phone, and laptop from his desk and stalking purposefully out of his office. "Hold my calls, Marianne. I'm going to be away for a couple of days," he said as he strode past her desk.
Very good, Logan.
Chapter 27. There was a light dusting of snow on the ground when Logan touched down in Autumn Falls. Of course, there was no one there to greet him, no Brody on the tarmac. He hadn't told anyone he was coming back. He waited in line for a cab and had them drive him to the house he owned. Logan's property was just outside the main town, surrounded by its own 10 acres. The house itself was nothing too flashy, but he'd bought it because of the views. He'd liked the idea of being able to gaze out at the mountains when he was lying in bed, figured it would make him remember there was more to life than his small part in it, but he had never been back enough to be reminded of that. The cab dropped him at the front door. He rang his housekeeper to let her know he was staying a couple of days, and she got in a tizzy about not having prior warning to air the place. He told her it didn't matter at all, but when he walked in, the musty, unlived-in smell made it feel more like a mausoleum than a home. But in a way, that was what it was. He barely went there. He kept the place almost out of politeness, to give his mom the impression that he would sometimes come back for longer periods, but he never did. It was a gesture rather than an actuality, and they all went along with the pretense. Logan dumped his bag in the hallway. Looking around, it felt suddenly as stark and impersonal as Jack's place. Uninhabited, decorated with possessions that weren't his, but were chosen off a shelf by a decorator. He flicked on a side light and walked through the semi-darkness to sit down in one of the chairs that flanked the staircase. Chairs that, as far as he could remember, had never been sat on. Props used to fill a space. It was always strange to be back. He didn't know what to do with himself, with no one to see, or nothing requiring his immediate attention. Except work, but he was ignoring that for the moment. The best thing he probably could have done was go to bed, but he was restless. His mind felt mid-morning awake. He needed a drink. No, the last thing he needed was a drink. He stood up and walked from room to room. It felt like a hotel. The cushions plumped, the art chosen by someone else. He went into the kitchen, flicked on the lights, saw all the fancy appliances, the unused oven and fridge. It felt like he'd arrived at a show home, an alternate bland reality. He couldn't stay here. He looked around for something to do. There was nothing. No books, not even a pack of cards. Why hadn't he furnished the place properly? Because he assumed he'd never live there. He'd needed to escape, not feel more trapped. He needed something now to take his mind off everything. Next thing he knew, he was striding back through the hallway, past the staircase and the doors to the living room and into the back corridor. His eyes adjusting to the shadowy darkness as he reached the garage. Logan pulled back the bolt and pushed open the door. The smell of the room smacked him in the face, of cold concrete, grease, and engine oil. As he flicked on the bare bulb, he closed his eyes and breathed deeply. This was the smell of freedom. When he opened his eyes, he looked around and saw the ledges of paint cans, tools, and stacked boxes. Then there, underneath a sheet so thick with dust he could have written his name, was his motorcycle.
Yanking off the cover, the dust engulfed the air, making him squint away for a second. But there it was, shimmering as if newly polished. He ran his hand along the body and over the soft leather of the seat. Images of Bella flashed furiously through his mind, her arms tight around his waist, her legs straddled against him, her soft cheek pressed to his back. Where he'd left it, slung on the back of the door, was his jacket. The smell of the dark leather was so evocative it almost knocked him backward. The helmet was resting on the back of the bike, his old, battered gloves inside. His boots sat waiting for him on the floor by the back wheel, the weight of them making him clomp heavily as he walked to open the garage door. Then he got on the bike, turned the key, and kicked the stand away. The engine roared to life. Logan felt his heart jump with adrenaline. He pulled his helmet on, and, getting used to the feel of the bike beneath him again, cruised his way out of the garage. It was like getting back on a horse. His body knew what to do. He felt suddenly young again out on the road, visor up, cold night air whipping against his face, the full moon lighting the night like a ghostly morning. He drove for miles out to nowhere. The mountains in the distance like a mirage. The land on either side unchanged from his memory. The grassy plains undulating as far as the eye could see, glinting like waves in the moonlight. He absorbed the solitude of being alone on the road. He remembered driving this same route with Bella on the back of the bike. The wideness of her smile, the smell of her skin against the leather, her chin resting on his shoulder. It was like seeing snippets of freedom, his life being stripped off his back the further he rode. He was no one out here. The landscape could suck him up and never let go. Pine trees loomed above him, darkening the road, throwing shadows like phantoms across his path as he kept on riding. Kept on heading for those mountains, a blanket of stars above him. The streetlights of Manhattan felt like another world, another life. When he finally stopped, he pulled over, got off his bike, and sat at the foothills of the dusky mountains he'd climbed as a boy, his body shivering from the frigid cold. Above him the quiet, looming presence of Starlight Mountain that had been the backdrop of his childhood. The craggy black shadow that he'd always seen as a barrier keeping him trapped, but that now seemed more like a guide, a watchful, protective eye. He lay on his back against the crisp crunch of frost, staring up at the moon, breathing in what felt like courage spreading through his lungs. Chapter 28. In the morning, Logan pulled up at the Silver Sky Ranch on his bike. The tires leaving tread marks in the red earth, his heart thumping, his palms sweating, his whole body psyched and ready for the confrontation ahead. But when he cut the ignition and yanked his helmet off, he heard all the familiar noises of the farm, the hum of the tractor and the braying of the horses, and it suddenly all seemed too mundane, too normal for his intrusion. His immediate thought was to back away, kick the bike back to life, and head for the hills. But then Noah came into view, strolling from the paddock toward the main house, his hat pulled low, his big jacket zipped up almost over his nose from the cold. Rocky bounded ahead of him, and when the dog saw Logan, it barked excitedly. When Noah looked up to see what had caught Rocky's attention, he allowed himself a wry grin at the sight of Logan getting off the bike. He blew on his hands as he sauntered over. "Well, look who it is," he drawled, while his gaze admired the shiny black frame. "I always loved that bike." "Me too," Logan replied. Noah didn't ask why he was there. He took after their father, wasn't one for questions. "Dad home?" Logan asked, removing his gloves and tucking his hands into his jacket pocket. Noah tipped his head in the direction of the sunlit horse barn, remnants of frost still on the roof,
next to the paddock with a couple of grazing horses in their colorful winter coats, and the big hay barn behind. Logan nodded, then he ran his hand over his mouth, steeling himself. It wasn't too late to leave. Only Noah had seen him, and Noah wouldn't say anything to anyone if he suddenly took off. But Logan had had enough of running away. He set off in the direction of the horse barn. Noah walked part of the way with him across the yard, their feet scuffing in the sandy dirt. The sun was blindingly low in the sky, making them squint. Logan glanced across at his brother. He was always familiarly unchanged. Same battered flight jacket, same layers of t-shirts and t-shirts underneath, same battered sun-bleached hat, same stubble in need of a shave. All he cared about was getting the job done. Thing with Noah was, if you showed him something he couldn't do, he put all his focus into working out not only how to do it, but how to be the best at it. When they were in the band, ask him to play anything. Saxophone, piano, drums, keyboard. He could either do it or taught himself how, no hassle. But all Noah had really wanted when they were in the band was to be back out there on the land with no one to bother him, except maybe his girlfriend. It was that brooding disconnect that had girls practically fainting at Noah's feet, but he barely gave anyone the time of day, hated the attention. And that, Logan was now realizing, was what put him at odds with Jack, who wanted all the attention he could get, every last scrap. Jack could never understand why the fans went wild for Noah, always winding him up. Logan had brushed it off as brotherly banter at the time, but of course, he now understood all too well the insidious nature of envy. And as someone who refused to fight back, Noah was an easy target. "Everything okay with you?" Logan asked, knowing the response he'd get. Noah shrugged a shoulder. They walked some more. Logan shielded his eyes from the sun, looking past the barn at the pine-covered hill behind and the high slate peaks beyond. Noah said, "Saw the picture of you and Bella in the news." Logan blew out a breath. "Yeah. She okay?" Logan winced. "She's not okay with me, but otherwise I think so." "You think or you know?" Noah checked, more serious now. "I think I know," Logan replied, because that was the best he could offer. "Well, make sure she is," was all Noah said. "I'll try." Although Noah's warning had an edge of accusation, what Logan hadn't been expecting was the touch of sympathy directed his way in Noah's glance, like he was sorry for the fact he was still getting hounded. Logan looked away, out across the pasture to the pine trees in the mountains. He took a breath. Then he felt a touch on his shoulder and saw Noah's hand rest briefly there before he took it away and shoved it back in his pocket. Logan kept looking at the spot on his shoulder for a moment longer. Thought of Brody telling him they'd all grown up. Noah said, "You come all this way to speak to Dad?" He nodded, but felt his courage dip momentarily. Noah narrowed his eyes. "You sure that's a good idea?" "No," he replied, and watched the corner of Noah's mouth tilt up. They reached the wide-open door of the barn. Noah said, "He's in there." Then, after a pause, added, "Good luck," before walking away. Logan entered the building. The warm, familiar scent of the horses bringing with it memories of early mornings when his eyes were still half shut. Endless sweat-soaking jobs to do, and one-word orders to get them done. But alongside it came a satisfaction, an almost addictive ache in the muscles, and one of the new horses he hadn't met before. Jojo, it said on the nameplate, poking her head over the stall door and looking at him with her wide, silken eye. The delight of these perfect, gorgeous beasts. Logan walked over and ran his hand down her soft chestnut coat just as his dad appeared at the other end of the barn.
Logan let the horse nuzzle his hand as he turned toward his dad and said, "Hi." Emmett Carter put his hands on his hips and, eyes narrowed, said almost accusingly, "Were we expecting you?" Logan shook his head. "No." He gave the horse a pat and then walked over toward his dad. "I need to talk to you." Emmett huffed. "I'm working," and made to move toward the back exit. Logan said, "I need to talk to you now." "Well, I'm working." Emmett didn't look around. "Well, you'll have to get someone else to do it for you." Logan put his hands in his pockets, held his ground. "This is important." Emmett kept walking. "I can't talk right now." "Yes, you can!" Logan's raised voice echoed around the giant structure. His dad paused. Logan felt his heart rate increase a notch. Emmett turned. They squared off against one another along the length of the barn. This time, unlike after the funeral, when his dad locked eyes with him, Logan refused to flinch, just stared right back. After a beat, and barely moving his head, his dad called to one of the ranch hands to take over. Then he walked out the back of the barn in the direction of the house, presuming Logan would follow. Chapter 29. Logan and his dad sat opposite each other in the kitchen. Across the big slabs of wood that made up the table, where Logan and his brothers had done their homework, eaten their meals, and been given stern lectures by their mother when they'd been told off at school for not listening or getting into fights. All standard boy stuff, but sitting back there across from his father, Logan felt like that boy again. Like the years of work, of social standing, of success peeled away from him at the sight of his old man, gnarled-faced and heavy-set. Hold your nerve, Logan. He remembered the boxing ring. Imagined suddenly going a couple of rounds against his dad. It would be quite some fight. Emmett had determined strength ingrained in his work-honed muscles. Neither would back down, that was for certain. The idea of it made Logan smile inside, which actually helped him relax, his shoulders drop. He'd made coffee while his dad cleaned up, and he took a sip of it, scalding hot and familiar. Same cups, same beans. It tasted like mornings at home. "So, you'd better get talking, 'cause I haven't got all day." Emmett was drying his hands on a towel. Logan put his mug down, said, "Do you want to say hello? Ask me how I'm doing first?" His dad glanced at him from underneath stern black brows. "I don't have time for that." Logan reached into his pocket and took out the signet ring. He placed it on the table between them. The gold sparked like flint in the sunlight streaming through the kitchen window. Emmett had taken a gulp of coffee and paused with it in his mouth when he saw the ring. Logan watched him swallow, watched him put the cup down slowly on the table, and before reaching for it, throw Logan an "is this what I think it is?" glance. His dad could convey an expression in the infinitesimal hitch of a lip or vague narrowing of an eye. That was his language, and they'd all learned to read it since infancy. Logan kept his face impassive. His dad's cracked-skinned fingers picked the ring off the table, holding it like a jewel, bringing it close to his face to inspect the insignia. He looked at Logan over the top of it. "Where'd you find it?" "Jack's house." Emmett's mouth tightened. He focused back on the ring. Logan wondered for a ridiculous moment if he might apologize for the crushing silent treatment he'd subjected him to for losing it. But Emmett was a never apologize, never explain kind of guy. He just placed the ring back in the center of the table. "So, what is it you want to say?" he asked, one hand now on the handle of his mug, the other flat on the table. Logan cleared his throat. "I want to talk to you about us." about the past. Really, Logan? His dad winced. I don't have time for that. He started to push himself up from his chair. There's nothing to say. Sit down! Logan surprised himself with the hard flatness of his voice. His dad paused. Logan looked up. You're going to hear what I have to say if I have to pin you down to that damn chair. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not going to let you disappear off, still judging us all for what we did. I'm not going to do your job because you refuse to do it. I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't, then you're blind as well as stubborn. You watch your mouth, son. Or what, Dad? You going to fight me because you're too scared to listen? I'm not afraid of anything you have to say. Oh, no? Logan narrowed his eyes. This family is broken. We are broken. Emmett scoffed. Don't give me that. Don't come into my house and start telling me what we are and aren't. His eyes blazed with such harsh ferocity that always made Logan shrink back as a child. You gave up that right a long time ago. But he wasn't a child anymore. He held that terrifying gaze and sneered back. Oh, what, so no one's allowed to say anything anymore? Have an opinion? Should we just keep on going exactly as we always have? Logan's lip curled in distaste as he glared at his father across the table. What's that got us? Jack's dead. Ethan's who knows where. Who's next, Dad? The clock ticked in the background. The only giveaway that his father had heard was the tightening to his mouth. Logan felt his blood pounding in his temple. There was a tremor in his hand. He sat back, could still hear his own words like an echo in the room. Emmett took a slug of coffee, seemingly for something to do, for a moment to think. When he put the mug down, there was a long pause before he spoke. Logan was glad he'd left his phone in his jacket in the hall, because he'd be checking his emails by now, if not, something to distract him from the fear that still resided in the pit of his stomach when he faced his father. Emmett focused on the mug as he spoke. Jack was never satisfied, never happy with what he had. He turned the cup around in his hands. None of you were, apart from Noah, maybe. Logan's brows drew down in disbelief. I don't think that's true, he said. I don't think any of us had any idea what we were. His pulse was still pounding, his body on high alert. He wondered if he'd have the courage to say what he was saying if he wasn't brimming with adrenaline. We all knew what you wanted us to be. Emmett's head jerked a fraction. Logan flinched, couldn't help himself. It was a pre-programmed reaction, the terrifying apprehension of crossing a line. But he carried on. There had been no point coming if he didn't. We certainly never knew ourselves, or what we could be. Oh, right, his dad replied with a barely there mirthless laugh. And singing and playing the guitar was the answer, was it? Taught you all how to be the men you wanted to be? Both hands on the table, he stretched back, tanned forearm muscles flexing. Because as far as I can see, all that's happened is you all lost your way. He said it slow and demeaning. None of you are here. None of you know a darn thing about who you are. He sneered the last three words, drawing them out slow. His eyes drew to the ring, sparkling again in the low sun. I never should have let you go. Let us go? It was Logan's turn to scoff. We were teenage boys. How could you have stopped us? He glared at the man across the table in his red-checked shirt, faded to pink, the neatly clipped beard, the deep furrows between his brows that never softened. What you could have done, Logan said, forcing himself to counter with restraint, should have done, is tell us that it was okay. Tell us to go see the world and bring it back here if we wanted to. Logan's hands mirrored his father's, flat on the table, but his were almost pushing him out of the seat to get closer in his urgency to speak. You could have supported us so that I didn't have to. You could have understood that if you give people the freedom to leave, they're more likely to come back. But you didn't, did you? Emmett bashed the table. Because no one wanted to, Logan almost shouted. No one dared, because you were so furious with us all, but you wouldn't say anything. Silence. Just the metronome of the clock pendulum, and the remnants of Logan's words in the air. His father glared, hooded eyes impenetrable. Logan sighed. He looked away, out the window, saw the shadows of the clouds on the mountains. I think part of why I'm here is to tell you that I never will come back. He felt all his muscles clench, like bracing for a punch. I've never dared bring it up before, but I'm not coming back here, Dad. Not to the ranch. To his horror, his voice wavered as he said it. Not like he was going to cry, but like he was admitting to a wrongdoing. Terrified like a small boy of the consequences. He was a grown man, for goodness sake. He'd closed billion-dollar deals. He'd stood on stage in front of millions of people, and yet he could barely tell his father the truth. Logan thought suddenly of Bella having to stand in her kitchen and admit to him what had happened to her, the naked vulnerability of it. Emmett scoffed like Logan had wasted his time. You done? Logan sat back in his chair, feeling the shame of foolishness for having tried. Yeah, fine. His dad stood up, chairs scraping on the floorboards. Then, turning his back on Logan, he walked across the kitchen and out the back door, the screen thwacking with finality. Chapter 30. Logan closed his eyes, listened to the familiar tick of the clock and the hum of the fridge from where he sat at the table. He breathed in and out, feeling like an idiot and wondering why he'd even bothered.
He may not be very good at showing them, Logan, but he does have feelings.
Logan's eyes snapped open to see his mom leaning in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room. She wore jeans and a black sweater, arms crossed, hair tied up in a scruffy bun. She had her apron on, and he wondered if she'd watched them approach from the barn and gone to sit in the living room. "Did you hear all that?" he asked. She nodded.
I did.
Her eyes sparkled with their usual knowing as she came over to where he was sitting and bent to hug him tight around the shoulders.
It wasn't your job to save Jack. If anything, it was mine or your dad's, but not yours, Logan. We let him down.
The last person wanted to take any of the blame for what had happened was his mom, and he said as much.
Honey,
she said, pulling out the chair next to his. The shape of her hands, the carved back of the chair, the sweetness of her perfume, all so familiar to him, and yet had become so distant.
When you're a parent, you take on a responsibility to take care of your kids. I spoke to Jack on the phone. He never hinted at any problems beyond those with his marriage. His career was going brilliantly. He had that beautiful house. He went on amazing vacations. Yes, he was angry about the divorce, but he didn't give any hint that there was more going on.
She shrugged in disbelief.
But we were wrong. All of us.
She turned so she could rest her clasped hands on the table.
He was a very good actor. Very good at hiding things.
Her eye caught on the ring, and she reached over and picked it up.
I wondered what it was you'd found.
She turned it over in her hand, then put it back.
I'm sorry that happened.
I don't want you to be sorry, Logan said.
But you want your dad to be?
She asked, dark brows raised in question. They had the same eyes, he and his mom. Logan understood her expressions as he understood his own,
and knew she was the same with him. He remembered when she'd told him that she was ill, that they had found a lump, but it would be okay. Always quick with the reassurance, but Logan could read the fear in her eyes. 6 kids, Willow only 12 at the time. All in desperate need of their mom, and she knew it, because the alternative was Dad. Outstanding with the practical, gruff and distant with anything else. 10 times worse when her health was in jeopardy. If he didn't say much day to day, he said nothing while his wife was ill. Logan clenched his fists, unable to quash his own frustration. Martha smiled, wide cherry-red lips, kind eyes.
I'm as much to blame, Logan. I'm sure deep down your dad would say that you all took off because I encouraged you too much with the music and the singing. That was my passion.
She put her hand on her chest, over the gold cross she always wore.
I brought that to the house. The Carters were not musical people before I came along.
She smiled wryly, as if it were the biggest understatement of the year. Logan thought of Granddad Carter. If he thought his dad was a man of few words, then Granddad Carter said even fewer. It wasn't your fault. Logan wouldn't stand for that. You were ill. He could still remember so vividly Ethan pausing the TV when a commercial came up for a big talent show and saying, "We should do that for Mom." They'd all been sitting in the living room, none of them with a clue what to do because Aunt Eleanor, who'd come to stay because Emmett had the ranch to run, or hide in, kept telling them that the doctors thought they had it under control, but she refused to say for certain that Martha would survive. At that point, no one was making any guarantees. Putting the band together became anything to get them all through. To give them something to talk about when they went home and their mom looked so terrifyingly, helplessly fragile. He could still picture Willow dancing around as they practiced in one of the disused barns, cheeks wet with tears. They had entered the competition when Mom started chemotherapy, and by the time she watched them win, the treatments were finished, and the guarantees were more forthcoming. To the boys, it felt like a miracle. To their dad, less so.
I loved what you did, Logan.
His mom reached over and squeezed his hand, hers cool over his.
I was so proud, am so proud of all of you. But your dad, he loves this ranch, and his dream was all of you here.
She smiled softly, her eyes tipping up like a cat's.
Some things we win and some we lose. No one likes to lose, Logan. No one likes to feel that the best part they play isn't good enough, is second best.
She moved her chair closer to his so she could sit with her arm over the back of his chair and turned to look out the window at the sun bright on the pasture. She sighed.
There's a lot of egos in this house. Always has been.
She glanced back at him, one brow shrewdly arched.
Stubborn, competitive egos.
Logan had to look away to hide his complicit smile. His mom nudged his knee with hers.
It's tough to take when you're not the one who's winning. I'm not excusing it,
she added more seriously.
I'm just explaining it.
Then she stood up and kissed the top of his head as if he were 10 years old.
You've always been a great kid, Logan.
Mom, I'm not a kid. Look at me. He gestured to his fully grown self. She wrapped her arms around him, smelled him, squeezed him tight.
My lovely boy,
she said, ruffling his hair. Get off, he laughed, pushing her away. She stood back, hip leaning against the table.
Listen to me,
she said, the smile fading to seriousness in her eyes.
We've never talked properly about any of it. It's always been easier to sweep things under the carpet. But I'll tell you one thing. It's your life, Logan, and you live it any way you like. Understand? Don't listen to me. Don't listen to your dad. Don't worry about what we think. Do it your way. Yeah?
He paused for a moment, then nodded. Now he feared there might be tears in his eyes. She went over to the coffee pot on the stove to pour herself a cup.
But don't be a stranger, Logan. That's all I ask.
Chapter 31. Logan left the ranch on his bike without looking back toward the horse barn. Didn't want to even catch a glimpse of his dad. By the time he pulled up outside the orchard, his palms were sweating inside his gloves from nerves. When he rang the bell, he just hoped that Bella had stuck to her decision to help her stepdad with the apple tree pruning. It was John Luke who answered the front door, dressed in cargo pants, old cable-knit cream sweater, and heavy boots. He'd clearly come in from working in the orchard. He was shorter than Logan by quite a bit, but the stony look he gave him on seeing him made Logan feel suddenly very small. He swallowed. "Is Bella home?" John Luke glanced behind him, which Logan took as a yes. Then, taking a step forward, he said coolly, "I think it's best if you stay away, Logan. I've picked her up once already after the damage one of you boys did. I don't want to have to do it again." Logan was about to protest, try and reason with him, but he saw the stark warning in the man's eyes and found himself having to look away in shame. "I understand," he said, taking a step back and turning to leave the porch, his heart catching in his throat at what John Luke had had to do, to face, when it came to protecting his stepdaughter. But then he heard Bella's voice say,
"It's fine. I can talk to him. Honestly, don't worry."
Logan turned back to see her standing there, wrapped up in a long blue coat and chunky black turtleneck, passing her stepdad and giving him a reassuring squeeze on the arm that she could handle herself.
"Thank you, though,"
she added with a soft smile, and after a moment's hesitation, John Luke reluctantly conceded, stepping back but keeping his hard gaze locked on Logan. When he was gone, Bella glanced at the street behind Logan and the possibility of prying eyes and said,
"You'd better come through to the orchard."
He followed her through the house, glancing at the familiarity of the furnishings, out through the ramshackle sunroom and through to the rows of trees with the shadow of the mountains behind. Bella pulled her coat tight around herself as they went out into the cold. She led them between the trees, the grass crunching beneath their feet in patches where the snow hadn't thawed. As they walked, Logan said, "I went to see my dad." Bella glanced briefly his way. "I told him I wasn't coming back." She paused for a moment.
"What did he do?"
"Walked out." She raised her eyebrows, as if she wasn't surprised, but was still waiting for what that had to do with her. "I came here because I wanted to say I was wrong about what I said about Jack." He reached up and ran his fingers along the prickles of frost on one of the branches. "I'm sorry," he said, looking back at her. "I know I keep having to apologize, but this is all pretty new to me." Her eyes narrowed.
"What's new?"
He shrugged ruefully. "Having to account for my actions?" She rolled her eyes and looked away, maybe to hold in a smile of disbelief, he hoped. A couple of rows ahead of them, John Luke was up a stepladder, pruning shears in hand, keeping a wary eye on them. Bella headed over to a rickety bench woven together with apple branches. She swiped the frost off with the sleeve of her coat before sitting down. Logan didn't bother. He leaned forward, the bench creaking beneath him, elbows on his knees, chin resting on his steepled fingers, eyes straight ahead, taking in the endless rows of trees, then the pines, then the mountain, like a layer cake. "I'm not good at having my choices in the public eye any longer. I'm not sure I ever was. I'm not good at not being in control." She sat a foot or so away from him, leaning against the applewood armrest.
"You can't stop every story, Logan. People will always have opinions."
"I know, and I hate it." He sat back, raking a hand through his hair in frustration. She gave him a resigned look.
At some point, you have to let go.
Then she paused, taking a steadying breath before adding,
Unless you still see me as your brother's wife.
No, I don't, he said quickly, but... The but hung in the air. Bella tilted her head, waiting. Logan couldn't formulate an answer. He stared back at the view. His breath a cloud in front of him, the wind bitter against his cheeks. His brain warring between saying nothing and what it was he actually felt. He remembered the picture in the newspaper, the goading headlines. I feel like you're off limits, he replied finally, looking regretfully back at her. Bella closed her eyes for a second. Logan sighed. When she looked at him again, he could see only annoyance in her eyes.
Don't you think that should be up to me?
He paused again. Probably, yes. She ran her fingers through her hair.
Logan, you're so frustrating.
He laughed in surprise, but she shook her head, exasperated.
I should get back to work,
she said, standing up and gesturing to the trees around them. Logan took the hint. Absolutely. When he stood up to go, he waved to John Luke in the distance, who gave a wary, almost suspicious wave in response. Logan didn't like how it made him feel. As he walked with Bella back through the house, he didn't feel any better than he had when he'd arrived, perhaps worse. Hollow, like pieces of him were suddenly missing when he'd only just felt what it was like to have them back. But then, just as he was leaving, he heard Bella say,
Well done for saying what you did.
He glanced back.
To your dad,
she clarified. He paused. Not wanting to show quite how much it meant to him, he raised a brow and replied flippantly, Can I remind you that he walked out of the room?
It was just the first step,
she countered, eyes serious.
You still have to try again.
He winced. I don't think so. She shrugged like it didn't matter to her either way. But to him, seeing his refusal through her eyes made him feel suddenly as blinkered and set in his ways as his dad. Chapter 32. The next afternoon, the back door opened and Noah walked into the ranch house kitchen, Rocky trotting obediently behind him. When he saw Logan sitting at the table and his mom standing by the cooker, he started to back out, but Martha said, Noah, come in and sit down. You said this was a planning meeting. Martha shrugged.
Yes, I lied. Sit down.
Noah hesitated. Logan could see he was desperate to leave. He'd never say no to their mom, so he schlepped across the kitchen, head hung like he was a kid. Rocky seemed to sense the mood and flopped down under the table. Noah pulled out the chair opposite Logan. Sitting across from one another at that kitchen table, it felt very much like when they'd been growing up. Martha strode over to the back door and opened it up, shouted, Emmett! After a second, What? Came the reply.
You're meant to be in here. We have a meeting, remember?
I'm busy, Martha. It's going to have to wait.
Logan glanced at Noah, who raised his brows like, Here we go.
He's so stubborn,
Martha complained.
You're all so stubborn. How did I manage to have 6 children and a husband all as stubborn as the other?
She pushed her feet irritatedly into her boots that she kept under a small bench by the back door and stalked out across the yard. Across from him, Noah gazed longingly out the window, leg jigging under the table. When he realized Logan was watching him, he said dryly, And we were all doing so well as we were. Logan held back a smirk. The back door flew open, and Martha came back in, kicking off her boots and stalking back to where her coffee cup waited on the kitchen counter. She stood, arms crossed, blue eyes blazing. They sat in silence. Just the clock again. Logan couldn't look at Noah.
feared he might get the giggles like they did when they'd been told off. 5 wild boys hauled in around the table for a stern talking to by their mother. They waited. Logan didn't believe for one moment his dad would come. But then suddenly the screen door banged, and Emmett appeared in the kitchen doorway, taking off his hat and running his hand through his hair in weary annoyance. Logan straightened up in surprise. He glanced to where his mom was standing, hands now cradled around her coffee cup, eyes fixed on her husband as if tethering him to the spot, and he suddenly realized who it really was that he wouldn't want to face in the ring. Martha walked around to the chair next to Logan and sat down, placing her cup in front of her.
It's been too long since we've really spoken, any of us.
She glanced sidelong at Emmett, who stood by the fridge, eyes downcast, giving nothing away.
We see each other at Christmas and birthdays, if we're lucky, and no one dares broach anything for fear of upsetting someone and ruining the day.
She clasped her hands, like she was chairing a meeting.
So, is it my fault you all left and the family has become so fractured? Because I encouraged you all to play an instrument, to sing, to enjoy music in a house where no one had played a record unless it was carols at Christmas, and even then—
She shook her head in despair at the memory. Logan opened his mouth to refute what she said about it being her fault, but she went on.
But no, you can't blame me, because then we take away from the fact you kids did it for me, to make me smile, to make me happy at what was a very difficult time.
Her voice caught. Logan chanced to glance at his dad, but Emmett stayed, head bent. Same as Noah. No one looking. To Logan, the band and their leaving the ranch had forever existed like Starlight Mountain dominating the horizon out the window. A dark, looming monolith casting its shadow over all of them. A beast that no one dared prod for fear of revealing their part in it. Now his mom was practically detonating it, and the risk of what might happen as a result made Logan press his back against the chair. Martha, however, seemed unfazed, as if she'd been waiting a lifetime for this moment.
Or should you boys go through life feeling varying degrees of guilt for having left? Of leaving your dad hurt and let down by the change in what he thought was your future together?
Emmett did look up then, but away at the wall. Jaw tense. He would be hating this. Any mention of emotion was like a big arrow pointing weakness at him. The discomfort radiating from his dad was so acute, it made Logan want to raise a hand, accept the blame, and be done with it. But his mom wasn't finished.
Or maybe,
she went on, sitting back, legs crossed, arms crossed,
we finally say it is what it is. What happened, happened. And get on with our lives. Start a new chapter. Something we will forever have to know that Jack didn't get the opportunity to do. But that's on us, me and your father, and I refuse to let it happen again.
There was a pause. She let the words hang there between them. Logan looked at Noah. Noah at Logan. Logan could hear his heart thumping in his ears, wondering what his dad might say now, might do with that option. But predictably, instead of saying anything, Emmett took the end of the speech as a chance for dismissal and turned to leave. Martha sprang up from her chair so fast it almost toppled over.
Don't you dare walk out that door,
she hissed. Logan's eyes widened. Noah shrunk in on himself.
Emmett Carter, for once in your life, you are going to admit that you are a terrible loser and always have been. Too proud to look at anything you don't agree with a different way. Because if you carry on pretending that you'd rather have nothing than make the best of what we have, then we will continue to have nothing.
She stood tall, cold fury in her eyes.
We've let this distance happen in this family, all of us, through stubbornness and pushing away what we don't understand or want to understand.
Logan had never seen his mom get angry like that, unless it was scolding them as kids when they'd been really bad. He glanced between her and his dad, fearing for a second that his dad might storm out regardless, and if he did, what then? He wondered how certain his mom was of the odds of him staying or leaving, but she was as poker-faced as Emmett. The clock ticked. They waited. The moment when it came could never be called monumental. A half-turn of the shoulders back toward the people in the room. Mouth set in a thin, terse line. But it was monumental to them. Logan's breathing returned to normal. More composed now, Martha carried on as if there had been nothing amiss.
It's up to us now to put things right.
She smoothed her hair back that had come loose when she got angry and returned to her chair.
If we can do anything now, we remind you boys that this is your home. I want you all back, Logan,
she said, frank and unapologetic.
I want you to want to come here, not circle around us. I want you to live at least a couple of days a year in that house you bought.
Logan felt his cheeks color with shame at the mention of the long-ignored house.
I want you to feel you are welcome here,
she said more gently, reaching across the table and squeezing both his and Noah's hands. Noah rolled his eyes, couldn't seem to help himself. Martha smacked his fingers to behave.
We've let you down by letting this fester. We let Jack down. Us, not you.
She looked pointedly at Emmett, daring him to question. Logan looked too, as did Noah, and watched in disbelief as very slowly and imperceptibly to the untrained eye, his dad nodded. Martha closed her eyes for a second, her relief palpable. Then, when she opened them again, there were tears dampening her lashes. His mom never cried, not in front of them anyway. Logan felt his heart constrict. She pressed her fingers to the corners of her eyes to stop herself from crying. Emmett made a move across the kitchen toward her. She held out a hand to stop him.
I want something good to come out of this. Anything we can get. For a start, I want you two to try and understand each other.
She pointed between Logan and his dad.
To stop being so darn stubborn for once, and forgive each other.
Logan felt defenseless against his mom's tears. His face got warm as she stared down at the table, felt 14, then up at where his dad stood, waited for him to look heavenward with a sigh of irritation. But maybe he was defenseless too, because instead of sighing, Emmett looked at Logan for a good long while, long enough for Logan to look back and for what he saw to become a face that was human rather than just his father. Long enough, he wondered, for his dad to see his son rather than a businessman. Then, when it felt like no one would ever move again, Emmett crossed to the table and held out his hand, calloused and dirt-stained, and without question, Logan stood up and clasped it, as firm as he could, considering how astounded he was. When he looked up, it was possible that he saw the lines at the sides of his dad's eyes crease, with some semblance of affection. For once, Noah looked equally as mind-blown by the whole exchange as Logan, which must have meant it was as momentous as Logan felt it was. Martha blew out a breath in relief. Then she got a Kleenex out of the pocket of her jeans and wiped her face. Logan reluctantly let his dad's hand go and sat back down, Emmett pulling out the chair opposite. Martha said,
That's a good start.
His dad seemed surprised by the word start, but seemed to know better than to say anything. Resting her arms on the table, his mom leaned forward and said urgently,
I want to make sure that what happened to Jack doesn't happen to any of the rest of you. I don't want anyone to slip through the net, hide who they are. I want us to be a family again, who know one another, really know one another.
Logan nodded, even though he was pretty sure it was a pipe dream. Noah focused on the grains of wood in the table.
This includes you too, Noah.
Martha tapped the table where he was staring to get his attention.
Don't think just because you're here you're exempt.
Noah looked up with a frown. I haven't done anything. I'm fine.
Martha sat back again, gaze fixed now on Noah.
Right, yes, of course. Living in a trailer over there.
She pointed out the back door.
And working every hour of the day is just fine. It's not sustainable, Noah. It's hiding, not living. It's not reaching your potential.
Noah tipped his head up to the ceiling.
Can we not bring me into this, please? I'm pretty happy as I am.
He threw Logan a glare like it was his fault all this was happening. Martha glossed over Noah for the time being.
You have not lived normal lives. None of you. You need to decide who you are. Settle down.
Her hands gesticulated impatiently as she talked, as if all these thoughts had been building inside her, bursting for the opportunity to be voiced.
You need to get some normality and some balance in your lives. Logan, you're chained to your desk or your phone all the time. It's either work or nothing. Or, what was it, punching photographers?
She shook her head in disappointment. While obviously ashamed of his actions with the photographer, and knowing this wasn't the right time to say that he didn't actually punch the guy, what struck Logan was that was what his life boiled down to in their eyes. Not, Logan, you're out there killing it, high up on the Forbes list, building careers, basking in the glory of success, but essentially, like Noah, they saw him as hiding, but behind a computer, not in a trailer. No balance, no normality. He thought about Bella telling him he didn't love the music industry, he was just afraid to get off the wheel for fear of what? Of having to go back to the ranch. He looked across the table at his dad, sitting with his arms out in front of him, fiddling with the pads of his fingers with his thumb, nodding a little more definitively at everything Martha was saying. Logan had told him now that he wasn't coming back. He'd jumped the hurdle and hadn't come crashing down. Made things better, if anything.
Brody's drifting around with no responsibility,
his mom went on. At that, Emmett nodded.
Yes, he is.
As Logan sat listening to the idea of pulling his brothers back together again, he felt a warmth spread through him that he hadn't felt in this house since he was a kid. He could feel his shoulders dropping, like the weight of the world had been eased from him without him even realizing he was carrying it. He found his mouth involuntarily smiling, a calm spreading through him. It was over. One chapter was closed.
And then there's Ethan.
Martha put her hand on her heart. Logan glanced up, drawn from his reverie. No one knows where Ethan is. I had people trying to find him for the funeral. Nothing. Zilch. His mom wouldn't have it.
We have to get Ethan back.
Noah shook his head like it was an impossibility. Martha banged the table with her fist. Emmett flinched.
I want us to find him and bring him back. He needs us. We all need each other,
she implored, pinning each of them with a stare of calm determination. The same one that his children was the most terrifying because it brokered no arguments.
We're a family. It's the only way.
Chapter 33. When they left the kitchen, Logan wasn't quite sure what to do with himself. Noah was walking off in the direction of the horse barn, and if sensing his brother's lack of purpose, he turned and said,
If you don't have anything better to do, Logan, I could use a hand to check the fencing.
Logan thought about all the work he had to catch up on, about how he wanted to tell Bella what had happened, but there was something about Noah's offer that felt too precious to turn down. A shared moment that he knew instinctively would cement everything that had been said. They saddled up and rode out to the perimeter, but the further they went, it felt more like an excuse to get away out into the open and let everything sink in. Noah barely glanced at the fencing. They didn't talk about much, just felt the afternoon sun on their backs and the chill air in their lungs. For Logan, it was good just to be out riding again. He couldn't remember the last time. Didn't realize how much he'd missed it until all the easy familiarity of it came back. although he felt annoyingly out of practice next to Noah, who wouldn't ever get down from his horse if he didn't have to. At one point, Noah made a show of hanging back so that Logan, who had actually slowed to take in the scenery, could catch up and said, "If it's too much for you, bro," which led to them galloping side by side fast as they could on the scrubby stretch of grass. Noah edging ahead, Logan, muscles burning, t-shirt sweat-soaked, urging the little chestnut mare Jojo forward. And she almost caught them up, but Logan had to admit defeat as the river up ahead cut off their path. "That felt good," he said breathlessly, leading Jojo over to the water for a drink and jumping down to splash some on his face. Noah stayed in the saddle. The exertion was nothing to him. "What did you think about all that back there in the house?" he asked, gesturing away into the distance, back the way they'd come. "Good, I thought." Logan put his hat back on and hoisted himself back up. "You?" Noah shrugged. "Yeah, good." Logan smiled to himself. He said, "What's this about you holed up in the trailer?" Noah said, "What's this about you having dinner with Bella?" "Touché," Logan laughed. "You stay out of my business, I'll stay out of yours." "Wasn't that what we just said we'd change?" Noah pulled his hat lower and turned his horse away. "I think we said Dad was a bad loser, Brody was a drifter, and we have to find Ethan." Logan rolled his eyes as he tugged Jojo's reins and went after him. Noah glanced over his shoulder. "I'm totally fine, Logan." "I'm sure you are, Noah," he replied as his horse drew up level. They trotted back in the direction of the house. About halfway home, Noah said, "That dinner with Bella as cozy as it looked in the paper?" It was Logan's turn to shrug, non-committal. "You ever gonna admit you like her?" His head whipped around, caught off guard by the casualness of the comment. "I don't know what you're talking about." The first real easy smile spread across Noah's face. "I think you're blushing, Logan." "I'm just hot, Noah." "Sure you are," he laughed. Chapter 34. This time, when Logan drew up at the orchard, he said to John Luke, "I'm not staying long, I promise. I just wanted a quick word with Bella." John Luke sighed and said, "It's okay, Logan. I was probably a little overprotective last time." Logan shrugged. "It's understandable. I just don't want to see her hurt again." "No," Logan replied, meeting the older man's steady gaze. "Neither do I." Appeased enough, John Luke nodded and led Logan through to the orchard where he gestured over to the left and said, "She's up a ladder somewhere in that direction." Logan wove his way through the trees, the low winter sun flickering through the bare branches. When he saw Bella, he paused for a moment before saying hello, just to take in the image of her. Her long hair tied up with tendrils around her face, the collar of her jacket turned up against the icy cold, the pinkness of her cheeks and the tip of her nose, the cloud her breath made when she breathed. But clearly sensing someone was there, she swung around and nearly fell off her ladder when she saw him. He rushed forward to hold it steady. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to startle you." She regained her balance and climbed down.
"Just for future reference, Logan," she said. "Sneaking up on people when they're up a ladder tends to startle them."
"Noted," he replied with a wry half-smile. Then, gesturing to her clothes, said, "This apple farm look suits you." She swept her hair away from her face.
"I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not."
"It's a compliment," he replied, tipping his head, lazy smile playing on his lips. She threw him a sidelong look and walked over to where there was a bottle of water on the floor by a stack of branches.
"I'm presuming you didn't come here to talk about my fashion choices, Logan."
"No," he replied. "I came to say that I tried again, with Mom's help." She paused. Water bottle paused at her lips.
"And?"
And he shook my hand. Bella choked on her water, had to cough a couple of times before saying, astounded, "He didn't." Logan laughed at her reaction. He did, and I think he might have even smiled. Bella screwed the cap on the water and put it back on the ground. Then she slipped her hands in her back pockets and said,
"That's brilliant, Logan."
her gaze soft and genuine as it met his.
"I'm really pleased for you."
"Thanks," he said. "I couldn't have made any move without you, so thanks for pushing me to do it. I appreciate it."
"I think you'd have gotten there in the end."
"I wouldn't be so sure," he replied. When she looked at him, he could feel the scrutiny of her big brown, all-seeing eyes, like she could see inside him, knew how out of his comfort zone he was, awkward, vulnerable even, having to confront all these feelings. He had to glance away, focused on the surroundings instead. "How's the pruning?"
"Tiring," she replied. "Have you seen how many trees there are?"
He laughed, taking in the endless branches, rising like broomsticks all around them. Then, as they stood facing each other under apple boughs, he said, "You know, there aren't many people that I really trust enough to listen to and act on what they say." She tipped her head, assessing him, checking his sincerity, then nodded like she understood, appreciated the magnitude of what it meant to him.
"I know,"
he said. "I've missed having you in my life, being your friend." There was a pause. He added, "And I appreciate we might not be friends after everything, but I've still missed—" She cut him off.
"We're friends, Logan."
"Yeah?" He found himself smiling unexpectedly, warmth flooding through him.
"Yeah,"
she replied, her lips twisting, eyes glinting in amusement. Chapter 35. It was after dinner that things really felt different at the ranch. When they'd cleared the dishes away, instead of going back outside as was his usual routine, to the brothers' surprise, Emmett stayed at the table. He even went and got the good bourbon off the shelf. Logan gave his mom a surreptitious look of amazement, but she just smiled, like she wasn't too surprised. She knew the possibility was there deep down. Then she stood up and said,
"Well, I'm off to the new yoga class at the church hall."
Noah made a face like that was the weirdest thing he'd ever heard. Emmett frowned. "Really?"
"Yes,"
she replied innocently, going over to get her car keys from the bowl on the kitchen counter and picking up a gym bag that she'd obviously packed ready to go.
"You boys have fun,"
she called as she headed for the front door. The three of them watched her go from where they sat around the table. Logan felt a small lump of panic creep up his throat. They needed her. She was their safety net, the buffer between them and their dad, the linchpin they could all focus on. Logan cleared his throat, but suddenly didn't know what to say. Emmett concentrated on pouring the whiskey into 3 lowball glasses. It was Noah who said, "Logan got JoJo moving." His dad glanced up. "You did?" Logan frowned. "Yeah, she's quick, responsive. I didn't know she was a problem." "She's been stubborn and temperamental since she arrived," Emmett said, passing out the glasses. "Doesn't let half the people here within 3 feet of her." Logan looked incredulously at Noah. "Why didn't you tell me?" Noah grinned over the rim of his whiskey glass. Emmett swirled the deep amber liquid in his and said, "Maybe you should take her down to the Silver H, see what she's like on the pitch." From anyone else, it would be a throwaway suggestion, but to Logan it felt like a peace offering, a return to the type of conversations they used to have around this table. "Maybe I will." His dad nodded, taking a sip of the bourbon. And from that point, it was like they'd been handed the freedom to reminisce, to remember the worst and the best of the horses they'd ever bought, Bumblebee always the flat-out winner because they'd hand-reared her when she'd been orphaned at birth. She'd sat with the boys as a tiny foal and watched TV with them. "Do you remember that bull, Winslow?" Logan said, and his dad groaned. "He escaped, and that woman from the diner, Loriana? Yeah, Loriana, is she still around?" Emmett nodded, and Logan carried on. "She rang because Winslow was charging up and down Main Street chasing cyclists." They all laughed. They were memories that Logan didn't even know he had, which came from a time before the band that he barely thought about. As the evening went on, they even slipped into talk about the band itself. Accidental at first, when Noah compared something to how embarrassing their audition had been. Logan cringed, waiting for the reproachful, "Well, you shouldn't have done it then," glare across the table, but it didn't come. Emmett just refilled their glasses. Logan could see his dad was trying, even asked how things were going at the label, and Logan replied honestly, that it was good, better than good even, without fearing Emmett's silent, guilt-induced departure from the room. If he was honest, Logan still wouldn't dare mention the money they'd made or the loan he'd paid off on the ranch without his dad's knowledge. But he did notice that the hay barn had a new roof, so maybe some of the money he'd put in the account was finally being spent, even if begrudgingly. And maybe one day things would change and they would talk about it, because clearly things could change. He certainly didn't think there would ever be a time he'd be sitting around the table as his dad said things like, "And you had to name the darn band Silver Sky. Had them here all the time." Emmett sat in the back of his chair, long legs stretched out under the table. "Selfies at the gate." Noah frowned. "Since when did you know the word selfie, Dad?" Emmett ignored him. "Do you know how often they stole that star on the front? They still come, you know that?" His eyes widened accusingly across the table at Logan. "Your mom gives them coffee." Logan's mouth twitched at the idea of his dad being forced to socialize with the die-hard fans. He laughed. He couldn't help himself. "Sorry." "It's not funny." Emmett raised his brows disapprovingly. "It is kind of funny," Noah offered. Emmett rolled his eyes. "Pain in the backside, that's what it was." Noah's eyes met Logan's across the table, sparkling with amusement, while at the same time an almost boyish grin appeared on his dad's lips, something Logan hadn't seen in years. It made him feel suddenly hopeful. The fact that things he thought were set in stone weren't necessarily. It made him think of Bella. The eternal gratitude he owed her for forcing it all into motion, for having the courage to challenge him when no one else would. Chapter 36. Logan lay on his bed, staring out at the view of the mountain, a black shadow on a gray sky. The full moon casting an eerie glow over the horizon. He couldn't sleep. His mind was too busy with everything that had happened, everything that had been said. He'd be back in the city tomorrow. No more mountain, no more bike, no more autumn falls. He got out of bed and pulled on his clothes, then strode through the unlit house, down the stairs, shrugged on his jacket and went out to the garage. The bike was waiting like a bird of prey, patient yet eager to spread its wings. Frost glittered on the road as Logan cruised down Main Street. The shops all shuttered, the sidewalks empty. He told himself he didn't know where he was headed, and again the bike took him where he wanted to go. He drew up at the side of the house, underneath her bedroom window, where he used to throw stones at the glass to get her to come out as a teenager. Searching the ground for a decent-sized pebble, he picked one up from the curbside and threw it so it tapped and bounced from the glass. Nothing. He had to do it 3 times before the window opened, Bella squinting down at him, hair ruffled and bleary-eyed from sleep.
"What are you doing here? What time is it?"
"Do you want to go for a drive?" he said, looking up, feeling suddenly foolish. wondering if this was a really bad idea as she looked at him with sleepy confusion, that he'd relied too heavily on the nostalgic memory of their teenage selves. She rubbed her eyes and, running a hand through her hair, glanced back to the warmth of her bedroom. His heart paused, breath stilled. She looked back, eyes narrowing down at where he stood, at the bike poised beside him. And he watched as slowly a smile started to spread across her face, and she said,
"Give me 5 minutes to get dressed."
Logan felt like punching the air. Less than 5 minutes later, Bella came dashing out the front door, wearing leggings and sneakers, and the navy blue coat she'd worn the other day when they'd sat in the orchard.
"This is not the way to get into John Luke's good books,"
she said breathlessly. Logan handed her a helmet. "We just have to not get caught." She laughed as she climbed on the back of the bike. The cuffs of her big black sweater hung down from the sleeves of her coat, making just the tips of her fingers visible when she gripped his shoulders.
"This is fun,"
she said, wiggling closer to him to get comfortable. Logan narrowed his eyes. "It's not fun, Bella. It's fast and furious." She scoffed.
"Please."
He hit the throttle with more pressure than necessary, and the bike sped away from the curb. Caught off guard, Bella screeched at the speed and had to grab hold tight around his waist. When he slowed down to normal, she bashed him on the back.
"Don't do that!"
"Sorry." He grinned, but pressed the accelerator harder again, hurtling them down the wide, empty road toward the mountain. But this time she was ready, and he could hear her laughing, feel it in her body behind him, her hands locked snugly around him, her chin pressed into his shoulder so she could see what was happening up ahead. They drove out for miles, the moon lighting the way, flecks of snow swirling in the air around them encased by the pine trees, fronds dusted with frost that darkened the roadside. When they reached the base of the mountain, he pulled over. Bella tugged off her helmet.
"That was amazing."
Logan could have driven on forever. It was too cold to sit, so they walked along the side of the Redemption, the tang of fresh cold river water and pine in the air. Snow started falling gently, speckling their clothes, melting into their hair. When they heard the roar of the waterfall in the distance, Bella sped up, glancing excitedly at him and saying,
"Do you hear that, Logan?"
They climbed up the rocky path, ice glistening on the needles of the pines, and came out at a ledge just underneath the top of Autumn Falls, the endless cascade of water almost white in the moonlight.
"Wow!"
Bella gasped with delight, icy spray kicking back, stinging their faces. Logan couldn't work out whether to look at her or the waterfall.
"When was the last time you swam here?"
she asked, staring up at the falling rapids. "Couldn't tell you," he replied. 10 years ago, more probably. They moved closer to the edge, and both looked down at the pool beneath them, the falling snow merging with the frothy spray. Bella threw a stone. They watched it plummet, the rings on the surface as it plunged to the bottom. The moon was high above them, casting shadows and blackening the water like tar. When she let her hand drop back, her fingers unexpectedly grazed the back of his. The contact caught his attention. He stared at where their hands met, then up to where she had looked to. The sudden sparking current between them made his breath catch. The feel of the cold skin against his stirred a sudden longing to gather her closer. He found himself saying, "Maybe we could try again. Would you have dinner with me when we're back in New York?" There was a pause.
"I'm not going back, Logan,"
she said, moving her hand away to brush a flake from her cheek. He felt his whole body tighten. "What?" She shoved her hands into her back pockets and looked up at him.
"I'm not going back."
"Where are you going?" This didn't make sense. He frowned down at her. This was meant to be all good. This was change, friendship. This was putting the past behind them and moving on.
"I don't know. Away. I'm going to travel. I don't want to be in New York anymore. I don't feel like that person anymore.
She tucked her hair behind her ears like it was something to do rather than look at him. Logan couldn't understand. The waterfall roared in his ears. Why didn't you tell me? The snow fell heavier, dusting the shoulders of her coat, resting on her hair, on her eyelashes. The blanket of white dusting away their footprints.
Because I knew it would be really hard.
He looked down at the sheer drop to the pool. He wanted to tell her that she couldn't go, that he wouldn't let her, that she had to come back to New York, while at the same time knowing the impossibility of it, knowing he wasn't and never would be that person. But he did find himself saying, almost in a whisper, "What about?" He was going to say us, but there wasn't an us. He knew that too well. She took a step closer and smiled sadly up at him. He didn't want to hear what she was about to say. Didn't want it confirmed what he knew deep down by having it said out loud.
There will always be a photographer, Logan. Always someone waiting with a comment or a judgment.
He felt his jaw clench, wanting to dispute it, but couldn't find the words. He watched her throat as she swallowed, the sweetness of her eyes as she tried to keep it light.
Being with me will ruin your reputation with some people. You won't always be the good guy. You won't always be in control.
Her eyes glistened, snow settled on her lashes, and she reached up and her cool hand touched his cheek.
I know you, Logan. It will eat you up, and then it will just be another life spent running away.
Chapter 37. Logan sat at his desk, eyes narrowed at his computer screen. On it, side by side, was the picture of him with Bella in the restaurant, him looking furiously at the camera. Next to it, he'd placed a picture published that morning of Bella and Brody. She'd met up with his brother in Sydney, and they were walking side by side on Bondi Beach, looking happy and relaxed as they smiled at the camera, Bella's skin glowing with the touch of golden summer. He was so lost in the comparison between the two images that he didn't hear Marianne come in. As she put some papers down on his desk, he saw her eye glance to the photographs on his computer screen. He couldn't have closed the browser quick enough to stop her seeing it. He huffed a laugh at the fact he'd been caught, exactly as he had caught her when the first picture came out. Marianne nodded toward the more recent photograph and said,
Bella looks happy.
Logan ran his hand over his face. The story's pairing her up with Brody now. Marianne tutted in annoyance.
Of course it is.
Logan, of course, had bristled when he'd read it, but he'd already had a message from Brody telling him what a great time they'd had together and that he'd finally learned to surf. He'd mentioned the picture as an afterthought, said the same thing as Marianne just had, how lovely Bella looked in it. Logan found it hard to look at it objectively, every part of him tingling to have a retraction printed by the press, to have the record set straight. He was reacting, he realized irritably, exactly as Bella had predicted. Marianne tapped the contracts she'd put on his desk and said,
These both need your signature.
Then she walked away, back across the office. Logan picked up the papers, then out of the corner of his eye he saw her pause, hesitate for a second, and turn back to say,
Logan, do you mind if I sit down for a moment?
He tipped his head in surprise. Marianne had worked for him his whole business life, and she had never once asked permission for anything. Be my guest, he said, and gestured to the seat opposite him. Marianne came back across and sat down, pushing up the sleeves of her navy suit jacket, then removing her thick-framed glasses. Logan sat back, watching her consider how best to say what she was intending to say.
Logan, it's none of my business what you do.
She folded her glasses in her hand. He raised a brow. But presumably you're going to tell me anyway?
She ignored the retort, crossing her legs and smoothing her suit skirt.
I should have retired years ago, Logan. I'm only still here because I didn't want to play endless golf with my husband.
She made a face, and Logan laughed.
But he's wearing me down,
Marianne went on.
I'll give it up soon and join him out there on the course. Life's too short not to spend it with those that you love. That's what he tells me, anyway.
She gave a wry little smile. Logan folded his arms, waiting for what wisdom was surely about to come.
Logan, I've also stayed so long because I like you.
His eyes widened. That wasn't what he was expecting her to say.
And because of that,
she said,
I don't really like seeing you unhappy.
I'm not unhappy, Marianne. Logan waved the concern away on instinct. Don't worry.
Logan, please,
she said in a tune a schoolteacher might use when gently reprimanding a student. He smirked at it. Marianne kept up the teacherly stare. Go on, then, Logan said, settling back in his chair. What do you think I should do? She lifted her hands.
I didn't come in here to tell you what to do.
No, you came in to bring me these contracts to sign. But look at us now. She ignored him.
What I want to say is, whatever you do, don't let it be because of that.
She pointed to the pictures on the screen.
Don't let the press dictate the way you live your life, Logan.
There was silence for a moment. He looked at her over the desk. Mouth rested against steepled fingertips. Then he sat back and said, So, what do you propose I do? Marianne frowned.
I don't want to overstep the mark by giving you too much advice.
You're well over the mark, Marianne. Go ahead. She thought for a moment, then said,
For as long as I've known you, Logan, you've always done everything for everyone else, which is no bad thing. You're a good boss. Everyone enjoys working here. Your artists are happy. You keep your siblings in vague degrees of order.
He snorted a laugh. She suppressed a smile, eyes watching him with fond amusement.
I wonder, though, whether it might be time to do not what you're supposed to do, not what's right or fair or just, but what you want to do. Maybe it's time to do something for yourself.
He sat still, letting the words sink in. Marianne slipped her glasses back on.
You're a good man, Logan.
He glanced up, not quite certain that was the truth. She smiled fondly, said again a little more softly,
You are a good man, and there is no point punishing yourself any longer for things that have already happened. After everything, I think most of all you deserve to be happy.
Then she stood up, smoothing down her skirt, and said dryly,
I've definitely overstepped the mark now.
Logan laughed. When she got to the door, she added,
By the way, I always liked Bella the best out of everyone.
Subtle, Marianne. Very subtle.
Chapter 38. Bella ended her travels back in Autumn Falls, and she loved every minute of being back. She spent a couple of days hanging out with her mum and John Luke, having dinner in the Firestone, or coffee in the orchard sunroom with Heather before her shift at the hospital, and lazy strolls through the apple trees, the air heavy with the hum of bees, and the blossoms soft like cotton candy. One day, she went for a walk on her own with no true purpose, and found herself on Main Street, feeling less like a tourist and more like a resident. She paused outside Joe's diner and looked in at the owner, Loriana, waiting tables. She thought how last year she had walked on, believing she'd been deliberately ignored. Maybe she had been. But this time she didn't put her head down and walk past. She didn't hide away ashamed and afraid of other people's gossip. She went in, head high, and sat down at one of the vacant tables. When Loriana came past, carrying vast stacks of pancakes, she paused when she saw her and said, "Oh, Bella, just the person. Could you do me a favor and tell your mom that I'll be about an hour late tonight? I keep meaning to message her, but I'm rushed off my feet." "Yeah, sure," Bella replied. a little taken aback by the casualness as Loriana carried on to deliver the precariously balanced plates to another table. It seemed to put so clearly into perspective how everyone was just getting on with their own lives, just rolling forward. Maybe a year ago Loriana had deliberately ignored her, but now she needed a messenger. They were peripheral characters in each other's lives, and Bella could choose to take things as they were, there and then, or get hung up on the past. It was a no-brainer. So when Loriana came back to take her order, Bella said, "How are things?" Loriana had one eye on a bunch of people who'd just walked in through the door.
"Oh, busy. Always busy. How are you getting on, honey? What can I get you?"
"Just a coffee, thanks."
"Lovely. Be right back."
The encounter at the diner inspired her to pop in and see Dusty in the music box afterwards. She took him a coffee, and his eyes lit up when he saw her, clearing a stack of papers off a chair for her to sit down. She should have been in months ago, she realised. She told him all about her travels while he fixed a guitar wearing 3 different pairs of repair magnifying glasses on his head. Then, later, in the early afternoon, she borrowed her mum's car and drove out to the pine forests. She walked along the river, spring flowers bathing the banks, and climbed up to the waterfall where she remembered standing with Logan in the falling snow. She realised she didn't have to go all the way to the other side of the world to find the normality, the peace she was looking for. And yes, on the way back she might have driven past Logan's house just for a casual glance, and of course found it shuttered up as always, but she carried on till she got back into town, where she pulled up in front of the theatre. Stepping out the car, she took a deep, reassuring breath, and then pushed open the ornate doors of the old Art Deco building, the exact opposite of the bare, concrete brutalist theatre she'd worked at in New York. Passing the ticket booth, she went through the staff-only door to the wardrobe room. Claudette was leaning over the huge wooden table, spreading out pattern paper and holding it in place with whatever she could find. When she heard the door, she said,
"Alice, what have you forgotten this time?"
"I'm not Alice." Claudette gasped.
"Bella, you're back! And you're so tanned! Oh, that's so unfair!"
She sighed at the sight of her, then enveloped her in a giant hug.
"Did you have a wonderful time?"
she asked into her hair.
"I'm so jealous."
Bella nodded. "I did." Claudette let her go and stood back.
"You look really well," she said,
sounding more surprised than Bella would have hoped for. Then she went off to the little kitchen and made them both coffee. Coming back, she dragged over another high stool so they could sit by the cutting table.
"So, tell me all about it."
Then, before Bella could answer, said,
"How long are you staying?"
Bella bit her lip. "I'm thinking maybe forever?"
"No."
Claudette's face lit up. "That's so exciting! That could literally be the best news I've ever heard." She paused, eyes narrowing with suspicion before adding,
"Are you serious?"
Bella nodded. Claudette looked around the cluttered workshop and, holding her arms wide, said,
"You could come and work here."
Bella felt her stomach flip. "That was actually one of the reasons I came by."
"The first being to see me, your friend, yes?"
"Yes," Bella agreed. Claudette widened her eyes like she wasn't quite convinced, but then her face broke into a smile again as she said,
"We could have so much fun if you worked here."
Bella nodded, eyes alight. The plan that hadn't even been definite when she walked in, coming together too easily. Claudette screwed up her nose.
"I won't be able to pay you very much."
Bella shook her head. "I don't need very much." Claudette clapped with delight.
Chapter 39. Logan stood in front of his office window, looking out at the skyscrapers like building blocks. The Empire State Building pierced the clouds. A metropolis of stepping stones he could leap across to freedom. He glanced at the clock. 5 minutes. He went back to his desk, straightened up the laptop and water glass, aligning them with the notebook. Then he sat back in his leather chair and put his hands in his pockets. His fingers touched the cool metal of the signet ring. He'd taken to carrying it with him everywhere. He took it out and placed it in the center of the yellow notepad. He thought back to where he'd found it in the pool house of Jack's place, along with the photograph of the day at the polo, the one where Jack had folded Logan's image back. He thought about the photo, him, Bella, and Jack, all their grinning, youthful faces. Keeping his gaze on the signet ring, Logan reclined back in his chair. He tried to picture his brother rifling through his stuff to take it, slipping it into his own pocket, and having it all those years. He saw all the envy and the competitiveness, the jostling for a hierarchy, the secrets and the hurt. But he also saw the little kid with the dirty blonde hair and the scrunched forehead, desperately determined to keep up. He saw the brother he'd played baseball and polo with out in the fields, hidden within the barn, their bodies shaking with suppressed, nervous laughter as their dad shouted for them to get back to work. He saw the friend who, despite what else had happened, had been a polo teammate, had made them laugh on the tour bus with his quick comebacks and his limit-pushing and his cocky swagger. Yet he had also been cruel and bullish and overly thirsty for his own gain. Everything that was once bright was now tinged forever with a veil of gray. Logan stared at the ring, his jaw tight with all the conflicting emotions. He breathed out through his nose and said, "I'm sorry." Of course, he didn't expect the ring to reply, but Logan nodded all the same. After a moment, he felt a sad smile pull on the edge of his lips. "And yes, I accept your apology as well." Then he reached forward and, picking the ring up, slipped it onto his little finger, absently rubbing the dented band at the back with his thumb. There was a short rap on the door, and Marianne poked her head around.
"Ready, Logan?"
Logan stood up, buttoned his suit jacket, and said, "Ready."
Chapter 40. In the spring, Main Street lit up like a film set. Sunshine reflected off the big chrome theatre sign, illuminated the old Coca-Cola advert painted on the side of the diner, and twinkled in the mist, soaking the bouquets outside the florist. Bella drank it all in as she walked to the theatre, carrying 3 coffees in a cardboard tray. A battered green pickup drove past, and she recognised Noah Carter at the wheel. He didn't wave or anything, so she presumed he hadn't seen her, and she kept on walking in the direction of the theatre. Seeing any of the Carters made her think of Logan, and that made the healing wound in her heart open just a little bit. Then she watched as the truck cruised to a stop just ahead of her. When she got closer, Noah took off his aviators, tanned arm resting along the window. "I heard you were in town." Seeing Noah always made her smile. He took everything in, saw what was going on in the world, let it play out. "Yeah, I'm back," she replied. Noah nodded. He glanced up ahead at the mountains. When he looked back at Bella, there was a hint of a smile on his face. "Logan'll be happy to hear that." She felt a sudden hot rush of anticipation that Logan was in town or about to be in town, but she put a stop to it immediately. She couldn't wait around on the off chance of a fleeting visit from the great Logan Carter. No, she was definitely done with that. "Oh, I don't think Logan will be too bothered." She could feel she was blushing and tucked her hair behind her ear self-consciously. Noah didn't contradict her, just tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. To Bella, it felt like he had something else to say, but she certainly wasn't going to press him for it. She had some pride. So she nodded toward the coffees in her hand and said, "I'd better go. It was nice to see you, Noah." "You too, Bella," he replied, slipping his aviators back on. She started walking, really wanting to know what it was he was going to say. The truck cruised along next to her, picking up speed, ready to drive off. Then she heard Noah say, "You seen him on the news?" She stopped. The truck stopped. "See who?" Noah grinned. "Logan." Then he drove off. Chapter 41. Bella practically ran the rest of the way back to the theatre, sloshing the coffee as she put the tray down on the counter in her hurry to get her phone out of her pocket. Claudette jumped up from her seat, waving the scissors in her hand, looking around as if there was an emergency. "What's going on?" "There's your coffee," Bella said, absently, searching on her phone for Logan's name. She clicked on the first news video that had Logan in it. Claudette peered over her shoulder. "What's happened?" "Shh!" Bella waved her hand at her to be quiet. Intern Alice hovered behind them. Bella turned the sound up on Logan, as he was saying, "Over the years, there have been a number of offers made for Carter Media. They've always been great offers from some great companies, so the possibility's always been there, but it's never been the right time." He was wearing his suit and tie, slick and confident, looking straight at the camera. "Now feels like the right time." Bella's heart paused. The interviewer nodded. "And I'm told there were a number of rival bids." Logan tipped his head diplomatically. "There were a few." She could barely believe what she was hearing. The interviewer chuckled. "Am I also right in thinking you didn't actually sell to the highest bidder?" "What you're right in thinking is that I would only hand over the reins of the company I've built in an industry I've grown up in to people renowned for taking great care of their artists and employees who have long and trusted relationships in the business. For me to sell the company, it had to be with the core values and long-term vision front and center." Bella's hand was on her chest, a smile she didn't realize she was smiling on her face. "Did he just say he'd sold the company?" Claudette took the lid off her coffee and blew on it. "That's exactly what he said." Bella stared wide-eyed at Logan on camera. How could he look so impassive? The interviewer said, "Not so long ago, you were reported as saying on a podcast that you'd never think about stopping because, and I quote, 'life's great.' And it is. But life has that annoying habit of changing." Logan's eyes twinkled. Bella covered her mouth, watching on tenterhooks, as if the ending still might not turn out how she hoped. Intern Alice slurped her coffee. Claudette shushed her. "When you talk about change, Logan, I'm sorry to ask, but are you referring to the death of your brother, Jack?" Bella tensed, and Claudette put her hand gently on her shoulder. Logan didn't flinch. "I think it's made all of us pause and take stock, shown us what's most important in life. I'm sorry to bring this up, Logan, but there's been a bit of gossip about you lately." Logan cut him off. "There will always be gossip. People like to talk. I just don't need to hear it. It's taken me a long time to learn not to listen." For a second, Bella could hear only her heartbeat. "So what now for you, Logan?" "Well, I've been in this business since I was 18 years old. I figure it's time for a bit of a change." "And what does a bit of a change look like?" "The exact opposite of this." He sat back, his arms wide, gesturing to the office around him. Lots of laughter. "Seriously?" the interviewer pushed. "I don't know yet. Maybe I'll just do nothing for a bit." For the first time ever, Logan smiled wide at the camera. The video clip ended. Bella's hand clutched around the phone. a grin to mirror Logan's on her face. "Well, that's exciting," said Claudette, fixing Bella with a knowing look, then putting the lid back on her coffee and taking it with her to the workbench. "Good for him." Bella stood for a moment, feeling the warmth of his decision spread through her, the lightness of his face when he smiled. If it was ever only that one small thing that she did for him, it could be enough. "Yes," she said. "Good for him." Chapter 42. Bella was running along the bank of the Redemption when her phone rang. She went there for the space at the end of her workday to drink in the light. When she heard the call cut in over her headphones, she let it ring out. She'd only been running for 20 minutes. Her voicemail kicked in. She carried on running. This was the new her. Lots of running and yoga and cycling. She realised that what she had loved about both her time away and being back in Autumn Falls was the space, the majesty of the landscape that made her remember her own insignificance, while at the same time somehow making her value herself more than she ever had. It reminded her to be the person who smiled at the camera. Her phone, which she wore in an armband with a clear plastic cover when she ran, rang again. She made an awkward attempt to see who it was by lifting her elbow and craning her neck around. When she saw Logan's name flashing on the screen, she stopped still. It kept ringing. She went over to a fallen tree and sat down, slipping the phone out of the plastic case. It stopped. Just over a month had passed since she'd watched him talking on the video about selling Carter Media. A month of glancing hopefully at the screen on her phone every time there was a message or a call, but telling herself she wasn't doing just that. Until this moment, when she hadn't been expecting it at all. She took a swig from her water bottle. Could she talk to him? What would she say? Part of her said ignore it. The other part traitorously pricked up its ears with excitement. She pushed the water bottle cap back down with the palm of her hand. Her work at the theatre was so busy, so much to do and such a small team, that she didn't have much time to think about him during the day. But at night, her mind drifted off with endless possibilities. Closing her eyes, she ran the cool water bottle across her forehead. The phone rang again. Opening her eyes, she looked across at the trees and the light dancing between the pines. Then suddenly, she reached forward and pressed the answer key, as if her fingers had a life of their own. "Hello?" Nothing. Then, a deep, drawling laugh. "I wondered how long it would take you to pick up." She felt an involuntary smile tug at the corners of her mouth and tried to hide it in her voice. "Oh, no, I just had it on silent." There was that laugh again. "If you say so, Bella." She felt herself start to blush and fanned her face to cool down. "So, you're a free man," she said. "I am indeed." She smiled again at his voice, drawing her legs up on the fallen log. She wrapped her hands around her shins. "How are you finding having nothing to do?" "Yeah, I'm not coping that well with that," he said ruefully. Bella looked across at the river, the water rippling over the rocks. Life moving on while hers felt stilled in that moment with that voice. "So, what can I do for you, Logan?" He didn't answer immediately. She could hear from the background noise that he was outside. "When I set up Carter Media, all 5 of us were investors." "Right." She frowned. This was not what she'd been expecting him to be calling her about. She sat forward, engaging her brain. "Jack had money in the business, Bella, which presumably he didn't mention because he didn't want me or any of us to know that he was having money trouble." She bit her lip, tried to think about what this meant, having to get her lawyers back on the case.
By selling the business, each of the investors gets their share, as of course you know. I've spoken to Jack's lawyers, Bella, and we've used his share to pay off the outstanding debts that he'd accrued.
Okay. She sat back, looking up at the sky. That's a relief.
She hated that there were people left owing after he died. The rest, Bella, what's left after those debts are paid, is your money.
She made a face. No, it's Jack's money. I don't want it.
No, Bella. Logan's voice was firm. It's your money. It's money owed to you as part of your divorce settlement.
She felt tears press against the back of her eyes. Logan, I don't want his money.
Then give it to a good cause, but the money is rightfully yours. By law, it is yours.
She pressed her hand against her forehead. Okay, thank you. She knew that she would give it away. She would find a charity that helped women who didn't have the support that she'd had from her family and friends when in desperate need of help. There was a pause before he said,
It's the least I could do.
She said, It's good that it's done. Neither of them spoke. She tucked her hair behind her ear, stared down at the scrubby forest ground beneath her feet. She couldn't help a vague sadness that it felt like she was one of the loose ends Logan was tying up. Okay. Well, I also called to invite you to a party.
A party? Another thing she wasn't expecting. She had started to stand up from the fallen tree and immediately sat back down again. Yes. Amusement laced his voice. Where? She cocked her head in confusion.
I'm not in New York, Logan.
Neither will I be soon. I'm at the Polo Club. The Silver H.
In Autumn Falls? She heard his name being called, and for a second he was clearly distracted.
Listen, I'm going to send you an invite to the grand reopening. Whether you decide to come or not is up to you.
Her brain was still catching up.
You bought the club? Yeah. I told you I'm terrible at doing nothing.
Bella sat back, wide-eyed. Oh my goodness, Logan.
The invite's in the post.
He hung up on a deep laugh. She bit her lip and smiled. The conversation couldn't have lasted more than 5 minutes, but it had been enough to spin her world on its axis again. He'd bought the Silver H Polo Club. Did that mean he would be back living in Autumn Falls? Why would he invite her to the party and not just meet up with her? Was it a way of getting their first meeting over with, out in the open? She went back to her phone and Googled Logan and Polo. Sure enough, his acquisition of the club was there in black and white. There was a letter on the club's website written by Logan, talking about preserving the history of the place while also investing in facilities, looking to broaden the scope of the club, his new coaching role and many new initiatives, including free youth classes and scholarships to encourage young kids of different financial backgrounds to enjoy the sport. Wow. She stared up at the towering pines, dumbfounded. Logan had finally recaptured his dream. Chapter 43. The invitation arrived at the theatre. There was one for Claudette, too. The envelopes were thick and cream, and inside the card was embossed black lettering. Bella turned hers over, but there was nothing else written on it aside from the standard print. No sign that Logan had had anything to do with it. No scrawled personalised note or signature. She felt silly for building herself up to be a bit special when it was just an invite to a corporate event. Claudette plucked Bella's invite out of her hands and inspected it. You'd think he would write a note. Bella shrugged like she hadn't just been thinking that at all. That would make it too personal. He's using it for what it is. A good, neutral place for us to be in the same room together. Intern Alice nodded, pins in her mouth as she spoke. Especially if the press are there. Yes, exactly, Bella agreed, wishing it didn't make quite so much sense. Then she paused and said, But I don't think Logan would invite the press. Claudette scoffed, chucking the invitation down on the table. Either it's nothing or it's something. Either way. She glanced up with mischief in her eyes. You're going to need a very good dress. There was a pause before Bella cottoned on, and then they all started walking, slow at first and then speeding up to almost a dash out the wardrobe workshop and up a flight of stairs to the costume store. It was nothing like the one in New York, where delicate costumes hung in sealed bags, beautifully arranged on endless racks and all carefully labelled. Their room was barely organised chaos. Outfits squeezed into minimal spaces, boxes teetering lethally up to the ceiling, old papier-mâché puppet heads hanging and laughing eerily down at them from the rafters. The three of them rushed in like giddy children, nudging one another out the way to get to the bursting rails. Bella skimmed through hangers, immediately realising what a bad idea it was when all she could find were bright, flouncy dresses that had been made for Oklahoma or ruffled Shakespearean shirts. How about this? Intern Alice held up a 1950s polka-dot skirt that looked just like the dresses she wore herself. Bella shook her head as politely as she could. Over here, called Claudette from over in the far corner of the room. She pulled one of the polyethylene dress bags from the hanger. I hope this was still here. They wound their way through the rails over to where Claudette hooked the bag so it lay flat against the other clothes on the rail and unzipped it with a flourish. Bella gasped. Intern Alice giggled with delight. Inside the bag lay an eye-wateringly gorgeous dress. Claudette lifted it reverently out and held it up for them all to admire. It wasn't a structured designer number with an inbuilt corset like Bella used to wear on the red carpet, but soft, gunmetal silk, whisper-thin straps, and a low V neckline edged with a delicate strip of net. Nipped in at the waist, the skirt was gathered in tiny pleats at the front, then drifted lazily down to skim just below the knee. When Bella reached forward to touch it, the material rippled through her fingers. It was the exact right dress. Feminine, but not overly showy. Sensuous, while at the same time coyly demure, waiting and ready for this very occasion. This moment. Claudette's lips pouted, her eyes glinting with pride. I made this, she purred. It won't let you down. Taking the dress from her, Bella held it up against her body and looked down at herself, the watery grey silk catching in the low light. It's exquisite, she said. Yes, Claudette agreed. It's the perfect dress.
Chapter 44. Logan wasn't 100% sure Bella was going to come. He was pretty sure, but not certain.
Everything's ready, Mr. Carter.
Standing out by the stables, Logan nodded to the organizer, who stood with her clipboard, smiling with polite efficiency. Thank you, he said. I appreciate all your effort today.
It's no problem at all. Just doing my job.
She gave a self-deprecating shrug, and then ventured in a lighter tone.
You'll ruin your suit out here, Mr. Carter.
Logan had intended to go straight to the main clubhouse, but got sidetracked by the horses. He was currently leaning over the stall, chatting quietly to JoJo, the feisty little beauty from Silver Sky, who his dad had given Logan as a present when he announced the purchase of the club. Never had a single horse meant more. Logan looked back at the woman with her clipboard, then down at himself, his jacket on one of the stable hooks, his sleeves rolled up. He'd be happy never to wear a suit again. Yes, you're probably right. She smiled endearingly, like she could sense the apprehension in him. Then she turned to walk over to her car.
I hope it's a fabulous evening, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. He paused for a second and looked over to the clubhouse, all decked out and ready. So do I.
Chapter 45. There was a slight shake to Bella's hand as she put on her makeup. As she slipped on the dress, and the fabric slithered like cool water over her skin, she thought about the polite hello that she and Logan would share amidst the crowds of people waiting to congratulate him. When she was ready, John-Luc gave her a lift to the Silver H. He was coming to the party later when he'd picked up her mum from the hospital. In the car on the way, he said, "Calm down, Bella. Take a deep breath." She glanced down and saw her foot was tapping like crazy. Her hands were clammy, her heart thrumming. "I'm fine," she said, and he laughed like after all these years he knew her better than that. He dropped her off by the path that led to the first field and the clubhouse. It was a 30-second walk that felt like eternity, her emotions oscillating between fear and excitement. This could be everything and nothing. Because while it was most likely a polite reintroduction, a friendly kiss on the cheek in front of the autumn falls crowds, there was a chance it could be what she lay in bed at night dreaming it might be. She took long, deep breaths, reminded herself that either way, it was okay. Her heart had been broken before and she had survived. She stroked the soft silk of her beautiful dress. Up ahead, she could see where the path ended and the grass began, and she counted down the seconds.
Chapter 46. Music playing softly, Logan took the opportunity to sit down with his drink. His tie felt too tight, so he pulled it loose and undid his top button. The lighting across the whole club was low. String lights twinkled around the ceiling beams and threaded through the vines out the front. He had an urge to get out of there and go back to see the horses, but he didn't want to leave in case she arrived. He closed his eyes for a second to block out the room and wondered how he'd be feeling tomorrow.
Chapter 47. The path carried on along the sideline of the field, lined with tea lights in little paper bags flickering in the breeze, past the stables, toward the clubhouse. Perhaps she could just sneak in and see the horses. Ignore the party? No. She was too caught up with the pulsing, nervous thrill of being in the same room with Logan again to do that. Just outside the door, she stopped, straightened the straps on her dress, ran her fingers through her hair and puffed it out a bit, trying to give herself an air of casual indifference. Then she put her shoulders back, breathed in, told herself she'd been through much tougher things than this, and pushed open the doors. She walked into an empty room. Logan stood up as she entered. Dressed like it was the end of the evening rather than the start, hair a little dishevelled, shirt sleeves rolled up, top button undone, a drink untouched on the table next to him. Where is everyone? Bella looked from side to side and saw no one. Just a beautifully decorated room with colourful hanging lanterns and strings of lights. He didn't take his eyes off her. Who? The other guests. A smile tilted the corner of his mouth. They're coming later. She frowned in bemused confusion. So, it's just me? He nodded. She didn't know what to say. Too perplexed to question it, just aware of all the apprehension vanishing, and in its place, Logan walking toward her, unhurried but purposeful. Her brain tried to catch up, but her attention was caught only by the image of him as he got closer, filling her vision, kind eyes dancing with mischief and intent, till he was there in front of her, close enough for her to breathe in and smell him, close enough for her to take a step forward and be closer. Her brain fought for some words. I thought there'd be more people. He shook his head. Dark hair messily tousled over his forehead, like he'd run his fingers through it, nervously waiting for her to arrive. She bit down on a growing smile. He reached up and touched her hair, twirling a lock of it around his fingers. I know what I want now, he said, without taking his eyes off hers. You do? She replied. There was a sliver of a gap between them. She could hear the sound of her heart, feel the prickle of anticipation on her skin, see the bright, brilliant blue of his smiling eyes. It's not a lot, he said. Cautiously, she lifted her hand, let her fingers stroke along the buttons of his shirt. No? No. He put his hand over hers. She felt the solid strength of his chest, his heartbeat against her palm. So, what is it you want? She asked, breath hitching in her throat. He ran his finger down her cheek. Well, I want a place to work, he said, nodding slightly toward the luscious green fields outside. Uh-huh, she said, still feeling his touch on her face. And my family around me, he went on. She nodded, her heart almost bursting against her ribs. Yeah. He tilted her chin a fraction, so she was looking straight up at him, into the smiling blue gaze and the thick ebony lashes. And that's it, really, he said. She stepped back sharply and bashed him on the arm. Oh, Logan, you've just totally ruined the moment. He laughed, deep and rumbling. Then reaching out, he gathered her up close against him as he said, You're all I want. She bit down on her smile, but knew it shone out of her eyes all the same. Then the next instant, his hand was cupping her cheek, and she was on her toes, her arm thrown around his neck, and his mouth pressed hard against hers, in a kiss that was everything she had been waiting for, everything that she had ever wanted and never wanted to end. As their lips met, his arm snaked tight around her waist, hauling her closer, crushing the delicate silk of the dress. Their hands roamed with an urgency and desperateness of years of waiting and wanting. And still she wanted to be held tighter. She wanted not to be able to breathe. She wanted his mouth never to leave hers. She wanted forever that feeling, that taste, that pressure, that shivering thrill. She felt herself mould to him, an almost desperate desire in the kiss, in the touch, their lips crushed. Her fingers pushed into his hair, his hand splayed firm and cool against her bare back. When he pulled back, she didn't want to let go. He looked down at her with such twinkling triumph in his eyes that she drew his mouth back down to hers and kissed him again, soft and smiling this time, in the radiant confidence that she could. They could. And then he held the back of her neck and kissed her forehead and said, I'm so pleased you're here. She tried to rein in her smile that seemed embarrassingly wide. So am I. He tucked her hair behind her ear and, almost like he didn't want to lose contact, let his hand trail down over her shoulder and back around her waist. I didn't stop thinking about you. She felt a burst of silent joy inside. She shook her head. Me neither. She kissed him again, just because she could. There was a warm familiarity to it, a rightness that she thought she'd lost. It felt too precious. She wanted to lock it up tight, like something might come along and take him away. But then in the way he looked at her, with such tender fondness, she knew in that second that she could let it breathe. Let what they had be free and know it would always be there. He led her over to the giant wall of windows that overlooked the training track, and she held his hand in both of hers just because she could, because she didn't want to let go. He pushed open the door with his shoulder and led her outside. Above them, moths danced around the globe lights strung along the terrace. Uplights on the trees at the back of the track gave the forest an eerie majesty. Above them, a blanket of stars popped in the black night sky. She glanced back over her shoulder and took in the decorations, the music, the champagne for the party to come. But in that moment of emptiness, it was just them. When she turned back, she realized he was looking her up and down.
"That's one heck of a dress," he said.
She blushed. "Thanks. Claudette made it." Then she paused, looked back again at the party ready and waiting.
"Did she know about this?"
He grinned boyishly.
"Might have done."
Bella gasped. "I'm going to kill her!" He raised a brow, let his finger run under the thin strap of her dress, rubbing the silken ribbon with his thumb.
"I'll be thanking her."
It was hard to concentrate when he touched her like that. She gazed up at him, unable to keep the smile from spreading on her face. Just wanted to keep looking, wanting to reach up and touch his face to make sure it was all real. "Do you think this can work, Logan?"
"Yes,"
he said absently, fingers tracing the V at the front of her dress. She moved her head to make him look her in the eye and concentrate. "I'm serious."
"So am I,"
he replied dryly. Then he stopped his wandering fingers and focused on her, locked his hands behind her lower back and said,
"I can't be certain, Bella, but I think we've been through enough to face pretty much anything that comes our way."
He smiled, the kind of smile that told her that he could see straight into her head at her deepest fears and desires and wants.
"Listen," he said seriously. "I would be proud to go anywhere with you by my side."
She rested her forehead on his chest so he couldn't see her bubbling smile. He put his hand under her chin, lifting her face up to his, making her look at him.
"I don't want to be in the public eye anymore, Bella, and I'll do my best not to be. I'm gonna hide away here, not from people, but from everything that doesn't matter. From the noise. I want a normal life. A smaller life, but a better life. And the only person I really want to be in it with me is you."
She beamed. "I would really like to be in it with you, Logan." She threaded her arms around his waist and buried her face into his shirt. She felt his mouth press into her hair, and she inhaled as deeply as she could to smell him, to know that maybe, actually, now this would be where she could be for years to come. She felt his hold tighten around her, and knew that it could never be tight enough. "I've missed you." "I've missed you too, Logan." He said, "Really, really missed you. For years." When he kissed her, it felt like the ceiling of a new future. Then she heard the muffled words through his lips.
"Do you want to see the horses?"
She raised a brow as she pulled away.
"You know how to kill a moment, Logan."
He laughed, and she saw an excitement in his eyes that had been there all those years ago when he'd been out on the field. The buzzing excitement of freedom.
"These are some of the finest beasts in the country, Bella."
He held out his hand, an easy grin on his face.
"Some of them perhaps in the world. The offer is not to be sniffed at."
She slipped her hand into his. "Lead the way." They left the clubhouse terrace and walked around to the barn. Logan led her inside the light, open building that smelled of warm wood and the earthiness of the horses. He quietly introduced her to the inquisitive ones with their heads over their stalls.
"This is my new mare, American thoroughbred, trained in Mexico. Bella, meet Bella."
He glanced over to her as he scratched the horse's neck. Bella walked over and let her namesake sniff her hand, then stroked her fine coat. "I'm not sure whether to be flattered or not." Logan shrugged. "She's exceptional, clever, stunning, and cost a fortune, but worth every penny. I'd be flattered if I were you." Bella gave a wry smile. "He knows how to say the right thing, doesn't he?" she said to the thoroughbred mare as it nuzzled for more attention. She felt Logan watching her, really looking at her. They walked further up the barn. Logan introduced her to Jojo and some of the others, all of them eliciting the same relaxed happiness in him. When they got to the end of the walkway, they stepped outside where the paddocks stretched on as far as she could see, the light from the moon giving everything a supernatural glow. She said, "I'm glad you gave it up. Carter Media." Logan looked out toward the moonlit grass, the planes of his profile lit by the stark light. "So am I." Then he turned to face her. "And I want you to know that I didn't give it up for you." She frowned, taken aback for a moment, not totally sure what he meant. He winced, took her hand in his. "I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean that I gave it up because I had to. I gave it up for me." He pointed to himself. "Whatever happens between us," he gestured to her, "has no impact on that decision." Before she could reply, he ran a hand frustratedly through his hair, like he was struggling with what he was trying to say. "Basically, Bella, I don't want you to ever have to feel responsible for it. It was something that I couldn't have done without you, but not because of you. I had to free myself, I suppose. So I did it for you, but also not." His brows drew together. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, and she rolled her lips together to stop it from looking like she was laughing at his rambling speech. "I think I can grasp the gist of it." He shook his head at his own inarticulateness, and then laughed. "Sorry, that was a dreadful explanation." He sucked air in through his teeth. "I'm better in the boardroom or on the pitch." "I think you're doing all right." She felt her teeth dig into her lip as her smile started to spread. His eyes glinted. They walked over to the wooden fencing around the paddock. Bella leaned against it. Logan stood in front of her, hands resting either side of her on the fence. She tilted her head to the side, looked up into his eyes, narrowed and assessing. "So, what now?" He looked at his watch. "Well, the other guests arrive soon." "I meant in life," she laughed. "Not the party." "Oh." He grinned, then shrugged. "Well, I've got everything I need right here." He moved his hands from the fence and placed them on the cool silk of her dress, drawing her in toward him. "Bella, I don't ever want to let you go. I want everything. With you." She felt her heart explode like a firework. "And I promise you that if you want that too, I will give all of it my absolute best." He paused, and a wicked glint appeared in his eyes. "And so far in life, my best has been better than average." She was flooded with a feeling of such uncontainable happiness, she wondered if her whole face was alight. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Then I'll have your best, Logan Carter." "It's all yours," he replied, and kissed her with a smile on his lips.
Chapter 48. If there was one thing the people of Autumn Falls did spectacularly well, it was a party. At the Silver H Polo Club, there were waiters serving delicate miniature appetizers, a cocktail bar,
The champagne flowed while the sound of chatter and laughter filled the room. The music came from the community band, John Luke on guitar, Dusty on sax, Hank Murphy, who owned the supply store, on the banjo, and Claudette on vocals. Bella put her champagne glass down on the table and said to Logan,
"Do you want to dance?"
Logan cocked his head with a frown. "I didn't think you danced anymore."
"I dance,"
she replied, and determined brown eyes locked on his. She held out her hand to lead him to the dance floor. A smile spread across his face as he slipped his hand in hers and, feeling the slight nervous tremble, squeezed reassuringly. Then raising their entwined hands to his chest, he held hers there as they walked together into the crowd. The music went on late into the night, all of them dancing together in the dusky light, laughing, grinning, Logan twirling Bella around like they were teenagers, all except Noah, who didn't dance no matter how hard Willow, who had flown in especially for the party, tried to drag him onto the dance floor. When the sky darkened to black, it felt like a lifetime had passed, and no time at all. The band took a well-deserved break, and Logan went to get some water at the bar. As he was topping up his glass, his mom came to stand beside him, looking elegant in a long red dress, cinched in with a leather belt. In front of them, Willow was still lighting up the dance floor. His dad was by the open window, as far from the crowds and the music as possible, talking to Hank as the band took a break. Noah, who'd been up most of the night because one of his horses was sick and didn't want to risk being cajoled onto the dance floor again by his sister, had his feet up on a chair, his hat over his face, and while wanting to support his brother's venture, was also trying to catch up on sleep. Logan glanced at his mom. "We're getting there," he said. He watched her survey the members of the Carter family in the crowd, then lift her glass to her lips and take a thoughtful sip.
"One day, Logan," she said, "I'd like us all to sit down for Sunday brunch again. You remember, after church, we used to have eggs, and you'd all want different ones?"
"I remember." She smiled softly at the memory.
"That's what I'd like. That would be the dream for me. All of us together."
She paused.
"Except Jack."
Her lip trembled as she said his name. Logan put his arm around her and hugged her tight. "We'll get there," he promised. But looking around at his dad, clearly itching to leave, Noah detached and snoozing, Willow checking her watch because she was catching a plane at midnight. No Brody, no Ethan either.
"Maybe,"
said Martha, and she walked away, going over to say hello to someone she knew. Logan looked around for Bella and saw her standing by one of the tables. She turned, and when she saw him, she smiled. That was his dream, he realized, and he was living it. When she came over to join him, she said,
"What are you smiling about?"
"Can't a guy just be happy?" he asked.
"You're not saying you're actually happy, are you, Logan Carter?"
she said jokingly, eyes narrowed and sparkling as if it were an unimaginable feat. He wrapped his arms around her, drawing her close, let his forehead rest against hers, eyes adoring, and said, "I am now." Bonus chapter. Even if someone had been there, they wouldn't have seen him. He'd blended into shadows half as dark as these. The leaves didn't crunch under his feet as he walked slowly, looking around for something, pausing every now and then, the whites of his eyes glowing in the moonlight. Then suddenly he stopped, dropping into a crouch, arms resting over his thighs, as he found what he was searching for, lips moving ever so slightly as he read, "In loving memory of Jack Oliver Carter." He swallowed, face set, steely and unmoving. He could picture the end of the mission without having to close his eyes. The relief, the euphoria, the slumping back in the Jeep, hair long, beard tangled, mouth stretched into an unaccustomed smile, when suddenly they pulled up back at the base and he caught the look on his commanding officer's face as he strode over to meet him. After everything he'd endured over the last months, only when he heard the news about Jack did his body start to shake and his mind fracture. Back in his room, he pored over the headlines, the pictures of his brother's all-too-familiar cocksure, laughing eyes staring back from the screen, like the joke was on him. He stared now at the grave, jaw tight, eyes unwavering at the carved headstone lettering. The flowers, the handwritten cards faded from the weather. He looked up at the church, the familiar white spire framed by the pine forest. Then behind him at the ornate streetlights, the church hall, the glow of the shops at the end of the road, finally up at the mountain, which cast its ever-watchful shadow over them all. Ethan Carter had fought and survived in more hostile territory than he cared to remember, but in that moment, none of it compared to how being back in Autumn Falls made him feel. Palms sweating, pulse racing, he stood up straight, and with a final, eyes-glistening nod, he was gone. Not a single trace of his presence left, just the throaty roar of his bike out on the highway. That was Autumn Falls by Taylor Gray, read by Jason Keller and Jamie Barbakoff. Produced by Chris Agem at Chatterbox Audio, with post-production by Christian Gates and Rachel Way. An audiobook from One More Chapter, a division of HarperCollins. Text copyright Taylor Gray, 2025. Production copyright 2025 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the publishers.